horizon is below horizontal.
Yeah.
Right?
You're using the sea level for your horizon. When you're using the bubble, you're not using the sea level.
Right? But
You don't need
you
to dip.
cut out a bit.
You don't need to dip.
Right. You
Yeah.
don't need dip if
So-
you're using bubble. Correct.
Yeah.
Your audio's a bit
So
shit,
you
by
use
the
an
way.
artificial horizon. The sea section, you're not using an artificial horizon. You're using the real sea level.
Yes. Using the horizon.
Full Earth.
Yeah, you're using the
Yeah, so
horizon,
playing
and then
sea
you have
level.
to correct for it, right?
That's what the horizon is for.
Hang on, your audio, you're fucking talking through a pipe or something.
Yeah. I am right.
Oh, hang on a sec. Okay. Hey, you're back. Sorry. Anyway, where were we? With a marine sextant, it does point at the horizon, but the horizon's below horizontal, so you need to do dip correction to get it up to horizontal. The point being, where do you get your dip correction value from? Do you get it from the almanac on deck?
Check.
So your audio's really bad. I should send that to Meakin as well, actually. Where is he?
Oh, okay.
Kitty, kitty.
Where is this?
I don't know.
I'll be right back.
You missed the point. Hang on a second. Oops. Yeah. All right, maybe this. I asked you whether the ground is flat. Anyway, I'll give you your answer anyway. One sec. There you go. The pole, if you're saying the pole is plumb, then it will be 90 degrees to the tangent at that point. Pretty simple geometry. No, no. Let's pull out the. Oh, do I get an answer to how many millimeters do you think it's off by the bubble? Right, draw a tangent. A tangent. Boom. Bloody hell. I bet it is. Should I mute? I should mute because no one's actually talking. Sure. Sure, but you don't need to draw a tangent on FE. Hey, boo boo. Should we feed the doggies in a minute? All right. Objects. Not sure what that means. Do you mean like draw a physical flat surface as opposed to an imaginary line? Is that what you mean? Okay, I did that at 46 minutes past. The brown is the Earth, the red's the tangent, and the green's the pole. Point. Yeah, tangents only touch a circle at one point. Yeah, that's what a tangent is.
No, tangent.
Del, do you know what a tangent is? What do you mean an object? Yeah, so what's the problem? Can't draw a tangent to a curve or what? I don't know. An object is not a point. What are you referring to as an object here? Is the object the pole? Object of point? I don't know what you mean. I don't know where you're going with it. An object of point. You're saying an object is 3D and a point has no dimensions? Is that where you're going? Okay. I learned a word the other day actually from MC2. It was meat space. Let me post it. Meat space. Meat space having 3 dimensions where points are kind of conceptual. Point, like you can't. Physical reality has 3 dimensions, right? So how do you define a point with definite, geometry? You're talking about sort of abstracting the world into geometry? Yeah, tangent's a point, right? Right. But there is an abstraction between reality and mathematics and geometry, right? So it's like you're saying you can't do geometry against the real world. Yeah, 90 degrees to the tangent at that point. Right. Are you saying we can't apply geometry to the real world? We can't use abstractions like points, which have no dimension, and lines, which have one dimension. I mean, the real world is flat. Oh, of course, Jan. Of course. This entertaining for people in the YouTube live chat. Let me have a look. Where are we? Oh, there's only 2 people watching. Damn. Damn, boy. 6 minutes left, Boo, and then we'll feed the doggies. Yeah, so you seem to be saying that we can't do geometry. Yeah, the angle. Yeah, I said the 90 degrees to the tangent at that point. Yeah, okay, we're going around in circles. Round and round. Donato, can we do geometry? Can we apply geometry to the world? Is that possible? I say that we can apply geometry to the world. I mean, you can't apply Euclidean geometry on a globe. What? If I gave you the formula x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals r squared, what is that in Euclidean space, Donato? What that formula I gave you, what does that define in Euclidean space? Hey, cut and paste it into Google if you have to. Boo-boo, let's copy and paste it into Google, see what Google says that formula is. Yeah, buddy. All right, one sec. How do we just Google the actual answer? Euclidean formula for sphere. Equations. Oh, look at this. Equations for a sphere, Donato. Look at that. Almost like I gave you the equation for a sphere in Euclidean space. Anyway, I've got to go and feed some doggies and put some kids to bed. It's been lovely. I'll catch you guys later. See you.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check and 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted.
Deck.
You receive because there could be some kind of variance or interference that you're not aware of, right?
No, I mean, in this world where we live, the physical world, that we can kind of more solidly verify because there's way more variables that we can kind of confirm. It's like way more solid. We can experiment. We can vary the variables, right? We can have an independent variable. We can actually manipulate.
Yeah, but where does that stop? Like you go a little bit higher on a mountain, suddenly there's less air density, so now there's slightly less variance. You go a little bit higher, now there's no air at all.
I wouldn't count that as an independent variable.
Why not?
Because it's not really something you physically manipulate yourself. It's just
an independent variable is just something that you are changing within your experiment to figure out what changes when you change that, right? And you can change it by either moving your location so that the ambient
natural phenomenon. So like you're trying to actually see something that's in the real world, and you can confirm that it's independent, right? And then you do that. Then you can manipulate it. But before that, it's anybody's guess.
Independent variable. From my understanding, if you're conducting an experiment, the independent variable is just something that you can change whilst keeping the rest the same to see.
Yes, but you have to be confident in its ability to be independent, right? That it's changeable.
Yeah. So if you have a tool that can measure that specific variable, and you go to a place that
you can't do that in the sky because you can't verify for sure that things are you can actually adjust those things.
You don't physically have the ability to adjust it using some means. You don't have to do that. You can just make sure that variable is different when you conduct the experiment, right?
The difference is that in the world that we do live in, we can measure the air that we breathe in.
Yeah, we can.
Measure the oxygen and all this. But we can't measure it in the sky that far up.
Yeah, we can. We can go up there and check. People do it all the time. Weather balloons or manned missions up a mountain.
Sure, that high up, yes, but even higher, where the assumed space is.
Sure, I mean, you take a balloon and you go as high as you possibly can with the density of the gas you've got in the balloon, and that gets pretty fucking high up. And then if you want to go higher than that...
You won't go to Jupiter with your balloon.
You won't go to Jupiter, that's true.
That's what we're trying
to... You need some other technology, such as some kind of solid-fueled, liquid-fueled rocket to blast your way out. Fair enough.
And you're assuming that it's a place you can go to in the first place. You're assuming it's a place you can actually land on.
You are making that assumption, and some would argue that people have made that assumption and then checked, and that assumption turned out to be true because their data came back.
Yes.
But you choose not to trust that. That's fair.
Yeah, that's what I say. I try not to base my things on trust, but
yeah, and that's up to you how much you decide is worth trusting, etc. I just it feels like there's a lot of how do you say trust the fact that this Discord app is working without the back end of knowledge and technical development and this, that, and half the technology comes from, NASA's space agencies and blah, that's forwarded civilian tech, blah, blah, blah. All that is documented, recorded, historical and scientific knowledge that you can trace back and see, well, this developed from that, and then that developed from this, and this developed from that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. If you can trace that back, I don't see where.
Nobody's arguing that you can't develop things on the Earth. You can still have technology on the Earth, so it doesn't mean
it stops working once it leaves the Earth. I don't get it.
Okay, but first you have to say that something left the Earth. I mean, but that's actually a claim, so you have to prove it.
Sure, but like, if we have a rocket and that rocket goes up while within the bounds of the Earth and the sky, do we assume that it stops going up once it crosses that boundary?
I mean,
And
I
if we
would
can
like
maintain radio communication with that rocket and see it and bounce radar off it the whole way up, and then we can continue doing that past where we can see, we can assume, okay, we can't see it anymore, but the radar's still working. There's no reason it would suddenly stop working, or it's now imaginary or something. We can continue to do that until it goes past our vision.
I would prefer not to assume those things. I would prefer just to know that. So that doesn't mean that technology can still exist on the Earth that we have. So just because there's...
Yeah, but where is the bound between know and assume? Like, if you use any kind of technology, you're assuming it works, right?
I'm not assuming it works. I know it works. I have a phone. I'm using it right now. I know this shit works.
Exactly.
Like,
so if I have a radar that I know works, and then it keeps working for higher and higher up, it's the same thing. Then nothing's changed.
This is like such a jump in conclusion, going from phones work, therefore you can go to space.
This is not the argument I'm making. You're deliberately misrepresenting it. What I'm saying is, if you have a radar device that works on Earth, you can point it at something and it says 30 meters, 50 meters, or it makes a scan of that thing, which we definitely can do with sonar or radar or whatever you want to do.
Okay,
and then you point
have
it
no
up,
idea what you're measuring.
and
you have no idea which thing you measured to build upon it, right?
No, you do.
Yeah.
You can have an idea for sure. You can point it at something, and then you stand in front of it. Suddenly, the number changes to the distance that you are away from it. And you go, "Oh, this is measuring the distance."
You don't know the distance, though. You don't know the distance, how far it is. So you don't know if you measured the thing in between or the thing that's actually there. You don't know. You're just making up.
You do know. I feel like you're deliberately limiting your amount of RAM or memory to be able to keep multiple things in your mind. But the point is
What
that
are you measuring? What are you measuring?
what are you measuring?
He's measuring things in the sky. He doesn't know how far they are.
You're measuring
just
the
assume
time
you're
it
measuring
takes
these things.
for a sound wave or a electromagnetic wave to extend out and then bounce from a physical object that it can bounce off of and come back. And if you
How are
time
you
that
doing this?
and you know the speed of that thing, then you can measure the
don't
How
time
are
it
you doing
takes.
this? How are you doing
You
this?
don't know the medium. You don't know the medium which through it travels through. So you don't
we
know how
do.
it alters
We
those
breathe
things.
the medium, and we know that the rate at which that medium changes by
You don't know what medium is in the space part. You don't know what medium is there. So you don't know if it's
Sure,
going to
sure.
travel.
And
But
who's doing this?
It's the
Can you explain
What do you mean?
how you're doing it and who's doing it? Where's the
this is a
information
hypothetical
come from?
situation. I haven't done this, so
Why are you
just
using
to
a
be clear.
hypothetical?
He's
Just
using
a
Because
bunch of,
hypotheticals are very useful ways to construct
But what do they
scenarios in
prove?
which you can explore
What do
ideas.
hypotheticals prove? What do hypotheticals prove?
They can prove anything depending on what the hypothetical is, for sure.
Because you're using a hypothetical.
They work with ideas, for sure.
It's not a real life situation, is it?
What do you think a hypothesis is? I mean, obviously that doesn't prove anything,
It's
but it
not a
outlines it. Yes,
Hypothesis
of
is
course
not
it
a
is. It's in the name. Hypothesis.
Ooh.
It means something that isn't tested or verified yet, but is
Means you're just making it up. Hypothesis is something you've observed and you're trying to work out.
There's a reason they both start with hypo. Hypothetical means involving or being based
Okay,
on a
what-
suggested
go,
idea
definition
or
of hypo.
theory.
A definition of hypo.
I've googled hypothetical, and the definition that's come up from Merriam-Webster Dictionary says involving or being based on a suggested idea or theory, being or involving a hypothesis. That is its definition.
What's
So
the
that's what it is.
hypothesis? What's the hypothesis for rockets flying into space?
So the hypothesis is that the Earth has a force that acts downwards on all things. In order to overcome that, so you don't come back down, you need to eject and generate enough force to have enough velocity to escape that without being pulled down. And it takes a lot of fucking
That's not
juice
a
to do that.
hypothesis, don't you? You know
it
that's
takes a
not
lot of
hypothesis,
juice to
do
do
you?
that. Have you tried jumping in the air?
I have tried jumping in the air. I haven't tried jumping out of orbit, though.
Oh, okay. So you're
Hey,
talking about
dude.
hypotheticals, right, bro?
We were
Hypotheticals.
talking
exactly.
briefly about hypotheticals and their relationship to hypothesis and how they're basically the same fucking word, but yeah.
Okay. So
Okay, do you know what a hypothesis is then?
Yes, I do.
What's a scientific hypothesis?
A hypothesis is a supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation.
So how is
limited
that
evidence.
basically the same word as a hypothetical?
Because a hypothetical, by definition, is a something that is being or involved in a hypothesis. That is what that word means. You can look this up for
Nope.
yourself. Yeah, dude. I'm looking at it.
Hypothetical is not the
I'm
same
not
as
engaging in this. If
hypothesis.
you can't be bothered Googling the definition of a word, then
You need to Google
whatever.
it, mate.
Obviously, I
No
just
need
joined.
to. No, you're right all the time. Except I'm
But-
looking
Not
at
the
it
same
right
word.
now,
You said
dude.
it's basically
Hey.
the same word.
Well,
You said it's basically the same word. It's not the same
I
word.
did say that, and it is basically the same word.
Are
One's
you-
like
are
an
you
adjective,
claiming that we're
one
on a
is
ball?
a noun, but
are you
am
claiming
I
that?
claiming we're on a ball?
Yes.
Not right now. I could make that claim, but I think that's probably not a good idea,
Oh.
given the
Why?
current
For
brilliance.
rockets to go to
Definitely not a
space,
good idea.
you'd need for your rockets to go to space, you'd need a radius, which your ball needs a radius, wouldn't it?
All balls have a radius, that's correct.
Okay, so you are claiming a ball then.
Okay.
No, I mean, if it was flat, you'd still probably need a rocket to get off of it to overcome the anomalous acceleration that we all experience.
You
You'd have to generate enough.
You live on a globe, don't you? Not a flat surface.
It doesn't matter if I live on a flat or a globe, because if there's
Yes,
still
it
an
does.
accelerating force acting on me downwards, right? Which I assume there is in both circumstances, because in a flat Earth or a globe Earth, I still jump up and come back down, right? So
Yeah.
there is some kind of
Up is
force
up,
coming
is
down.
You
Yeah,
only need
whatever,
You only
sure.
gain- Yep. So
Are
They
you,
mean different things
Do
with a
you
globe
live on a
and a
ball or
flat,
not?
but the point is that even if you, it doesn't matter if you're on a.
not. Do you live on a ball?
What question are you asking?
my question
live
is,
on a ball
are you
or
on the
not?
fence? Are you on the fence about this?
Do you live on a ball or not?
In some ways, maybe, in the sense of like, if I truly believed the Earth was flat, maybe my experience
dude.
of reality would be totally different, but I don't believe
Dude,
it,
Do you
unfortunately.
live on a ball or not?
Yeah. Well, that's
I
the question.
believe I live on a ball.
Okay. Why?
Okay, there you go. So, what's the radius of your ball?
Off memory, something in the mid 8,000 kilometers, but I can Google it.
More like 6,000 kilometers, but who measured that?
That's true, sorry. 6,378.
Who measured,
Who measured that? People have taken various measurements throughout history, but I think our latest
Measurements,
ones
not
probably
calculation.
used.
Measurement?
It's 3959 in kilometers.
Sure.
It's what?
Obviously, measurements involve calculations. That's inherent to the mathematics of a measurement. I would hope
Right.
you would agree.
So, can you name someone who's measured it?
No, I can't. I'd have to Google that.
So you've got a belief.
Yes, I
Do you
said
know
that
how
already. I
they got
believe
the
the
R
Earth is a globe.
value?
That's true.
Is that
Do
a
you know how they
religious
got the
belief?
R value of the radius of the Earth? And that would be the transit of Venus over the sun.
Maybe. Is that one of the methods they can use? I'm sure there's multiple different methods to measure the radius.
That's incorrect, though, isn't it? That's how they got the sun. That's
That
how they
would
got
make
the
a lot more
distance to
sense.
the sun. Yeah. Do you know?
But
how
yeah,
they got
I mean,
the
you
R
can-
value of your ball?
Sorry, are you asking me?
Do you know how you got the R value of your ball that you live on?
I Googled it. That's how I got the value. How the
Okay,
people...
so how did they get the value?
Google probably got it off scanning a website. That website probably got it from citing some scientific
Do you know who measured
report.
the radius of the Earth?
No, I don't know their names. I've already said that.
Do you know how they measured it?
No, but I know there's multiple different measurements. You could
You
use
believe
whichever one you
live on a
like.
spinning ball in the vacuum of space, and
He
you don't know
assumed
how
the
they
size of Venus during its transit over the sun. That's how they
assumed
got
the
the R
size of-
value of
They
our
assumed the
round
size-
Earth.
They assumed
They've,
the
they've
size
used
of
many
Venus
different
was
methods to
same
get the
size as
radius.
the- Oh my god! They assumed that Venus was the same size as the Earth. That's how they got the distance to the sun. You're wrong, mate.
You talking to me or this other guy?
No, I'm talking to Spring Corpse.
Go for it. Prove me wrong. You're just Googling things and then saying, like,
Okay, back to it. So, do you know how they got it?
You asked me the same
anyone?
question a million times, dude.
Okay, so you live in a belief that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of outer
Yes.
space. Tell me
That's
why
true.
it's not a belief.
I've told you already. I believe that, and there's no claim otherwise. I
Okay.
believe we live on a globe.
How
There's
have you
no.
confirmed?
So it's
How
like a
have you
religious
confirmed that you live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space?
I haven't done the necessary science myself, but for better or worse, I trust my scientific
Hey.
institutions with certain facts.
Oh,
That I
great.
live
The
off of.
priests.
I-
So you're in a religion.
Yeah.
If you want to call it that, sure, yeah.
It is. That's what
Hey,
it
that's-
is. Do you know what the definition of religion is?
Hit me.
Well, it's having a blind faith belief in something that has no proof.
That doesn't sound dictionary based, but the belief in and worship of a
Does it need to be
superhuman
dictionary-based when
power or powers, especially a god or gods. I don't know if that's probably not quite right, but maybe a particular system of faith and worship that might fit it a bit better.
Yeah, there you go. Faith and worship.
Right.
You worship the ball. Your
I
gods
wouldn't say I
are.
worship
your-
it. I mean, depends what you mean
Yeah,
by
your
worship. I
gods
don't
are-
go around,
gods are giant,
bowing or
and
anything.
you have a faith-based belief in a ball. Isn't that
You're
amazing?
Okay.
defending the thing that you believe in, so you're worshiping it because you're defending it. You don't even know what it is. You're just defending it. Why?
If defense is worship, fair enough.
And blind belief at the same time.
Well, yeah, defense is
Yeah.
worship when you're believing something without having evidence of why you believe that. Like there's no
I have evidence. I understand that you guys, your like burden of proof for that evidence is a different level of mine or has different things. That's fair enough, but I still personally consider it evidence. That's
here's the thing, we
fine
know
for me.
it-
No,
flat.
it's not evidence. It's belief, bro.
Yeah, we
It's not
know it's
evidence,
flat.
It's belief. Yeah, go.
So how do you separate knowledge and belief in your mind?
Listen. Go outside. Go outside. Look, we are not moving.
Can
We
you
are
answer my question?
motionless,
How do
okay?
you separate
you
knowledge and
believe-
belief in your mind?
You believe that we are on a spinning ball, tilting, wobbling in the fucking vacuum of space. But when you go outside, we are not moving, bro. Motionless. And water, bro. Water. Listen. Okay. If you put water in a cup, I say this so many times. If you put water in a cup, right, the cup become the container, and water is flat, is level when it at rest. You move the same water into a swimming pool. Guess what? The shore around it is the container, and water is flat and level. Now we put the
You're
same
dead
water
right so far.
no, listen. When we put the same water in a lake, right? The shore around it, it's the container, and water is flat, is level when it's at rest, right? Now you put the same
Yep.
fucking water in the ocean. What's gonna happen? It turn into a ball?
No. If you take a similar size measurement, if you take a cup size like circumference of the ocean, it will definitely appear as flat as the cup does. No disagreements there.
so
But when you start
So
zooming
where
out
did
to
you get the
like
ball from?
thousands and thousands of kilometers, a curvature starts to appear because it's a matter of scale. But
there's
Yeah.
bumps in the ocean, water bumps.
there
what
was
you're
actually, they're called tides. But
Yeah?
yeah,
Okay. Could you?
yeah,
show
that's what a
us
tide
water
is.
bumps?
It's just a bump. Yeah, dude, like watch the water rise up and down. It's a bump. That's how that works.
I don't
It's
know
very
about you, but
fascinating.
When I
actually.
look at the beach, I see waves that are crashing on the shore of the container, right?
Yeah. But
Because
you'll also notice over like an 8-hour period that flat level will rise and fall. And if you zoom out enough, you can see the actual gradient of that rising and fall. And you'll notice that coincides with the moon. And then you realize, oh, they're tides and the gravity is being shifted
Hold on.
and they're actually little balls. It's very interesting how water moves.
well, keep it simple, right? Does water always find level?
As best it can with the forces it's being subjected to, yeah.
It's always going to try and find level, right? No matter what container it's in, water always tries to find the equilibrium, right?
Yeah, a balance of forces and equilibrium for sure.
Okay. So one fact that we have to both agree on is that the Earth is 72% covered in water, right?
Yes, by surface, by just that doesn't account for volume, but yeah, sure.
Let's just
I'll
say
go with 72.
yeah, 72%, right? So if water
Surface
always
area
finds
to be
level,
specific.
yeah,
not
if
volume,
water
yeah.
if
Yeah,
water
yeah, yeah.
always finds level, and 72% of the Earth is covered in water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then how are we on any type of spheroid or sphere? Doesn't make sense.
It does make sense. I mean,
So
It's
water can stick
not-
to a ball?
yeah, in
Water
the same way a raindrop is a sphere. It's like it's a
raindrop?
distribution of
How about
forces. Yeah.
The convexity of water? Is that what you're talking about?
I'm talking about the tendency for water to form an equilibrium with the forces it's being subjected to. In a raindrop, there's like van der Waals forces on the outside and hydrogen bonds and all this shit that contain the water in a sphere. And in the same manner, and that's the most balanced force. Obviously, when it's falling, it starts to elongate as there's different accelerations and blah, blah, blah. In the same way, on the Earth's surface, the water will take the shape of a container. If it was flat, it would be flat, sure. If it was a
it's
sphere, it would be spherical. But
What do
depends
they call...
on the shape of the container. Again, this is begging the question.
Well, what do they call it? They call it sea level, don't they?
They do. There is a name for it, sea level, and that
Yeah,
is
it's not
the
sea curve.
relative.
Because it's flat.
Yeah, you can use like the terminology to prove your point, but it doesn't really
No, but it's true
mean
though,
anything.
because it's sea level.
That is true. It is
70
called sea level.
Why?
It is the level, the height. Why? Because it's a very useful measurement when talking about ships and distance to the bottom of the
Because
sea
the
and the
ocean
distance.
is flat over a stretch of like a span. Like when you have water in a container, right? Like what would contain the oceans? Why are the oceans
The sides of it.
right? The shores or
Sure, the long sloping continental shelves or whatever you want to say. Yeah.
It's being contained, right? That's why waves are crashing, because it's like water in a bathtub sloshing around. If you think about it like that.
Somewhat. Waves are kind of cold. There's wind and shit, but yeah, fair enough.
Right. So 72% of the Earth is covered in water.
Mm-hmm.
Flat, sea level, water.
Yeah, I mean, you're throwing in flat, as in implying that that's the container, but if you want to say that, sure.
Yeah,
It
because
looks flat, yeah.
if it's 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in water, that means 72% at least is flat, right? So how can you shape that into a ball? That doesn't
In
make
the same way a raindrop is shaped into a ball. Just because, listen, what you're saying is the same thing as saying a raindrop surface is 100% water. So why isn't a raindrop flat? It's because there's other shit happening. That's why.
Well, okay, so you're talking about raindrop, right? So what would happen when the raindrop drop on the ground or drop in whatever? What do you think is gonna happen, right? Let's say 1,000 raindrop drop in the same spot. What do you think is gonna happen? It's gonna rush to every direction to find its level.
Well, it's gonna hit the ground, and then all the momentum from each of those raindrops are gonna splatter. What do you think happens if a hypothetical spherical Earth hits a big fat wall? It's gonna do the exact same thing. It's gonna splatter like a raindrop.
Yeah, well, because you think that we're living on a ball. That's why.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's exactly why. You got me.
Well, the only ball really exists in your imagination and where you see from NASA picture, photo, whatever you want to call videos. But in actuality, bro, you go outside, water is fucking flat. Water is flat with the same
dude,
dimension.
I understand. I understand that.
3959. There's no curvature. Drop over distance, my friend. You live in fantasy. Hello.
Okay, man. Yeah, like you can insult and say I'm fanning whatever,
No,
but it's not going to change my mind.
I'm telling you real shit. Well,
You're telling me what you believe, and I appreciate that, but it's not changing anything.
Deck.
I'm just here to chat. Yeah, but I'm here to understand your positions, why you believe it, and I'm hoping that you would take the same position for me as well.
It's not a belief, bro. We know fucking water does
know
not
it's
curve
flat.
into a ball,
That's
bro.
the difference.
You believe, bro. You just admitted earlier that your whole fucking shit is based on belief, and you want to point at us that we believe. No, fool, you believe in that shit, bro.
Yeah, we
No
know
one's
it's
actually
flat.
like told me what the difference in their personal definitions between belief and knowledge is. How you separate those two things? I would like to hear that.
Timbo said it pretty well earlier, right, Timbo?
Kembo,
Hey, bud.
he just said go outside. It's flat. That's all I heard. I'm not sure really.
Okay. I'll reiterate what he said as best I can. But belief in something, the difference between knowing something and believing something is belief is having faith in a subject without having any evidence to back up that belief. That's why it's called a belief. That's why it's religious. Because you're not using evidence to back up your belief. You're using a feeling. You're using subjective evidence.
Well, listen, on the dictionary, what belief is saying is an acceptance that something exists or is true, and then it says especially one without proof. So it means that yes, a belief without but listen, a belief, right, can be without proof, but it can also be with proof. The core crux of it is that it's something that you accept as true or existing, right? That's the core of it. Whether there's evidence or not, the point is that you believe it, or that you accept it to be true and that it exists. That's the definition of belief, or the one that I use at least.
Well, let me ask him a question.
Hold on, let me clear that up, Kel. One sec. You can't believe something and know it. Yeah, you either know something or you believe it, but you can't believe
you can.
something.
Why not? No, they're not. They're not antonyms. No. So no, the verb in the dictionary says be aware of through observation, inquiry, or information. Okay, and then a belief is an acceptance that something exists or is true. So I don't see any reason why you can't both believe and know something to be true. They're very similar words in definition.
No, forget. It's a contradiction. If you know something to be true, no, let me finish. If you know something to be true, yeah, I don't believe I'm speaking to you now. I know I'm speaking to you now 100%, okay? There's no belief here. What are you
defining as belief?
So belief is, well, as explained to you several times, is a faith. Okay, it's a faith.
That's what your definition of belief is. Okay, we can use that one. But the one in the dictionary is different.
Everybody has the same understanding here.
No, that is wrong.
To know something is to have some sort of direct experience. Okay, where you know 100%. Right? I know 100% I'm talking to you now, Dec, and I can't believe it because I know it. You can't hold both positions at the same time.
You can. I don't know why you think you can't, but if you look at the definitions of the exact words and their meanings, they're not contradictory in nature. They just aren't. You can look at the words and see for yourself, they're not contradictory. If you want to make your own definition, then they might very well be contradictory. But in my mind and in the English dictionary's mind, that I can both believe and know something. Right?
No, you're even quoting the dictionary wrong. To have a knowing is not the same as a belief, and if you think that it is, then you need to scratch up a little bit. You need to, tighten up a little bit with your definitions.
I'm reading them to you right now. How much more scratched up can I be? Okay. I mean,
you're holding a contradictory position, okay? To have a belief is a faith. To have a faith, is not to know something, it is to believe, okay? But to know something includes direct experience of some sort. Hence why we do not like to believe that the stars are anything more than what we can see they are as lights in the sky. You believe that they are something else, but we know you can't prove that. So there is a difference, and science is a good marker for this, because when you've got a method, like the scientific method, that can take you from belief, i.e. a hypothesis, to knowing. And this is the main difference between you and us here. We understand you can know something, and science does prove things. You seem to think it's every opinion for themselves. And that's not how we work here.
That's not what I'm saying, and that's fine if we can hold different beliefs. That's not a reason to arc up, right? That's cool. If that's the way you do things here, fair enough. and I'm happy to adopt your personal definition of belief and know. Then, in that case,
Not a
in my
personal
eyes,
definition. It's not a personal
It's-
definition.
if it's not, if it's not, if it's not
personal
in,
definition.
bro, the actual dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, is different to
Yes,
what you're
makes
saying
a
the word
distinction.
means. Therefore,
Yes, the Oxford
it's a different
Dictionary
definition.
Makes a distinction between the word belief and the word knowledge. Otherwise, we wouldn't have two separate words to detail the difference.
It makes a distinction between grab and hold. It doesn't mean that they mean different things necessarily. They're just two different words.
So are they synonymous? Are they synonymous?
They can be depending on how you use it. Personally,
okay,
I've
so
been
it's the
using it
context.
quite synonymously.
So
It
we're
is
talking about
contextual for
context?
sure. Yeah, it is contextual for
Right.
sure. So, but obviously, in this context, we are separating belief in terms of like something without evidence. So that's
right.
If that's what we want to accept as the definition of belief, then I'll say I don't actually believe the Earth is round. Then I know.
So that can.
in that case.
So it's not a personal definition. So it's not our personal definition, correct? It's in that context that it's being used, right?
Well, yeah,
Because
it's
it can
the
be
contextual
right?
definition
it's built to be
of
used
this.
in that context. It's built to be used in that context.
No,
Just the most important thing is that we
it's
can
not
come
built to be used in any context. It just is. But what did you say? Sorry, Flying.
As long as we can come to an agreement how he sees the word, that's all that matters. If he can say
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
you
So
know,
I'm happy to accept that. I'll use belief now to mean without evidence. Okay, so in that case, or at least believe. I mean, for me personally, when I say I believe something, what I mean is that like when I talk honestly and what I truly think is reality, that's what I mean by believe. So like when I say I believe my hair is blonde, what I mean is my true actual, my best to my knowledge ability to describe the world, I believe it's blonde. And in the same way, I believe the Earth is
Well, that would be something that's based
sphere.
on experience,
But
right?
but
And
it
something
sounds like
you
would.
can verify. That's something that's verifiable.
No, he's still using.
We can go. Listen. I'm just talking about definitions right now. We don't have to go into verification all that. But point being is that what I use belief meaning as in I know it and feel it and accept it to be true in my mind. I act as if this fact is true. That's what I mean by belief. So when I say that, I mean I believe the Earth is round. But if we're talking about know in terms of having evidence
where's
that
the
you
evidence?
personally feel is
Where's
enough
the evidence which supports your belief of having knowledge that the Earth is round?
Why do you believe the Earth is round?
Many reasons, right?
Okay,
I mean, the fact that
one.
Fallacies
name
is
a
the reason.
single one. I'm sure you can pick to holes any single one I use, right? Using your own methodology. But if I can just throw out like a number of them, right? So like, obviously we have pictures and satellite observations. They get pretty iffy and, you know, could all be graphical, whatever. We have like mathematical observations. We have observations of different planetary objects using telescopes that are purely mechanical. There's no electronic
we can do for ourselves? What is that? We're looking for something that we can do ourselves to verify it for ourselves.
Okay, I mean, to me, and your burden of proof may be different, for better or worse, but to me, if I can go out, buy a telescope that's purely mechanical, doesn't have any electronic things that could maybe affect the image and generate things, right, that aren't there, whatever. If I can buy a telescope, point it at a different planet, and see that it acts as if it's a sphere, it spins, its face changes.
Whoa, slow down. Why are we looking at the sky? We're trying to determine the surface quality of what we're living on.
Yeah. So a good way to determine things that aren't directly observable, right, in terms of scale and things like this, is to look at similar objects and then extrapolate that information. Obviously, you don't.
So
you don't want to do it.
Is looks like a good enough standard for you?
Not usually, but looks like flat seems to be a good enough standard for you guys. So I'm using that one. But if that's
let's just clear this up. Let's just clear this up before we go any further, okay? You seem to think that we have our own personal definitions for stuff, okay? We have scientific
Everyone
method,
does.
okay? No, listen, no, this is where you're wrong, right? We have something called the scientific method, okay?
We do.
Yeah. Now that differentiates that will help you to find the cause to phenomena, okay? So we don't have to believe things, yeah? if it is if it happens in nature, if it's an observable phenomena, then we can use science. So we don't have to pre-assume, we don't have to we don't have to make assumptions or have beliefs. Yeah, we can take
Assumptions happen in science all the time. But sure.
No, if there are assumptions, right? If your conclusion if you're making assumptions, what you're doing is pseudoscience, which is fine.
No,
but what I'm telling
if your assumptions are too big for the conclusion, then yeah, fair enough. But like normal science makes assumptions all the time for the purpose of the experiment, for sure. Like you assume ideal conditions, you assume this.
You can't pre-assume a globe when the question is a globe. You can't pre-assume the planets are spheres.
That's fair enough. Yeah, that's fair.
When what is in question is the actual sphericity of the lights in the sky. So what I'm saying is you are jumping into these mistakes and you are scattergunning all over the place because you're not keeping it to the scientific standards. It is not our standards.
Okay,
it needs to be observable and repeatable within nature. We can call it science, and then it goes.
100%.
It leaves belief and enters the realm of knowing. And that's the difference.
Sure. So let's say that. Well, like let's create a hypothetical experiment in which we're using the scientific method to determine the shape of a light in the sky, and one that happens to cross very regularly and in the same way across our sky for hundreds of years.
You've made a mistake. How the hell are you going to be able to manipulate any independent variables in the sky? Listen, you can't do you can't do science on lights in the sky, which is why we will tell you again and again, the lights in the sky are no way to prove the ground that you're walking on.
Right.
Because there is no science involved here. This is all pseudoscience based on your assumptions, on your assumptions of what the lights in the sky are. The lights in the sky are not, you cannot do any science here. So just recognize that.
I will not recognize that because I completely disagree.
To the surface quality of what you're living on.
We haven't even drawn any conclusions to what we're living on at all. I'm just talking about...
You're pre-assuming the lights are planets. You're pre-assuming the lights are planets, and then you're comparing
I'm just
them to the
saying they're lights. Right. So far, I'm just saying I see some lights up in the sky. I want to know what they are. Are we good so far?
That's great and dandy, but that wasn't the question, man. The question was...
I'm getting there. I'll get there. Right?
Why do you believe that you were on a globe? That's the simple question. Why do you believe? What would you do? Your top three reasons why you believe you're on a globe. Keep it simple.
Because of, well, listen, everything I say, you're going to say it's not scientific, even though I believe it's scientific. And then you're going to ask, well, why do you believe it's scientific?
Well, hold on.
Say, well, I believe it's scientific as well.
You're assuming what we're going to do. We're giving
I'm making a very valid assumption because every time I've tried to do it thus far, you've done this. I doubt you're not going to do it this time. But
okay,
sure, I'll try.
I'll mute myself. I'll ask the question one more time, and I'm going to mute myself.
Okay,
why do you believe that you were on a globe? Your top three reasons.
So here's a big one, right? And I'm going to go on the planet thing, and if you'll let me finish, just so you can see my whole point in entirety, and then you can say where it falls down or where the fundamentals are wrong or whatever. But I believe that you can conduct scientific inquiry and observations on basically anything, right? You don't, I think your understanding of independent variable is a little confused, but my understanding is that there can be things in nature that as long as you measure a certain variable to be different at different times or whatever, then you can count that as an experiment where the independent variable is the thing that has changed, whether it be the sea level or the level of light or the angle of the sun in the sky or the wind speed, whatever the variable might be, right? As long as that variable that you're measuring is changing, then you can say, okay, that's my independent variable. And obviously this is going to have different things because depending on the environment, your controlled variables are going to be difficult to control, etc. But whatever, I digress. So let's say we can conduct scientific inquiry.
Yeah. Let's start with number one. Go ahead.
So scientific inquiry, I see a light in the sky, and I notice that it moves in the exact same way relative to all the other lights. They seem to stay the exact same position. This one moves. I go, what the hell? Moves in the same way. So then I build a device that can take in light and then magnify that image so I can look further. and I point at them and I go, oh shit, it's not just like a little tiny light generation. It's actually like what looks to be a circle in the sky that has colors and it has a shape and whatever. And then I build a better one, and then suddenly it's a lot more clearer. I can see detailed colors. I can see other circles cross in front of that, etc.
Can I ask
And I can now,
real quick?
if I can finish, and then you can ask at the end. And then after I do that, and I make lots of observations, detailed with my very detailed light magnifying device, I can then track the positions and see where they go relative to me all the time. And I plot these things out, and I notice they repeat every single year. Interesting. So then I look at these different things, understand how these movements can rectify against each other, and realize, oh, well, if they move relative to each other and we, again, assume some forces, which we're obviously going to assume, we can not assume anything, but we don't get very far in science if we don't assume anything at all. But if we assume that the forces acting on all these things are the same, and there's not just random things acting on random other things, which wouldn't make sense because there's patterns that we can clearly see, which usually indicates some kind of underlying common variable across them all, we develop some laws that these things tend to follow, etc.
Is what does anything in the sky have to do with the measurable, observable Earth that we're living on? What does anything have to do with? Like, it has nothing to do with Earth, man. We're trying to
so
we can make Earth is flat. How do you know it's round?
So we can make two assumptions. We can either make the assumption that the Earth is separate from the sky and the lights in the sky and everything. We can assume that they're separate, or we can make the assumption that they're a continuous kind of continuum and there's nothing really separating it, right? Those are both assumptions we can make, and those will lead us on two different paths.
We're not making assumptions here, my dude.
You always have to make an assumption. You always do. Yeah, it's inescapable.
You know what an assumption is? It's a hypothesis.
No, it's a fact taken to be true.
That's not a fact. When you assume something to be true, you're assuming without evidence. You know what that's called? That's called a hypothesis until you prove it with evidence.
That's not called a hypothesis. Is different from a belief. A hypothesis is an outline of what you think is going to happen that you haven't verified yet, right? So that's
you haven't verified that.
An assumption is something that you accept as true without question or proof. You have to do that as humans. You can't operate having 100% scientific inquiry and method over every single fact in your brain. It's not a thing that happens.
Let's simplify the conversation, please. Like, seriously.
Can you not follow or what?
Oh, I can follow pretty easily.
Then why do we need to simplify it?
Because that's not you're beating around the bush to the question that I asked, which was give us a reason or some type of measurable experiment or some type of anything, any reason that you believe that you're on a ball. Like, why do you believe you're on a ball? Give me the number 1, number 2, and number 3 reasons. It's very simple. There's got to be something there, right? There's so many things you can point to, but you're not pointing to one of them.
I've pointed to several, but I was currently pointing to the planet thing. Yeah. So the point is, you can make the assumption that either the Earth is separated from the sky and the heavens and the lights, or you can assume they're continuous. If you make the assumption that they're continuous, which I'm going to do, then we assume that the Earth is probably very similar to other things that we see outside. It makes no sense to assume that the Earth has a completely separate set of laws and rules. And
why?
Listen, I'll tell you why, instead of just repeating it. When we talk about rules and like laws of nature in science, the point of them is that they are continuous, they act on everything without discrimination. So the idea that the Earth would somehow be different and above or separate from all the rest of the laws that govern everything else we observe,
that's what you observe.
To me, doesn't make any sense.
But that's what you observe. That's what you experience.
It isn't what I observe, not at all.
Yeah, it is. It is what you observe and experience. You do not see a similarity.
The observance of it being flat?
Yeah, you don't see any observable similarities.
Sure, I do.
It's it's illogical.
Show me a tree on Mars.
Okay, there's no trees on Mars. Good one. You got me.
Okay, well, what's
They have rocks. They have forces that
You don't see that. You do not. No, you don't. You don't observe that. You don't observe that.
Yeah, I can look with my telescope, see moons
And not
rotating
see
around
rocks.
and
And
around
you do
around
not
Mars.
see rocks. You do not see rocks.
You do not see rotation.
Hey, dude, when
You can see
look
the
in
movement
your,
of objects on there.
When you look,
Okay.
when you look in your telescope at Mars, what do you see?
Your
I've got
red
one. So
planet.
don't lie to me.
A red planet. Okay.
Red planet. So do you see rocks?
My telescope isn't quite that good.
So you just said you see rocks when you look at Mars. T-Dub said,
Rock.
what do you observe? And you said rocks.
Okay,
Where
well,
are the rocks?
let me be more specific. I don't observe any rocks with my telescope. You're right.
See
I
a
observe
red light in the sky, yeah?
observe
Be
a
honest,
circle.
I've got one. I've got a telescope.
Okay, our telescopes might be
telescope too.
different.
What do
Sure,
you see in the
cool,
sky?
man.
A red light, correct?
Red object. It's definitely very objective in my telescope.
Okay, so is that object spherical?
It sure looks like a circle.
It looks like a circle.
A circle.
Great.
Right.
But sure. But I don't really encounter many. I don't encounter many objects in my day to day that is a 2D plane. Doesn't happen very often unless it's like
2D
paper
doesn't
or
exist,
something like
mate. Get
this.
into reality. 2D does not exist. All right?
Yeah, 100% agree. Yeah, I agree.
Great. So why are you bringing up 2D?
Well, it was more colloquial. I was saying it like it's more flat than it is deep, but we can.
Okay.
Sure,
so
it's
you look up
3D,
in
but
the
its depth dimension
in
is
the
much,
sky,
much,
you
much,
see
much
a
smaller than its length and width.
see a red
Is what I
light?
meant.
You look up in the sky, you see a red light, and it looks like a circle.
And
A red circular object, 3D object.
How do you know it's 3D? You're looking through a uni lens.
right.
Wouldn't you just have a fucking rage that everything is 3D and there's no such thing as 2D?
No. Yes.
Yeah,
How do you
but
know it's
2D
3D? Yeah.
Yeah, so if I'm looking at something, right, then
Telescope.
I know it exists in three dimensional.
But
Three
you don't know
dimensions.
it's physical, do you?
I'm looking at it.
Yep. How do you know that's something you can land on?
I don't yet.
Okay.
Okay. So why are you saying it's got rocks on it?
Progress. This is great progress.
Okay, I will rescind the rock comment. We don't know enough about
Okay.
Mars with our
So-
telescope yet to understand the rocks. Sure.
Everything-
or lack thereof.
Okay.
Everything that you see in space is from a third-hand party that you cannot get any evidence by yourself to confirm.
Are you
that
you're
any of
assuming
these
stuff?
things
I've got my
exist.
telescope and I can see it, right? I know
You
it's
see
there.
a red light. That's what you see. A red.
Exactly. You just
light.
admitted it.
Red, not a light. It's not a light anymore. If it's a light with my naked eye, it's a point, right? With a telescope, it
Well, it
is
does
a
look like a
thing
light.
that has dimensions
Bro.
and is circular. It does have light
Can't
reflecting
see
off of it,
dimensions.
obviously.
Are you talking about three
Of
dimensions?
course, you can
can't-
see.
You can't see
I can see-
dimensions with a telescope.
Right.
Yes, you can. You can see two of them.
One lens.
It's one lens. Yeah.
What, you're seeing one dimension with a telescope?
So check it out.
Close
When
your
you
eye. Close
when you
your
wear-
eye. Close one eye.
yeah,
Can you
close
see
one
three
eye.
dimensions with one eye.
No, I see two dimensions. Is what I'm saying. I see two dimensions in a telescope.
That's not what you said.
That is exactly what I said. If you listened
No, it's
instead
not
of
what you
just
said.
raging over. me, you would have heard that I said I can see
I'm not
dimensions
stupid,
in a
man.
telescope.
Otherwise
I can
wouldn't
see
be
two of them.
arguing that
I'm
you
not
said
calling you
it's
stupid.
dimensions.
I'm saying you misheard me
I
because
said
you were
I'm
talking
not
over me.
stupid. I said I'm not stupid.
Sure, and you only said I'm not stupid because you assumed that I'm assuming you're stupid. I'm not, right?
Okay. Let's
Oh,
back
this
up a
is- that's
second.
fucking
Yes, let's
childish.
please back up because he's very aggressive. And I don't know why.
Yeah, I am.
I mean-
because you're a fucking moron the whole time.
Oh, you're assuming I'm stupid now.
the whole
Listen,
time.
dude, just chill out.
All right, Deck.
Fucking
All right.
Yeah,
go back.
Beasticles.
whole time.
Beasticles or Beasticles?
Well, whatever you prefer, man. It's okay.
Beasticles is a traditional Greek pronunciation, and it sounds
Sure.
cooler. I'll go with that.
Thanks. Let's get back to the conversation at hand real quick, man. And it's still the
Deck, I
conversation.
just muted you, right? So I'm just going to give you a warning. The whole time I've been listening, making dinner, and all as you've done is begged the question and brought up fallacies. All right? You've got no proof of anything, and you can't prove anything that you're saying. So who's the moron?
Well,
there you go.
Yeah.
The moron is the person that forcefully mutes people that they disagree with, I would say, but that's just me.
But did you listen to what I actually said, though?
I
Are
did.
you going to
I
bring
did.
any evidence to the table or not?
I mean,
I've been
he's not
trying
wrong,
to. You
Deck.
just keep getting angry. I'm
Go.
trying my
Where's
best.
the evidence that you can confirm that you live on a ball? Go
That's
for
that's
it.
all we're asking from you, brother. Where's
Yeah, I know.
the
I'm
evidence?
trying. I know you try to
Where's
stick
the
on his side, Beasticles, but I think you should probably distance yourself from this
what I
debate
know
guru
to
over
be
here.
true?
No. From old mate over here. And just because you believe the
Okay,
same thing
am
doesn't
I-
mean you have to
am
be
I wrong?
buddies. But yeah, sure.
Am I wrong, though?
He's
Am I wrong?
not wrong. He may have a curt way of saying it, but he's not
I
wrong.
have no doubt that you think I'm wrong.
Am I
No.
wrong?
That's not what the question was. Was he wrong about the statement that he said when he had you muted, where he said you brought
I've come in
no
here, I've brought in
proofs?
conjecture, no proof. Yeah, I
Okay.
understand that he sees none of that as proof. I see it as proof. Two different things.
No
That's
proof.
fine.
There isn't
What
any
proof,
proof.
bro?
No,
You
Deck,
admitted
Deck.
earlier that it was all belief, and what proof are you
Yes.
talking about, bro?
Right.
We've got you
are
on
slow or
recorded.
something, man?
Yeah. And listen, Deck, we're just trying to demonstrate to you that everything that you're saying is a belief, right? And that there is
I've agreed to that.
But listen, the logical position is to understand that there is no motion, there is no curvature, right? That is that is the logical position. So the burden of
I
proof
would disagree.
be no, it is, because all of your senses will tell you we are not.
And I would
moving,
disagree.
we are
That's
not-
okay.
No,
Okay, let her finish, let her finish.
You're wrong.
What are you
You're wrong.
disagreeing about, though? What are you disagreeing about?
I'm disagreeing that it's the logical position to assume there is no curvature and no
I'm
movement.
assuming.
That's what I'm disagreeing
Okay, so
with.
go. Where is it? Where is it then?
So I think the most logical position, right, is that the Earth is not any different to anything else that we can look at. That's my
illogical.
position.
That's
I don't think that's illogical.
It is
Your
illogical.
pre-assumption-
I think I feel
Your
like it's more
pre-assumption of
logical.
science-
So listen, you have to
Okay, so
assume either the Earth
so you
is
walk
different to everything else, or the Earth is the same
What do you mean
as everything else.
You don't even know that those things up there are physical. All right, so you do this. You walk outside, right? You walk to the beach, right? You look out. It looks flat.
It looks flat.
And it
Right.
Yeah,
feels
it does.
stationary.
right.
Yeah? So, you
I'm going to
think
quote
that
you
it's
from earlier.
flat.
Is it now the scientific method that when things
Go on.
look the way that's sufficient?
No. Well, that doesn't matter. I can give you laser tests if you want, but like
Yeah,
what,
we have.
what I'm
in a good
saying
way,
is,
Timbo.
okay.
If you,
What's that, mate?
I can put this in a different way that he might understand. Would be that when you're a child, if you were never taught that you were living on a spinning space ball, when you walked outside, you would never have made that assumption on your own.
Right.
You
That's
only
fair.
make that
Yeah, that's
assumption
true.
because you're told.
Right.
That's why
Okay.
it's the logical position.
Yeah, that's why it's logical. Yeah. So you'd need
I
some
mean,
really good evidence.
to be fully
Hey.
clear, every position you come to is
No.
logical in the sense that you're going to have a reason for believing everything you do. But,
Hey, mate.
yeah.
So, him saying that, how do you come to the conclusion that you live on a ball?
Right.
Because
Well,
everything outside tells you that it's flat and stationary.
Okay, so I don't think that, like,
Avoid the
saying, well,
question, man. Just
I'm
answer.
answering your
I heard
question,
you.
dude, if you give me a
Yeah.
bit, all right?
He asked you 20 minutes ago to give you 3 best reasons, and you went off into space.
You keep monologuing, dude. So hold on.
I'll
He just
monologue
asked
all
me.
No.
So he's put it. Listen, he's put it in a different way, and he said that how
Right.
come, as a child, you would never have thought that the Earth is a sphere when you would take your own observations in and go, "Oh, it's flat." I've got no reason to believe otherwise, right? He just
Right.
asked me that.
That's a great. Yeah.
Sure. In the
Right.
same way, a child will look at a phone and assume it's magic. A child will look at a TV,
you can
assume
touch
that
that phone.
screens just play stuff. But the point is that a child does
phone,
not
man.
have the capacity with their senses that they're naturally born with to understand a lot of what goes on around them. You need to have a base of
Yes.
knowledge that people can
you're
build up
monologuing
over
now.
time and learn,
Monologuing.
so that
But that's
yeah,
not the
I'm
point.
answering
When
the
you are-
question.
Wait,
Not
wait,
No, no,
wait.
answering
hang on.
the
But the point
question.
is,
Started
the point
talking
is
about a
that when
phone.
the point is that when you grew up from a child and you were an adult, you would still be looking out over the flat earth and not assuming that you're on a spinning ball. The
Right.
only
Yeah.
reason you've got that assumption is because you've been told that. So you're believing what the authorities tell us to be true.
Yeah, sure. You can look at it that way.
Belief.
Okay,
An
I have a
alternative.
question now. Wait,
But
I got a
listen,
question.
what you're saying about that is true for any kind of knowledge that is like multi-generational, right? Like if I was a child and no one taught me how to make fire, I would grow to an adult and assume fire just comes from lightning, right? But the thing is, I need to be taught that from someone that's figured it
No,
and then you
that's not true
extrapolate that
because
for
that's not
2,000 years, and suddenly you can't
Sorry,
only
mate.
make fire, you can also make
No.
phones, you can make laptops, and you can make rockets, and you can
Sorry,
look into
mate,
space.
but-
Deck,
Right.
let me throw you a bone
Flat
real quick,
is
man.
an observation, man.
Burn me, man,
It's an
burn me.
observation.
I'm gonna throw you a bone because
Yeah.
you're almost there. And what I mean by almost there, I'm saying like,
Nowhere near it.
well, the thing is,
I won't be offended by the deliberate talking down, but sure, I'm almost there. Help me along.
what you said earlier, right?
Yeah.
Or what AJ said earlier about if you were a child, or all the way up to an adult, if you've never been told you were on a spinning ball, right?
Mhm.
Then you would trust your senses. Your natural senses tell you that it's flat, there is no curvature. So that means that your only reason for believing that the earth is round is from authoritative sources. Now, having that in mind, do you agree with that, right? It comes from authoritative
Yeah.
sources. Okay.
Authoritative in the sense of like the
Scientific,
institutional, a lot of
whatever.
people.
Someone
yeah,
that
okay.
has
Not in the sense of they're
authority.
enforcing the
Shape-
belief,
shape's
like
not
at
scientific,
threat of
so-
violence or something.
Now, my
Shape's
question
not
for you,
scientific, so
yeah, but
Kimbo, just like let Beasticles go for it this time.
I'm just reiterating that shape is not scientific.
So my question for you, Deck, is
Yeah.
have you ever felt that authority figures, such scientists, anybody with credentials, has ever lied to you personally? Have you felt like someone was lying? A politician, president,
Lied?
anybody?
Yes, and
The
also
last 3
mistakenly
years,
told me something that they believed to be true but is actually wrong. Both of those things have happened from authority figures, 100%.
Okay. Now, knowing that, and knowing that humans have the capacity to lie and deceive for their own ends, right?
Yes. Man is evil.
Why do you trust these authoritative figures, right, so wholeheartedly as like a religious belief that you're willing to deny the science about observable, measurable phenomenon and go with the authoritative narrative? When you know that they lied to you, you've seen it. Have you ever thought about that? Like, what if they are actually lying to you?
Of course I have, and I'm sure they lie about a bunch of shit. There's probably aliens, there's probably fucking this and that, God knows what else, yeah.
So my next question is why would they tell you the truth about you being on a spinning ball? Like, why would that be true? Like, why do you believe that's true? If you know that the sources of information you're getting is capable of lying and probably has reason to lie because they don't want what's best for you. They want what's best for them.
Yeah,
Well,
okay,
the fact
but
is
like
that
what
they do
reason?
lie, because I think that everyone would agree that they tell you that the theory of gravity is science and that there's science behind this gravity. Would you agree with that?
There is a lot of science behind the idea of gravity for sure.
No, there's not.
Actually,
Well, there's a lot of
Okay, so
scientific
let's
papers behind it. If you
No, there's
count
not.
that as science, then yeah, but
Then
sure.
then let's go through that. Let's go through that.
Yeah, let's
then,
go through that for real.
because, we can show 100%. that it's not science. So, can you define science? What is the definition of science?
All right, let me get a proper one up.
He's gonna
Natural
Google
science.
real
We're
quick.
looking at natural science
Why
because
do you
we're
need
looking
to
at the
Google it?
world.
The science definition: the systematic study of the structure and behavior of the physical and natural world through observation, experimentation, and the testing of theories against the evidence obtained. Are we happy with that?
Beautiful.
Well done.
It's
The
actually,
dictionary
it's
does
actually
very
incorrect.
well. Yeah.
Let's
It's at
have a
the
look at
last
the
It's actually not
scientific
correct from
method.
someone.
Hang
Okay,
on.
dude. Anyway,
Can you
AJ,
guys
go.
can everyone let
Talking over
AJ
you.
take
Wait.
this?
Hold up.
Can you let
Wait
AJ
a
take
second,
this?
though. Can we just wait? Wait, I just want to clarify one thing, that the last statement in that definition is incorrect.
And the testing of
Okay,
theories against the
elaborate.
evidence obtained, you're saying that's wrong?
Yeah, it stops at observation and experiment. That's where it stops.
No,
Well,
that's
it doesn't. Not according to the Oxford Dictionary. I don't know if you're a
Yeah,
much
the Oxford
better
Dictionary
source
is
than
wrong.
Yeah,
A theory,
Ooh.
a
why don't you
theory
look up
is
the
T-Dub
developed.
has-
scientific?
A
T-Dub's
scientific theory is
fucking made his
developed.
decision.
A scientific theory is developed after experimentation.
Yeah, but a scientific theory is inclusive of science as a whole, and scientific theories need to be tested against evidence. No?
No such thing as science as a whole.
okay. We're going off track
Okay,
anyway.
sure.
Let's
Yeah,
do
we're
the
going off
Yeah, we
scientific
track.
are.
method.
Anyway, we
Let's keep the
agree
narrative.
on the science. Most of us do, at least, on the definition of science. Sure.
Go ahead, AJ.
So then, what's the scientific method, and what are the dependent and independent variables?
Okay, going back to year 8 science. Let's get it.
Yep.
So the process in the scientific method, this is from Wikipedia at least, involves making conjectures or hypotheses, hypothetical explanations around your observations and what you observe in nature, getting predictions from that hypotheses, and then testing them against evidence and empirical measurements that you can make.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And then we also have to have the dependent and independent variables as well.
Sure, that's inclusive
And
within the
control.
experimentation, for sure.
Control variables and the null
Okay, so
hypothesis.
the first issue that I would have is that with the dependent and independent variables, you have to manipulate gravity itself. You have to manipulate the cause, not the effect. So can you show anywhere where someone has actually manipulated the cause, gravity, and not the effect?
So there's no stipulation that you have to change. Well, I mean, sorry. So you're saying that you have to manipulate gravity itself in order to test gravity.
Right.
That's how you would establish that it is
Correct.
the cause of an effect that you've observed in nature.
Right.
So that's the first
Right.
point.
Okay.
And then the second
Right.
point, it's the study of the physical and naturally occurring world. So when we have a look at gravity, gravity was proposed in Einstein's relativity in 1905. And then we have, I forget the guy's name, but something Fritz came in about 1930 and showed that what Einstein had proposed
I
was
don't think
99%
Einstein wasn't it Newton that invented gravity? His whole apple on the head.
No, it's not actually Newton today. It's actually Einsteinian gravity that's actually accepted, which is the bending and
And,
warping.
oh
of
yes, I
space-time.
mean obviously Einsteinian gravity is slightly different to Newtonian gravity, but
So
Newton came up
what
with the
I'm
idea of
saying
gravity
is-
in the first place.
Okay, so
Do you know the
Einstein, when
difference?
he came up with his theory
Yeah, I
of
do.
relativity,
What's the
when
difference?
Einstein came up with the
One is to do with space-time continuum, etc., but
Tell me
the
what-
other one is just to do with methods and stuff. Everyone can tell everyone what to do. Don't get offended. Grow up. AJ, keep going.
Okay, so I just lost my train of thought then.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're studying the physical and natural world. So Einstein's relativity was about 1905, and I think it was a dude named Fritz in 1930 that actually showed that Einstein was about 99% incorrect, that the gravity or the whatever he had proposed could not actually hold that universe in place for what it was doing. So this is where they then proposed, instead of throwing that theory out, they've proposed dark matter and dark energy, which now make up 95% of our universe. Now, dark energy and dark matter cannot be seen, cannot be detected. They admit they know very little about it. So how, again, is gravity scientific when, one, there is no independent and dependent variables, but two, there's nothing physical to actually study. You're studying a belief to make gravity work, right? And then thirdly to that, there's another part to that as well, but is that it's the bending and warping of space-time. And again, science is the physical. The space and time is a concept. Time is not physical. So you can't bend a concept.
Time is physical. It's the fourth physical dimension.
No, it's not. It's
physical.
a concept. It's not
Physical
tangible,
means
not-
physics, means
not
to do with
malleable.
physics. Time is definitely within the realm of
Well,
physics.
regardless of whether you believe that or not, we have no dependent and independent variables, and we have dark matter making up 95% of the universe that cannot be seen, cannot be detected, doesn't interact with anything, and we know that science, the definition of science, is observing the physical manifested and natural. So therefore, there is no possible way that there is science behind gravity. You have an agreed upon average of the rate that things fall, and then it's begged the question of what causes it.
And affirm the
I
concept.
see. I mean, if I can respond to that, I understand that you've recognized the fact that throughout scientific history, if you want to call it that there have been multiple revisions and changes and additions to the understanding of how natural laws work. And so when Newton first came up with gravity, of course he got some shit wrong, because he was the first guy to even think about the fact that maybe objects that have mass attract other things with mass, right? It's pretty, novel idea, sure. So then he got
shit up.
Pardon me?
Now you're just making shit up. Can you answer what he actually addressed?
Dude, listen, just because you can't understand what I'm saying doesn't mean I'm not making sense.
Answer what he addressed.
Dude, he spoke for like 10 minutes.
Is it science according to science? Or
AJ,
is
you
it
don't have
not
to get
science?
angry with dickhead over here.
I'm not getting angry. I'm just asking the question. Is it science or is it pseudoscience? Because according to the definition of science and the scientific method, it has nothing to do with science.
I don't think that's quite true. So listen, obviously science is built to revise itself. People will get things wrong, and the point is that using the scientific method...
Just give a valid hypothesis for gravity.
Oh, just give it, like I'm a fucking physicist that's like experimental and theoretical.
So, should know it.
Your belief.
Dude, I can trust someone that has more expertise than myself that they have something right.
Why?
But you were just explaining.
Right? Because I can't...
You can't do it.
Unless I want to live and forage and build everything myself, build my own phone, build my everything, I have to be able to trust other people with different jobs and roles that I don't have the time.
What are you trusting? What are you trusting? What are you trusting? What is it you're trusting?
I'm trusting individual people's ability to understand things that I don't, and then
So what is it that they did? What is it that they did that you are trusting?
Various scientific experiments.
Various.
Like what?
Dude, like thousands and thousands of scientific papers, not only by just Einstein.
You don't even know what you're trusting in. You just have a blind faith.
Like Einstein's general theory of relativity and special theory of relativity. That's two names of papers.
Define it.
Define it? Define a scientific paper?
Yeah, define the theory of relativity.
The theory of general relativity is like a multiple 100-page document about the science. Like it's very complicated.
You don't know it.
That's the point of it.
Right.
I'm not saying I know the entire paper word for word off by heart. Of course I don't know it, and it's ridiculous that you would think that I would, right? But there are scientists in the field of physics who have studied this for decades.
Believe this shit. Who have said, trust us, we've read it, we understand it, you don't. That's okay, just believe us.
Yeah, just
okay. And you don't believe them, and I do. That's we can
think it's ever
be different.
been proven?
You don't have to get angry about it.
It's
Do you
not
think it's ever been
What I'd
proven?
like to do is just rewind a little bit because you've
Sure.
said that you don't agree that
Yeah, go
it's
AJ.
not
Sorry, mate.
science, but we have just
Yeah, I
gone
keep
over
getting
the
distracted
science.
from these guys jumping in. Sorry, it wasn't meant to be between you and I.
No, but we have just gone over the definition of science and the scientific method, and then we can
Yep,
clearly
yep.
see that it's not manifest. So in that case, and we can't use
Well,
the
no.
independent.
So let me
variables. So how
let
do
me
you
respond what I
believe-
was
Hang on.
trying to respond.
How do you
Okay.
believe that is science?
Sure. So let me try and respond what I was saying before. So yeah, you outlined Newton and then this other guy, Fritz. I think Einstein's middle name is Fritz, but I don't know if it's a different guy. Newton, Einstein, fucking Kepler, Hubble, whatever, dark energy, etc. But this is a building over multiple decades of understanding. But what you miss is that from Newton, when he first thought about this idea of gravity and mass and stuff, and came up with his not calculations, were they formulas for calculating different accelerations and movement of different stuff. That worked to a large degree. And people would go, oh my God, these calculations actually predict things and they can, like, they work. So then they use them for a while and they build a bunch of machinery and technology and stuff that work until they go, hold on, this one's not working anymore. This should work, but it's not. And so then someone has to go, well, listen, it's worked up until this point. Why isn't it fully explaining it? And so then they change it a bit and they come up with different ideas to explain more and more things.
Theory of relativity to them making shit.
We need to go right back to where you began because, again, you said, this science is continuing on. It's growing. They're growing in knowledge. It's progressive, yeah? But the problem is from the beginning, from the scientific definition and from the scientific method, we can clear that it's not even science to begin with. So whatever they're assuming or whatever they're doing still has nothing to do with science, regardless of what they're progressing with. It's not physical. Yeah, it can't be seen. Therefore, it's not science. There is no dependent and independent variables. So therefore, it does not meet the definition of science. So from the beginning.
What do you mean? What exactly doesn't have a dependent and independent variable? Because if you haven't read the actual Principia Mathematica and the actual scientific papers, you're not going to be able to see any experiments and see which ones have variables and not.
Manipulated gravity. How
read it and tell me. But if you're just arguing from ignorance, it doesn't really.
Hold on, Deck. Hold on. Time out. Read it and answer it for me. Right? That's what you just said to AJ? We know this shit, dude. We know...
You don't, clearly, or you wouldn't ask me.
We know what's true. No, man. Listen, you're the one that's coming in here with your belief about the globe, about you living on a ball. That's your belief, not ours.
Sure, we're talking about gravity right now, right?
Yes, but do you understand how you're proceeding with this conversation?
Well, listen, my point being is that you're asking me, there's no independent variable, there's no dependent variable. I'm telling you, if you look in the scientific paper, you will find the experiment and you will see all these things.
You'll find no
listed,
hypothesis.
Right?
There's no hypothesis.
You'll find no hypothesis.
Yeah.
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Why do you say that?
Because you need it for science. Science. People wouldn't accept it as a valid paper if there is no hypothesis, if there is no independent variable, there's no dependent variable. You can laugh. That's how. Okay.
Have you ever been in a
situation?
situation?
Who has manipulated? None of these papers show us that. None of these papers show us that they have manipulated the cause. No one has.
None of them are claiming that they manipulated the cause. You're dead right.
That's right. So therefore, if they can't manipulate the cause, there's no independent variable.
You don't understand independent variables, unfortunately.
You don't understand it.
Unfortunately, you don't understand it, and you making that claim means absolutely nothing. Jump on the internet, go and have a Google, and find out whether it's the cause or effect that you have to manipulate.
Okay, well, I'll do it.
Good. Man, eighth
Well, an
grade.
independent variable is a variable you manipulate, control, or vary in an experimental study to explore its effects. Yeah?
And are you varying or manipulating the cause or the effect?
So, listen, the effect is gravity. The
effect is things go down. That's it.
That's a different experiment. Our experiment is what causes gravity.
Is things go down.
Listen,
just
hear me out here. If you want to experiment on this mysterious force that makes things go down, right?
You're making it up.
You can hypothesize in your hypothesis that what causes this force is the mass of the objects. Yeah?
Wait, what force?
No,
what
you
force?
can't. What's the observed phenomenon?
Gravity is a force.
The observed phenomenon is there is a force that is making things fall down. Yes or no?
Where?
So
What force?
you're saying the observed phenomenon is things go down. That's it?
The observed phenomenon is I dropped a pen and I observed the pen go down and fall to the ground. Now,
without any external object acting on it is important. So it seems like it's just done it on its own, right?
Oh,
You're already causing that. You're already calling this gravity, but you're trying to prove gravity.
Yeah, you're already assuming there's a force behind it.
No, so listen, we understood that forces exist before we even thought about gravity, right?
No, Deck.
We don't have to say it is. What we're saying is that forces exist that make things move. And we understand that if something is...
two separate issues. Hang on. Now you're conflating two separate issues because gravity today is not a force. It's the bending and warping of space-time. So if we're discussing gravity, then we're not discussing a force. So there's no point in bringing up.
We're discussing what Newton thought gravity was, are we not?
But we're in Einstein.
We're talking about Einsteinian.
Yeah.
I thought we hadn't even got to Einstein yet. We're still talking about Newtonian. You said go back to the very start. I thought that's where we were starting from.
Newtonian gravity was thrown out the window.
Okay, well, listen, the cause of whatever we want to call gravity, whether it's a force, whether it's a bending of space-time itself, whatever you want to say it, the cause of that phenomenon.
We haven't established that to exist.
Can we establish... Okay, well, listen, so let me get it straight. What you're saying is the initial...
Let's make it real
Can
simple.
I try and make it more simple so that you can say yes or no if I'm right?
Whoa, Deck, let him talk.
Okay, go for it.
No,
Pen.
We'll make it real simple. I'm holding my pen. I drop it, it goes to the floor.
Then go down.
You've now observed something. So from that point now, what do?
We investigate how other things move when they're dropped, I would say, is a good starting point.
They all go down. Great.
Hold on. I see what AJ is trying to say.
Yep,
AJ is
they
saying
all go down.
We observe and see the effect, and what we're trying to figure out is the cause. That's what gravity is. It's a hypothesis, a theory about the cause that's never been proven.
Okay, sure. So we're trying to find the cause of why things go down.
Correct.
Yep, not all things
cool.
go down though.
So here's what happens. You drop it and you go, oh, it goes down. So then you go, I'm going to drop it from slightly higher up. And then you notice, oh, as it falls, the longer it falls for, it goes faster. Right?
Okay,
interesting.
I dropped a helium balloon.
Yeah, it goes up.
Okay, sure. So it goes faster up until a point. It goes faster up until a point. And it rises quite linearly, and then it kind of plateaus. And you're like, okay, interesting. That's a weird phenomenon. So then you test other things. You test different shapes of objects, and you go, okay, things with a wider surface area fall slower, and they. Yeah, we're fucking getting there. Just chill out. So then you go, okay, obviously air is like getting in the way of this thing. So now we'll do it in a vacuum chamber. We'll suck all the air out, and now we'll drop stuff there. We'll get air out of the equation. And now we notice without air, things just speed up indefinitely.
Gas in a vacuum chamber.
We've just missed a shit ton of steps here. We're starting here at the beginning. So we've witnessed the occurrence.
So what is the next step after we witness the occurrence according to the scientific method?
Oh, we can write it down. I mean, we are skipping a few things, but you tell me what you would do then. Sure.
Check the live stream chat real quick. Just check it. Look at what Donato just put. What's the first part?
The picture, the scientific evidence of gravity thing.
Mm-hmm. What's A?
A sunset, apparently.
The naturally observed phenomenon. What we observe. What's B?
Yeah, he's observing a sunset. Aren't we?
No, don't
What's
worry
this got
about
to do with the pen?
No, don't worry about what's in yellow. Just look at the scientific method right there. A. What do? We observe.
Oh, okay, sure. So, observed phenomenon, hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable, physical test results. Okay.
Slow down. We're going step by step here. We observe
I was just reading it all out. Okay.
We observe something, right? What's the next step?
We hypothesize about why it happened.
Right. Then what's the next step?
Independent variable, we change something about what happened and see what that changes.
Right.
And then the dependent variable is what we're measuring to see.
The control.
No.
The
control is different.
Dependent variable is the thing you observed. The
the controlled is separate, is the things you're maintaining the same so that you can just change the independent variable so that you can observe the dependent variable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when has gravity been tested?
Okay, let's use the pen example, right? So natural observed phenomenon, pen drops.
Yeah, that's a man-made object. Let's try an apple from a tree.
Okay, apple, rock,
from a
sure.
Right.
You understand naturally just means things in nature. We're a part of nature. Everything we make is kind of natural.
Yeah, it means not man-made. It means not man-made.
No, it doesn't. That's not what it means.
Yes, it does. It means
not in science.
Man-made. Yeah,
No.
look up the definition. It means not man-made.
It can. You're thinking about like synthetic versus natural. That's fair, but
hang on. Natural science is the naturally occurring world. However, there are other divisions of science, but we're not looking at those. We're looking at the naturally occurring world.
yeah. So when you drop a man-made object and then something happens to that within the natural world, then the natural laws are underlying. Whatever, semantics. So natural observed phenomenon: a rock falls when it's dropped. The hypothesis: the heavier it feels in my hand, the faster it drops. Do we like that?
Yep.
Oh, I love it. Ooh.
Cool. All right. The thing that we want to change, the heaviness of the object
Your
I'm dropping.
hypothesis. No, sorry, I've got to stop you there. Your hypothesis must include your supposition of what's causing the thing to fall.
No, it doesn't. Absolutely not. It doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No.
Well, you don't have to, but I'd like to see how you then equate that to gravity at the end of this.
How could you possibly just come up with a cause for something you've only just observed? That comes way later. You have to do a bunch of experiments to figure out what you're actually observing first.
No, your hypothesis is the supposition of what's causing the effect.
No, you're wrong.
No, I'm right. That's why you have a dependent and independent variable.
No, it's not. The independent variable is to see how things change or how the results change when you change
the
things.
independent variable, when varied, is going to cause.
You don't need to know the cause. The assumption is that we can't know the cause until we get more info.
Guess the cause. You're trying to guess what the cause is.
That's
you're
what a
wrong.
hypothesis is. That's what a hypothesis is.
No, a hypothesis is just... Listen, we can get the definition of hypothesis again, but a hypothesis is just a prediction. It's a supposition or proposed...
the cause and effect relation.
I am wrong here. Apologies. Explanation made. I'm thinking prediction. I've gone into year 8 science mode. That's my bad. I'm sorry. A supposition or proposed explanation made on the basis of limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. Okay, fair enough. So without hypothesis of this, we could say... So our prediction, usually there's a prediction in here or somewhere as well, but
the pen is falling. I'm going to assume, my hypothesis is that the pen is going to fall out of my hand because the pen is heavier than air. That's going to be my hypothesis.
Okay, cool. So a density argument.
Right. Density and buoyancy. You don't need gravity to explain that. That's why things go up and why things go down. because of differences in density and buoyancy. It's that simple. Where does gravity come into play with that?
Well, I mean, you can't really separate buoyancy from downward forces. If there were no, if things didn't fall to the ground, then things wouldn't be buoyant.
If I drop
or differently buoyant.
Made of iron, if I drop an anvil made of iron in a vat of mercury, is it going to float or is it going to sink?
A good question. Is mercury denser than iron or no?
It will float. That's right.
Okay, it will float. Okay, cool.
Right.
But that is presupposing the idea that it will fall. And in this experiment, we don't want to do that, right?
Because of whatever object that you're testing, right? And whatever medium you're using to test that, basically, this is the hypothesis.
But this is circular. Do you understand? Because if we're talking about buoyancy in terms of, well, buoyancy happens because things fall, and the heavier the thing will fall more than the lighter thing. Sure, but that's presupposing the falling. If we're talking about why things fall, you can't bring buoyancy into it because buoyancy presupposes the falling.
Why do air bubbles float up? Why is it going against so-called gravity? Why do balloons...
It's a great question. I would say buoyancy difference in density. But again, that doesn't address the underlying problem with this, is that we can't use buoyancy to explain something falling because buoyancy itself inherently has things falling built into it.
So then let's continue on with this scientific method and show us where gravity then comes into play.
That's okay. Proof right there.
Sure. So, scientific hypothesis. There is a force that acts on the pen and its direction is down. Do we accept that or no? That could be a hypothesis, right?
Well, if that's your hypothesis, yeah, I suppose.
Cool. Okay. So let's make that my hypothesis. There is a force acting on the pen, makes it go down. And let's build into that hypothesis as well that the heavier the thing is, the more the force affects it, and the more it falls, right? We're cool with that?
Yeah. So okay. Weight is the cause? Is your proposed cause?
No, I'm just saying, so the hypothesis is that there is a force acting on the object, and that weight plays into the effect of that force, obviously. Like F equals ma type thing, force equals...
to have identified, so your independent variable is a force?
No, we haven't identified any variables yet. We're just doing the hypothesis.
You're supposed to be proposing the presumed cause, the supposed cause in your hypothesis.
Yeah, so the explanation is there is a force acting on the pen downwards.
Independent variable. So independent variable is force?
No, because we're not changing them.
But you have to, because you're proposing that's what's the cause of the effect that you've just witnessed. So now you need to manipulate that cause to see whether it is that.
But again, independent variable doesn't mean that you don't need to change the cause. You just need it's just a variable.
Correct. You're 100% incorrect, and everybody here listening knows you're 100% incorrect. You have to manipulate the cause, not the effect.
No. So listen, the point is that we don't know the... Listen. We don't know the cause, right, yet? In our process of A, B, C, D, we don't know the cause. We're hypothesizing the cause is a force that the pen is falling. Now, if we're just hypothesizing right now, we don't even know how to control the force. We don't even know if it necessarily exists. The point of the test is to test our hypothesis.
Then you don't have a viable hypothesis.
No. Just because we can't change the cause. No. Just because you can't change the cause in an experiment.
Well, what are you going to do?
Doesn't mean you can't change other things to explore whether or not that cause is still happening in the same way.
So you're going to affirm the consequent.
What does that mean, sorry? Affirm the consequent?
So you're going to do something else and then assert that there was an unknown, unvariable force behind it.
Like dark matter.
Well, that's our hypothesis, no?
No, but you can't declare something to be true based on an observation. You must test.
That's the point of a hypothesis.
Hold on, wait, Deck.
No, it's not.
The chat real quick. Donato's giving you some good stuff there. Just read that real quick, man. Just
The hypothesis should also contain a prediction about its verifiability. For example, if hypothesis is true, then 1 should happen when 2 is manipulated. Totally. First blank 1 is the dependent variable. First blank 1 should happen when. So the dependent variable, what you're measuring, depends on what you're doing in the second blank. And the second blank 2 is manipulated, is the independent variable. Totally. You manipulate it to get a reaction, 100%. Yeah, so nowhere in there does it say it has to be the cause. Nowhere in there does it say it has to be the cause.
Wait. How are you going to manipulate this so-called downward force that you're saying gravity is a downward? Oh, so then you don't have an experiment. You're not.
No, you're misreading what he's just linked. So the first blank is the dependent, what we're measuring. So in this case, we'll say our hypothesis is there is a force acting on the pen or on the object, let's say, on the rock. And if I use a bigger rock, it will fall faster. Let's say.
Identify the force. Identify the force.
Yeah.
We don't know why?
Because that is your supposed cause. That's your supposition. That's your supposition of what's causing the effect.
If you've never understood this thing before, you've just seen something fall for the first time, and you have no idea why. How could you possibly identify the force? You need to be able to
Why are you so gung ho on gravity? Exactly. Like, why are you so hardcore believing in gravity when
we haven't even made up the term gravity yet? You understand? I'm like putting myself in the mindset of someone who doesn't know anything about or any like theory, wasn't taught anything in school, whatever. We're just assuming
we're
that.
Dumb? You're saying we're uneducated?
No, we're assuming we're uneducated. That's different to dumb. But yeah, we're uneducated, unknowledgeable. We are Newton level. No one's talked about gravity before. We just see things fall.
I think you're projecting a little bit, though. Like,
I think I get his effect.
I don't think you know what projection means.
Different sizes of rocks is his independent variable. He's going to vary the size of rocks.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's an independent variable, 100%.
So size.
It's something you're changing to see how that affects the dependent variable, and the dependent variable in this case is the speed at which they fall, let's say, or the velocity.
The independent variable is the speed?
No, the dependent variable.
Oh, so size.
So the independent variable is the size, or let's say the weight of the rock.
You could say weight. You could say weight.
Yeah. Okay, weight's a better expression. So we'll say weight of rock is independent, and then dependent variable is velocity increase or acceleration increase, I guess.
Weight causes velocity or acceleration increase.
Wow.
Well, probably acceleration increase is better rather than velocity.
Okay, so weight causes acceleration increase.
Well, an increase in weight will increase the rate at which the object accelerates.
Right, so you're going to vary the weight. You're going to vary the weight of something.
Yeah. So we'll get a light rock and a heavy rock. And to make sure they're controlled, we'll get let's not make them rocks, let's make it a ball of steel and a ball of titanium, let's say. So that they're the same size, the same volume, so that's a controlled variable. We're making sure that that's not coming into the equation, but we're just changing the weight of it. Make sense so far?
No.
So weight causes acceleration. Right.
Okay. What does it make sense? So we've got a dependent variable, we've got an independent variable, right? And now we just need to do our test, correct? To see if our prediction is true. Our hypothesis.
Okay, what is the test? What is the test?
Okay, so we drop both an iron ball and a titanium ball from the same height, and we them at the same time. Our prediction is that because the titanium is heavier, I think titanium's heavier, maybe it's lighter. Because the iron is heavier, the iron will fall faster than the titanium. And cool, so we're changing the mass, we're measuring the speed at which they hit the ground. Which one hits first?
You've changed the weight. Are you defining
of the object we're dropping? Yeah. Yeah, we're equating them in this instance because we don't even know gravity exists yet, right? So we're just saying, I hold this in my hand, I put it on a scale, this one is more than this one, right? It pushes
weight.
down on everything. Yeah, we'll say weight.
So weight.
Sure. So we drop those two things from the same height and we measure the results of the test. Now, our prediction was that because one was heavier, it would fall faster. Interestingly, it didn't. So they both hit the ground at the same time. That's our result. And we go, interesting. Our hypothesis was wrong. That is a good observation.
You proved your null hypothesis.
It wasn't a null hypothesis, it was an actual hypothesis.
In a scientific experiment, there must be a null hypothesis.
Oh, apologies. What's the null hypothesis? That it doesn't affect it.
It's the antithesis of your prediction.
Sure. So the null hypothesis was proved to be true. That weight doesn't affect the rate at which things drop.
So weight doesn't call acceleration of a falling object.
An increase in weight doesn't increase the acceleration. Yes. So that's our conclusion from that experiment. Sound good? Yeah? No? Yes? No?
You're doing the experiment, man.
We finished the experiment. We're done. Ta-da! Conclusion. So are we happy that was a valid scientific method and experiment that we just did?
How old are you, Jack?
I'll say yes. Let's just move on to using.
Someone said yes or no. Is that a good experiment to do, or like a valid one that we can trust the results of?
No.
So why not? Why doesn't that experiment work?
What experiment?
The one we just meticulously described step by step. About dropping an iron and a titanium ball. I don't know why you're playing dumb. Just like, you know what experiment I'm talking about.
Okay, so now let's then move on to that same.
Why are we moving on? Like, tell me yes or no. Is that
gravity? You've proved density and buoyancy. You've proved that something.
We're not proving anything. My question is that a valid scientific experiment? Yes or no?
Okay, so you've proven that weight doesn't call acceleration of
yes
metal.
Or no. That's just two options. I want to know, does that experiment sit right with you?
Concede? Is that what you're yelling about? You want us to concede?
There's no concession. I'm asking this experiment that we constructed together and just did,
yes,
that we could replicate. Yes. Okay, cool. So that experiment is fine, valid. We accept the results of it. So just then, what we've established, right, is that if there is a force that is acting on this object, any object, the weight of that object doesn't affect the rate at which it accelerates to the ground. That's a good piece of data when we're trying to investigate this natural phenomenon of things falling, right?
No. What are you conclude? Why are you concluding that? All you've done is just said that weight doesn't.
Well, any information is good information relating to the thing, and I think it's a very innate intuition that we have as humans that heavy thing should fall faster. So it's exactly, we do, and that's interesting. So now we've got to go back, change what we said, or at least we've got to go back and use a different hypothesis that has a different independent variable in order to test different aspects of it.
No, the independent variable is testing the cause again, so it's going to be testing your hypothesis.
Well, no, it's not the cause. We understood that
the independent variable that you're varying is your hypothesis of what you believe is causing the effect. That is the most simple thing to see, read, and understand that you just don't seem to understand.
Yeah, I understand, but the cause we're talking about here is the weight of things.
Changing it and saying that you don't say you understand, because every time you say that, then you change what you're saying and you try to tell us that it has nothing to do with the cause, but you're going to manipulate the effect, so you don't understand.
No one understand what you're saying. Well, the experiment we just did then was not manipulating any effect. We were measuring the effect, and the effect was how fast they hit the ground.
Rocks, because your hypothesis was that the weight of the rock was going to make it fall faster or quicker, yeah? And then you manipulated the weight of that rock, you manipulated the rock, the cause, and you found that didn't occur. You proved the null. So now, when you propose your next hypothesis, We need to vary the hypothesis to see if it causes the effect. Are you
Yeah,
going to verify
cool.
the null or not?
So are we trying to figure out why things fall in general or why they accelerate?
Well, he was trying to show us gravity, but he was just starting in the beginning with his showing
What
that
he was doing was just trying to establish a scientific method. That you guys brought it up first. Donovar or whatever his name is posted the thing in with a scientific method A, B, C, D, G. I was asked to go through it, and we did. We created an experiment.
Yeah, so you understand that. You understand that things that fall, that solid objects falling through a medium is what's on the table here, because not everything goes down, not everything falls.
Great point. Very true.
Some things remain at equilibrium. Some things go up. Some things go down. Some things go in all directions.
Well, so far
Definitely.
we've only talked about rocks. So this is where we need to move on to the next
Well,
hypothesis.
we're talking about metal balls or different densities, but yeah.
Balls, not rocks, metal balls. But okay, your metal ball example. Yep, no worries. So now we need to. The whole point of this conversation is for you to show us the science and how gravity, the cause, is varied.
Well, we haven't even named gravity yet, but we're assuming that there's a force acting on it, right?
Yeah, man, we understand this, man. You drag at something shocking, eh?
I have to, because otherwise you don't understand what I'm saying, and then you assume I'm like committing fallacies and frauds and stuff.
I haven't pulled you up on any fallacies. I know exactly what you're saying. Just burn through it, man.
Cool, man. Okay, cool. So anyway, the fact that we can create a scientific experiment like that, where we all accept cause, effect, independent variable, dependent variable, etc. We make a bunch of these different things. We change different independent variables. We change dependent variables. Sometimes we throw it up. Sometimes we add a bit of horizontal velocity to it.
When you're wrong and you're pulled up, you need to stop, because again, you've tried to slip in there about these independent and dependent variables. There's only one thing that we're manipulating, and that's the cause.
Which is the independent variable.
Yes, but that's not what you just actually said.
Okay. Pretty sure I did, but cool. Okay, here we go. Donato, scientific evidence. So rock falling, scientific hypothesis, more weight, more acceleration. Independent variable, weight, dependent variable, acceleration. Physical test. Yeah. Iron rock, but I know what you're getting with. Blah blah blah. Results failed. Cool. But so now we know from that experiment there is a 9.8 meters per second acceleration downwards, right?
No, we haven't agreed upon average of 9.8 meters per second, because some things go up, some things go down, some things remain buoyant, and 9.8 meters per second is not always the case in different locations and different places. It's
sure. I don't know if we included it in the previous experiment, but we did. Well, we should have conducted it in a vacuum, right? So we should have gotten rid of any.
Okay. I let go of some gas in a vacuum. It didn't fall at 9.8 meters per second. So what now?
Good point. Very interesting. How do we measure the? Well, for one, if we did drop carbon dioxide in a vacuum, it would fall at 9.8 meters per second, right?
No. In what state? In what state of matter?
Oh, gas. True. It would expand, fill the volume, I think. Let's figure it out, actually. Carbon dioxide. Got all these results are about greenhouse gases and things.
From my understanding to this point, everything you have is just a belief. You trust what you're told, and no matter what you have seen or been shown, that you are going to somehow continue to defend that belief and do the mental gymnastics required to convince yourself.
Yeah, I could say the same to you, but yeah. is what it is.
All right.
Amen.
Cigarette. Hey, Deck.
Yo, good
how
Siggy Mart.
How old are you?
I am 21 years old, 22 in November.
Okay. You going to
How old
college?
are you, Beastacles?
I'm 28.
Nice, man.
Well, I'm 43 and my son's nearly your age, so.
Represent. What is your son up to? Is he at uni?
No, he works with me. He's an apprentice.
Ooh, doing what?
We do signage.
Ooh. Like painting it and stuff? Or like do you peel that shit off and stuff like that? Or like actually installing it?
Mainly vinyl and wrapping cars and
Ooh.
all that sort of stuff.
Is that satisfying as fuck?
Deck, are you
Nah,
okay?
it's
Like getting that layer off? Oh, true. Yeah. But if it gets good,
Back on
yeah.
topic.
Sorry, Beastacles. What were you saying?
No, let's do what AJ said. Let's get back to the debate, to the conversation.
I thought that's what you were saying.
Well, I was just curious about your age, but okay. So now that you know and you've accepted that what you hold in your mind is a belief, right? It's a belief.
We've already a belief by your standards is in without evidence. I still don't think it's without evidence, but sure, we have different standards of evidence.
Again, where's your evidence of gravity, of you living on a ball?
We're not going to go over this again. I've given it all. I count that as evidence. I understand that you don't. We have different levels of proof. You need to do it firsthand, be able to measure it with your own devices, etc. You cannot trust other people or institutions to combine and create scientific that thing. That's not in your mind valid enough. That's fair enough. In my mind, it is. That's where we diverge. That is what it is.
Listen, if institutions, so-called institutions, or anybody that is actually using the scientific method to take an observable phenomenon, a natural and observable phenomenon that we experience, right? Form a hypothesis about that, of why that phenomenon was caused, have an independent variable, basically control the cause, and the dependent variable to measure the effect and see if you can repeat that test. That's like fundamentals. You kind of have to have that in a discussion like this. And I'm just like I love all of your guys' patience, including yours too, Deck. Like, but I think
Thanks, man. You're very patient as well.
Well, I'm honestly new here. So, but new in terms of being able to have these kinds of conversations and kind of seeing how they unfold. It's pretty bewildering or like I don't know what to say. Like I give up. But I hope you have a great rest of your night, Deck. I hope you come back to this.
Yeah, man. I've popped in a few times actually. It's good when it's not just the same people. I've come with like that one guy, Mayhem 100, whatever his name is, Miggy. He doesn't like me very much, but yeah, I do enjoy having these conversations.
You got to understand that it's not that Miggy doesn't like you. It's just that we deal in reality here, and we deal in science, and we deal in the scientific method. And when someone comes in here trying to debate on beliefs, then Miggy is someone who's definitely going to hold you to account and not let you move.
Yeah, he absolutely does that. I'm well aware of that. And he does it without a degree of understanding or letting his boot off the throat of your neck to even get something out. And when I join, he plays air horns and plays like repeats of like things I've made mistakes with in the past. I count that as like a personal kind of thing, but you know, up to you. I wouldn't say he's forgiving, at least. But anyway, I'm glad that you guys take a bit of a different temperament to other people. But I'm also glad that there's a nice wide variety of different personas in this server. But yeah, thanks for having a chat with me. Anyway.
Valve flying. You guys want to say something?
I guess I just have one question. I don't know. I've just been mostly listening, but I'm curious, Deck. What would it take for? Maybe this is just such a nonsense question to even ask. What would it take for you to actually see the flat Earth in like a reasonable way? Like to see.
Interesting
what would it
question.
Take? What would it take for you?
I mean, I can't really say what it took to get me to believe or know that the Earth is round, right? Like, I wouldn't be able to give you a step by step of like when I was 4 and I was shown this and that and blah blah blah.
You don't.
So how I would actually be able to deconstruct all that and then build that up again from a flat Earth perspective would be interesting. I mean, for me to like invalidate the idea that the Earth is a sphere would have to invalidate like all the laws of physics that I know to work and underlie the things that I see every day, right? Like it would completely disrupt my reality, right? So like even the simple idea of like things in space without any force acting on them will be attracted to each other, and that naturally forms spheres, which is why we get planets, stars, fucking black holes, etc., which are all spherical because of the way forces equally distribute equally out in all directions, right? Sure, you know, yeah. I know it's semantics, but what I'm saying is from my perspective.
I just kind of want to hear other opinions.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Can you kind of see why it's frustrating when you're asked of like proof of a globe? The first things you go to are lights in the sky, and other people have done science, and those lights in the sky are planets for sure, and what we are on right now is a planet as well. You can see how that's kind of frustrating, right?
I can understand why that becomes an issue for people. All I'm trying to do is answer as truthfully as possible as to what comes first to mind, as to why in my mind I think it's a sphere, and it's because when I think of all these other things, they're all spheres, and I have reasons for understanding why they came to be spheres and blah blah blah.
Geometry, Dick.
I understand that's all based off of
belief.
The religious science institution and belief. Yeah, we get it, dude. Yeah, sure. But yes, I understand the frustration.
Real quick, with Valve,
Valve's
question, what Valve's question was, is just like why he said, "What would it take?" Right, and what you said was, what would it take for you to go back to when you were 4 and essentially unlearn? Like you're not saying it, but it's you know what I'm talking about. Like you have to unlearn everything.
I think about it in terms of like you build like a Jenga block of ideas in like a belief system as you live throughout your life. Each idea connects and builds off the other as foundations. Blah blah blah. In order to think that the Earth is flat and everything I've been told is a lie and all the physics I've been taught is a lie is like pulling the bottom Jenga piece out and then going, oh fuck, right?
Well, the thing is, it's not about the physics part.
You haven't done that. If you'd done that, I'd be having a mental breakdown. But I appreciate it.
It's not even about the physics part per se. It's what you said just before the physics part that been told to you is a lie. That's the reconciliation that you need, especially if you've been here already, that you really need to focus on. It's not about why would they lie.
When I said I mean more everything that I've been taught in the way I think about natural phenomena and how they interact. I understand that most of the shit I hear from media and the government is complete garbage.
How they connect. You don't even know how they connect. You admitted that it's all just a faith that you have in some guy that said something.
I'm saying that because I know that's what you believe, and we don't need to go into the viscera of the conversation. We understand we disagree. We're talking about something else.
You admitted it.
I said it doesn't mean I believe it. Okay, I said it for the sake of you guys. But anyway, Beasticles.
You said it because you didn't have a fucking answer.
Like, do you see why they're being curt though, Deck?
Yeah, because everyone they meet every single day tells them they're a fucking idiot and that they're, of course.
There was at least 6 or 7 people today just fucking reading through it every 30 minutes. It was pretty funny, actually. I
For
mean,
me,
just,
it's frustrating, and it's got nothing to do with people calling me an idiot because I really couldn't give two fucks what anyone thinks about me. But
Yeah, well, that's good. Yeah,
Same.
that's
very,
good.
that's a good
it's
way to
That's
very
not
sum it up.
the reason.
frustrating when I'm reading the scientific method and I'm reading about independent variables, and you're just not accepting that, and you're just putting your own spin on it that suits your belief. That's frustrating.
That's the
Yeah, but the thing is, like, it's just as frustrating for me to hear you guys do the exact same thing. Like, to me, it seems like you read all this stuff and you put your own spin on it in the exact same way that it seems to you,
How?
like, I read
How?
it and put my own spin on it. That's just how stuff works.
How do we put our spin on it? How do we put a spin on it? What do we put a spin on?
Yeah,
I
there's
don't
no
think there's a
spin. We're
spin.
reading directly from what it says it is. You're arguing with
If you
science.
guys listen, you're currently arguing with the idea that every single human being doesn't put their own spin on every single thing they do, which they absolutely do,
Well,
including
this is actually
yourself.
consequent to what we were just speaking about, because we were talking about reading out the scientific method step by step, and you not accepting that scientific method.
I accepted it, and we created a scientific experiment that we both accepted, so we can understand that we both accept the same scientific method of inquiry.
And then we tried to move on, and you changed again the meaning of that independent and dependent variable, and we still didn't actually get to the whole point or crux of the conversation, which was you were going to show us how we could use this scientific method to prove gravity. Well, to confirm gravity, yeah? And we never got there either. So that's what's very frustrating when you continually change what.
Well, that's fair enough. And I'll concede on this that the idea of creating a physical experiment where we can manipulate all the variables involved with it and have complete control over controlled, independent, dependent, etc., isn't going to work.
Well, this is my issue. What are all the variables? Because the variable is, again, your hypothesis. So
Yeah, exactly. The variable is dependent on the hypothesis. Exactly. You're right.
No, you're testing the hypothesis.
Yeah, and therefore the variables are dependent on what you choose to be the hypothesis, because then you have to change the variables that you're measuring.
You said
Yeah.
you've been here multiple times, right? With
Yeah, 3 or 4 maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Has there been any conversation that you've had in your 3 to 4 times, anything that made you kind of have a second look at what information you hold dear in your mind, like regardless belief, whatever the definition of belief, however you want to I'm just saying, has there been anything that you're like, maybe these guys are onto something? Anything like that?
Like, yeah, I mean, I'm sure, like, there's a few things that I see going past in the chat that are a random fucking meme with some text over it or whatever, that I'm sure have grains of truth to it. And there's obviously a lot of things that are covered up by the powers that be in order to keep the population under control, and that they keep getting the money and the power and everything, of course.
So, Deck, so you understand that you're essentially in a cult, right?
Yeah, but you like, if you don't understand that Flat Earth is somewhat cult-like as well, you know, like, we're all in kind of cults of different things, personality, ideas, etc. Like, we're all going to be subject to different things. I would say this Discord in particular is a lot more culty than other places you'll go to, only because if someone speaks out with a different idea, 5 people speak up and say, no, you're wrong, here's why, blah, 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 spamming. That's somewhat culty, all right, in nature, but sure.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Okay, so
being right is in being in a cult. Oh, okay.
Well, I mean, people in a cult would say the same thing, is my point. Like, you can't really tell the difference when you're in it.
And again, you're just assuming all this stuff. You know, I had nothing to do.
Well, I'm saying I'm victim to that as well. If I'm in the cult of science, then I'm blind to why it's a cult. And if you're in the cult of Flat Earth, you're blind to why that's a cult as well. I'm just saying.
Hang on. So
why is Flat Earth a cult?
Yeah, why is the truth a cult? And again, I don't believe I'm in any cult because, like I said, I'm 43 years old. I've believed or known this for a very long time. And I came to that conclusion through my own observations being out on the ocean for a long time and seeing different things. I won't go into that, but
please do.
And then further looking into it and doing these things. I've been on Discord here, if you check my profile, for about 6 months, and I really had nothing to do with any flat earth groups prior to this. So,
Same.
you know, to say that I'm hanging out in this cult of beliefs of flat earthers, I was on my own with everyone telling me I was a fucking dickhead.
Same.
There is
Well
no
said.
No, I'm sure you are. Yeah.
Well said. And Deck, the same for me. I've been a flat
yeah.
earther for since 2014, and it had nothing to do with this room. In fact, every flat earther who comes to this room is very excited to find a place where other flat earthers hang out.
I have no doubt at all.
There is absolutely no nothing that we talk about here that isn't just repeatable and testable in nature. So we're just observing reality. How is that a cult? You need to be indoctrinated to be in a cult. There is no
Exactly.
indoctrination here.
Yeah,
you don't necessarily need to be.
My cult leader, right, is observable, objective, measurable reality.
Well said.
Okay. Yeah.
Whereas what you believe is very cultish because, like we said earlier, you have to be taught all of this stuff to build your belief system. Whereas in flat Earth, you have to strip away.
Honestly, tell me though.
What we do is we actually try and get you to get rid of this indoctrination and use your God-given senses to determine where you are. That is not a cult. That is called science. And scientific.
Yeah, sure, but you've also got to see it from the perspective and have like the understanding, you know, that looking in from the outside, what you see is people come in and then without like, tell me honestly, how many of you guys have individually come up with all these scientific explanations and things that you post in the chat constantly, all of them, or a couple of them? Because there's no way each of you has individually tested every single thing that you post on here, right? So there's some ideas that get thrown around and distributed within this. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, it's an inevitable thing. And I'm sure there's plenty of people that see here with their mic muted, just listening, taking it in. They've never heard most of the explanations you guys use when describing flat Earth. They haven't heard it before. They hear it, and it is a form of them learning, right? In the same way that they could be sitting in a science class and absorbing that. They're absorbing different things. But to think that you're different and separate, it's very egotistical, is all I'm saying.
Deck, because again, let's give the example of tonight. Someone says to me, hey, AJ, this is what the meaning of science is. Or let's just say I do listen to I read one of these things in the chat, or I listen to a YouTube channel that says something, right? It might be about gravity. It might be about relativity. You know, I even listen to Globe channels that speak about these things, yeah? And then I go on and I'd go and research it for myself. If there's something that I can test and look at and do, I'll go and do it. If it's something about science, like tonight, I can go on and I can read the scientific method. I can read further and I can actually see what the dependent and independent variables are and what's manipulated. Yeah. So then I've learned something and I've accepted it. The difference is that when you seem to read that, you don't accept it.
Yeah, sure. The same thing says when you read and accept a globe thing, you don't accept it either. Like we're doing the same thing.
We're testing that and we're looking at that. Okay, for example, is gravity scientific? No. Purely no. We can see that through the scientific method. So that's a belief that you've held your whole life. This is what
that I still believe. And until I stop holding it, which I don't have control over, I don't get to snap my fingers and choose when my belief changes.
You do have control over it, brother. That's my biggest thing. It's like
I don't know. I feel like I disagree.
We want you to come to these conclusions on your own. That's the ultimate goal here, man. Is for you to open your eyes to your own reality, not trust anybody to tell you what you're observing and what you're feeling and what you're experiencing in reality.
I'm with you there. It can be an interesting, but like I've certainly gone on that path myself in a different, obviously not on a flat Earth.
It's you said how you're nearly there. Do you see how like your own do you understand? Like,
yeah, I get it, man. I get it.
This is a self journey, man.
But Deck, for example, you're saying that we, sound a bit cultish, right? But it's only because we have refined the arguments. We've been doing this for years, and when I say we, flat earthers have been arguing and discussing with globers for years, and now the arguments are well understood by flat earthers. They're not as well understood by Globers questioned, but these are the questions that we've been answering since well before 2015. So all you're seeing is a refined argument.
Can we
For
pause the bot?
example, gas pressure. The second law of thermodynamics, which I hope you're aware of as well, states that you can't have gas pressure next to you can't have high pressure next to low pressure without some sort of containment. This is not a cultish idea. This is something that flat earthers have discussed and begun to question because the heliocentric model goes against the laws of science.
It doesn't.
So what
We can go
do
into
is
that
we
if we
learn
want,
the
but
basic
we
laws
don't
of
have to.
science. But listen.
I get what you're saying, and I understand that you've gone through all this very particularly, and you've been refining it since before 2015. Could be 1980, could be 1950. Yeah, sure, but it's definitely not longer than regular science, which has been doing it for thousands of years, right? Like you can understand that.
Hold on,
It's not the point. It's not the
Yes,
point. But
please.
can you recognize the fact that yes, you've been doing it for a while, but so has the other science, right?
Deck. Deck, you got to calm down, brother. Just
Thank you. One Deck, you around to unmute? Where is my dip correction meme? There we go. There we go. One Deck, dip is an angle. It is a function of your height. We're going to have one of these conversations where I'm talking and you're typing. Boo.
Kangaroo flip. Kangaroo flip.
Kangaroo flip. Pretty good, isn't it?
Oh my god, you're looking at your credentials, you're a super proud Glober, huh?
Yeah. Oh, look at my rolls. Fantastic. Google Earther, Space AIDS, Highly Suspect, Not Here to Learn. What's a Secret King? What's that one?
What's RIP Flat Smackers playlist? What's that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, right.
Probably on Teos's YouTube clip collection. So One Deck, do you understand that dip correction is an angle, not a height? It's a function of your height, but dip correction is an angle. Do you understand?
Do you understand, bro? I just got done performing the double-blind slit Cavendish Fulcrum pendulum experiment. Blindfolded.
Nice.
With my hands tied behind my back.
Nice. If you're blindfolded, how did you know which path?
I just did, bro. Jedi mind tricks.
Let me grab the dip correction table just for One Deck. There we go.
You're the only one on here right now, or what?
Pretty much, yeah. It's after 10 o'clock here, so I should go to bed pretty soon.
Do you have DJ bot control?
No, I do not. I did ask, what's it, Quetzalcoatl to pause it. But one deck can't speak at the moment. It was, what's his name? Protothad made a video on the 2nd anniversary of Mitchell from Australia declaring the year of the sextant. And 2 years later, there's not been a single flat earther been able to demonstrate getting a position fix, which I find hilarious.
Is that hilarious or what?
Albie Ruhif, you feeling froggy this morning? What's up?
Say again?
Anybody
It's
wanna-
10 p.m., quarter past 10.
What do they call you? Kangaroo flip? What the hell? Listen, man. If anybody wants to debate in quotations with Albie Ruhif, you can do so.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit back. We've already shellacked him 9 ways of Sunday, so you guys can come in. He feels froggy right now, so he wants to debate somebody. Debate me, he's saying.
Come on.
I'm not your Huckleberry today, so I'm gonna let somebody else take it.
Come at me, bro.
Nice. There's nothing to come at though. There's only a pair of shoes with smoke coming off of them.
What? Anyway, it's been 2 years now since flat earthers have not been able to demonstrate celestial navigation.
Yeah, but we were doing it 2 years before that, or what? It's been 2 years, you said? Because the flat earthers they rested their case, bro. You know what I mean?
I'm yet to see a flat earther demonstrate celestial navigation ever. But it's
You know
been
why
2
though?
years.
You know why? It's because you don't have eyes to see or ears to hear, bro. The scales haven't fallen off your eyes yet, homie.
Did I miss out on that demonstration?
I missed
Yeah.
out on this out. How long have people been navigating over the oceans with the mindset that the Earth is a globe? Celestial navigation with the Earth as a globe. Go and tell me a little history there.
Couple of 1,000 years, I'd say.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Since you
No,
are
it's
in
like
here poking
1,000
a fight with individuals who are not fighting back, I'm just going to give you a little history test.
Yeah.
How long have we been navigating the oceans with the globe?
Yeah, a couple of 1,000 years, yeah.
Couple thousand years. That's a vague response to the most poignant question I'm asking. What time in history did it begin, sir? Mm-hmm. That's what I thought. That's right. Aburuhif, that's what I thought, man. You're all gassed. You're gassed up. You want to pick a fight, and you don't have anything to back it up. But that's fine. You know, if you think that you got what it takes to stand in this forum intellectually, you're sorely mistaken, sir. You're not ready for these. You're not ready for these discussions because right now this isn't a discussion. It's merely you rejecting the truth. However, if you're gonna go back into history, you better get all your ducks in a row because you better find out when the Earth was said to be navigated as a globe, because it wasn't no 1,000 years ago. Check again. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, at least 1,000.
Your rhetoric won't coincide with what you just said. So thank you very much. But people have been navigating with dead reckoning for as long as people have been on the ocean. So you're sorely mistaken. You're not going to ever win that. But see, you guys, they wax themselves intelligent, pseudo-intelligent. You don't know that. You just come in here half-cocked and start patting yourselves on the back and say, we've been navigating with the globe for thousands of years. No, you haven't. And Protothad can tell you that because he got shellacked in there when he was in here. So I even told him the same question I just told you, and he didn't know. And he went to the Prototheans, who one primary example said that they couldn't navigate over the ocean. But using one extreme example, he was trying to make a case. And I told him, prior to the Prototheans, how long and who else, what other cultures were navigating the oceans? There you have it, Albert Ruhif. You don't know. And also, everybody was using dead reckoning, which means everybody knew that the Earth wasn't a globe.
Okay, at least
how you like them
1,000.
apples,
Oh,
huh?
Jesus, wow.
And I'm
At
going to
least
defend you as fast as I can, because I don't know why you're coming in here picking a fight. Not unless somebody else wants to. There's really nothing here, to be honest. But go ahead.
Okay.
But that
least
being
1,000 years.
You keep saying things, dude. It's like me saying I'm a gazillionaire. And I'm gonna keep saying I'm a gazillionaire until you realize that I am a gazillionaire. I just made that shit up, even from the way I said that. so that way you can understand. That's what you sound like in here.
Okay, so at least 1,000 years is my answer.
Yeah.
As for
Now
getting,
prove that
oh,
shit, dude. How
I'll
you
get
gonna
a sentence out eventually.
How you gonna prove that? How you gonna prove that?
Yeah, because we've been taking meridian arc measurements for at least 1,000 years.
Where?
Probably
Who?
2,000.
Yeah, great. That's all. That information is like a fart in the wind. There's nothing there, bro. You're just saying it just smells bad. That's the only thing. Because nobody's gonna be like, oh yeah, you just saying shit, Ruhif. That's it. You're
We've
just
been
saying.
taking meridian arc measurements for at least 1,000 years, most likely 2,000 years.
So they've been traveling with the idea that the Earth is a globe. Prove that shit. Where does it say that? Who's done it? What culture?
Caliph al-Mamun in the Islamic culture in about 850, 900 AD. They were at the stage where they were wondering whether it was oblate or not.
Wondering, were they navigating that it is oblate, dude? Like you guys.
They knew the Earth was a globe, yes.
No, they didn't know. You just said they were wondering. You see how suggestive you are now? You're
They
making
were wondering if it was oblate rather than perfectly spherical.
You're not going to have it two ways. They're not going to be wondering and then no. You're speaking for individuals who can't speak for themselves. And
Would you
you're
like
just
me to read from the book?
I don't give a shit, dude. The way you're saying it right now, listen, I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
I'm listening to what you're presenting. Plus,
I'll
you
read
don't
from
know
Al-Biruni's book. I've
You don't know
literally
history.
got Al-Biruni's book. Would you like a
Who
history lesson?
cares? Who cares? You just finished saying they were wondering if they were actually on a sphere or not.
That is not what I said, Mayhem. That is not what I said.
No, it's not what you
Rewind.
said. Nobody heard you say they were wondering if there was a sphere or not.
I said they were wondering if it was oblate or perfectly
That's the
spherical.
same fucking shit, dude. Like, what do you?
No, it's not.
Oblate spheroid. You want to add oblate to it? Oblate spheroid, right?
Yeah, they knew it was a sphere, but they didn't know whether it was squashed or perfectly spherical.
What do you think it is? Do you think it's oblate, bro? Is it oblate?
It's
been measured
oblate.
oblate.
Dude, you're a clown.
So that means the pictures from the moon of Earth aren't real then if it's oblate.
How oblate? 0.3% Latter-day Saints. 0.3%.
I asked him a question he didn't respond to, and he wants to go off into a tangent about this other subject. I asked him, how long have we been traveling over the oceans, right? How long have we been traveling over the oceans with the knowledge that the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, at least 1,000 years, probably two.
I meant the entire human race, not one subject culture. And the entire human race. How long have we been navigating the oceans with a globe at the helm? Like,
the answer's the same. At least 1,000 years, probably 2,000.
Okay, you're not proving it though. You're just talking about it. That's it.
Okay, would you like me to read from Al-Biruni's book? I'll start reading. By this same method, Al-Mamun's astronomer has derived the circumference of the Earth. Abu al-Tayyib Sanad bin Ali has narrated that he was in the company of Al-Mamun when he made his campaign against the Byzantines, and that on his way he passed by a high mountain close to the sea. Then Al-Mamun summoned him to his presence and ordered him to climb that mountain and to measure at its summit the dip of the sun. Would you like me to continue?
The dip of the sun.
Yeah.
What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing?
Al-Biruni is describing the method that was attributed to him, but he's saying other people did it before him.
Are they measuring that the Earth is curving at a set rate with drop over distance? No.
Yes.
Are they? No, they're not, dude.
Yes,
He's telling what he's doing. He's climbing a mountain, looking off into the horizon and saying, well, there's, we see a bit of the sun. There's about half of the sun we're seeing. So what they're doing right now is just, they're thinking that they have some kind of idea of what's going on, but they have no knowledge because they're not actually measuring things. They're calculations. That's all there are. All there are calculations. That's it.
They're measuring the distance.
They're not measuring. They're using
They're just making observations, bro. That's it. Just observations.
They're looking over the horizon. They're using calculations. That's all they're doing. And you need to be honest, at least with that part. You need to be honest at least with that part. They're not measuring. They're using calculations.
They're measuring.
No, they're not.
Measuring.
What are they? Listen, when you measure something, is it measurement the same as a calculation?
When you say calculation,
when you measure something, is it the same as a calculation, Ruhif?
When you say calculation, I take that to mean,
something.
I'm answering your fucking question, Mayhem.
Not answering the question. Answer it yes or no. It's a yes or no, bro.
No, it's not. I need to clarify what we mean by calculation, right? When you say the word calculation, I take that to mean that it has no relation to reality. Is that what you mean?
No, that's
Okay.
not what I'm saying. The difference between a measurement and a calculation, you should already understand, which you already differentiated with your answer. You said, no, they're not measuring. You
I
understand
said
what
they
I'm
are
talking
measuring.
about. No, you just finished saying they are not, dude.
No, I didn't say that. I said
Oh,
they
shit.
are measuring. I
Look, man,
asked what you
somebody
meant
wants to
by
have a conversation
calculation.
with, like, he's a double speaker, as you can hear.
That's all it's
Please,
doing is
please
Nagalian
rewind and
dialect,
tell me
bro.
where I said they didn't measure
I
anything.
asked you if
It's
a
Nagalian dialect.
I asked you as a if a measurement is the same as a calculation. You said no, and now you want off to say it is, huh?
No,
He's just trying to mess
I'm
up your.
asking what you
He's
mean.
trying to mess up your circadian rhythm, bro. That's all he's trying to do.
Okay, a question to clarify this whole thing: is speed a measurement or a calculation?
That's
No, it's-
obfuscation, bro. That's all
No,
you're
it's
doing.
a clarifying question.
Hey, anyways, hey, Mayhem, check this out though. So I bumped into a friend who I haven't seen for like 6 months, and I used to talk to him about flat Earth all the time. Well, he was telling me before that his grandpa told him that his great uncle had written a book about flat Earth around the turn of the century, and he finally got a copy of it, and it's called Hold on, I'm gonna post a picture of the cover right now on live stream. It was written in 1910, and then the second edition came out in 1914. I'll post it.
Well, was it like in some publication? Because I mean, there's been some books out there. If you search for them, you'll find them. But some people's
The
work
book
was never published.
This one is called it's called The Enlightenment of the World. That's what it's called.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of it?
No. Being honest, man, I've never heard of that.
Trip out on this though. The dude who wrote it, his last name, he's related to a 4-star general that's more modern day times. The same last name.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna put that in the live stream voice text.
I put. Do you want me to? I put the a picture of it.
Well, put the
book.
picture with the name so people can look it up, and maybe there's some sources they can look at.
Well, if you will, do you want me to type out the name too? Or
Well, just yeah, because I mean,
I'll put a
everybody's
picture of the cover of the book.
That's fine. Yeah, just put it out there. See, because I want everybody to look at it. Like it's if you're bringing forth something that was done in that that length of time that was done not long ago, then people can look it up and see what it's talking about.
Yeah. He wrote another book. It's the other book is something about like it shows like the map of the flat Earth on the front or whatever with calculations, and it's like 100 and something pages. So I'm waiting for that book from Amazon right now too. But guess what? What is classified under what category? It's under occultic mysticism.
Yeah.
In Amazon.
All right. You love numbers, don't you, Ruth? My God. Why did they change your name? You're supposed to be Albie Ruth, not Kangaroo. I don't know what that means.
Anyway, is speed a calculation or a measurement? Or is it both?
Why are you talking about that? What
I didn't get an answer.
Well, what relevance does it have? It sounds non sequitur.
It
Give me the relevance.
clarifies what you mean by calculation.
Clarifies what I mean by calculation?
Yeah.
How do you know what I mean?
Like I said, calculation could, in your context, could mean has no relation to reality. That could mean that in your context.
Yeah, but I didn't say that.
I know, I'm trying to clarify.
Your name's going back to Alberuth. Screw that shit.
ALBI.
Ah, shit. I'll do it again. iPhone 13 isn't the easiest thing to type on, especially if you got big old thumbs.
I'll be Ruhif, and it's the Adolite. I'll be Ruhif, chatting globe shite. I'll be Ruhif and his magic surveying tool, chatting earth curve measurements, the globe believing fool.
All right.
Drop
Do you
over this
understand?
flame
Do
of
you
the
understand
globe.
that it's an angle on
Alba
that?
Ruhif, using presumptions of old, heights of mountains, depression angle drops. I'll be Ruhif, do your globe lies ever stop? So, I'll be Ruhif, please explain how your surveying tool, theodolite, has over distance again. Oh, that's right, you can't. Here, I'll do you a favour and rhyme out the purpose of your theodolite tool. It's to measure horizontal and vertical, you fool. So if I were you, I'd put your theodolite to bed. There is no evidence of drop over distance. Enough said.
All right. Do you understand that
Bravo.
dip correction is an angle? One day.
You guys act in a poetic form. That's pretty bad, bro. Flatter Day can probably rap it if you like.
Mic drop.
Mic drop, bro.
Do you understand it's an
He killed
angle?
it right there, man.
Listen, man, even Flatter Day was impressed. That's got to tell you something.
That was good, bro. I like that. It was almost like an eloquent Dr. Seuss style. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'll be
or like
Ruhif.
Edgar Allan Poe, kind of like Edgar Allan Poe.
Yeah, Ruhif. I'll be Ruhif. Yeah, you don't. You use the bubble sextant. You've got your artificial horizon there, mate.
We're using a marine sextant and talking about dip correction. Do you understand that dip correction is an angle?
It's a height of eye correction.
Right. You plug in your height of eye and it gives you what? What does it give you?
It gives you a figure to
Yes.
reduce off the final
Yeah.
figure.
Which is an angle, right?
It's a height of eye correction.
No,
Tells
you
that.
plug in your height of eye and it gives you an angle.
I'm not making this up, I'll be Ruhif. It's a height of eye reduction.
Right?
Stop
You
saying
plug in
Jesus.
your height. See
So
the
it's the
column
height.
on the left where it says meters.
So
right?
it's the height of eye then.
You plug in your height. Let's say you're at 5 meters, right? Can you see on the graph on the
I'll be
table it says
Ruhif. I'll
5
be Ruhif.
meters,
Don't talk to me like a child. It's the height of eye correction.
right? What's
It says it in the book.
what's the value that you get out of it though?
So it's the height of eye number that you
plug in.
have to deduct at the final stages.
Okay, deduct from what?
To establish the true horizontal.
What do you deduct it from?
And then what you said earlier was, now what you're doing is, you see, I'll be Ruhif, you're bringing the star, right? You're using the horizon to establish horizontal. That's what
No,
you're
you're
doing.
not. No,
yes, you are.
No, you're not.
What do you think you're doing? You're not establishing. You are.
No,
Why
you're
do you think
not.
it's called the horizon? You are.
What do you think dip correction is?
It's a height of eye correction again.
So when you say you take it away, right? So it gives you a thing to take away. What are you
It's
taking it
always-
away
it's
from?
because your eye is always above, it's always going to be a reduction.
When you get the value from the table, what are you taking it away from?
It's how many times have you got to go over it? It's a height of eye reduction, and there's a
I understand.
There's a
Right, you
figure
get a figure out.
corresponding. So there's a figure corresponding to your height above the sea level that you have to deduct. So
From what?
if you're from your bloody calculations.
Calculation of what? More specific. Deduct it from what? You deduct it from the angle that you measure with the sextant, correct? Yes?
Wait a minute. Yeah, it's a height of eye reduction.
Right.
What
So
else
you've
do you
got
want
an
to say about
angle.
that?
You've got an angle with the sextant, and you deduct what from it?
Yeah.
Do
And
you
how are you
deduct
getting that
10
angle?
meters? What is 45 degrees minus 10 meters, Wondek?
Well, it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I don't know why you keep going on about this height of eye. I mean, what are you trying to prove with it?
That it's an
it's
angle,
not a,
and we can have a conversation
is it
about it.
for the, is it for the globe? Is it accounting for curvature or something?
Well, it actually does, yes. Yes.
So how is it accounting for curvature?
I'll show you the derivation again.
No, but just explain how it's doing it.
I'll show you the derivation. I'll show you visually. There you go, in the chat.
Well, I might not be able to look at it at the moment, but just explain so everybody can hear you.
He doesn't know how to. That's why he's showing you a visual.
Yeah, I've shown you the geometry. Would you like me to read
You
out
don't-
the mathematical equations?
You don't know how to present. You don't know how to present it to somebody if you're talking to them about what you know. You just basically show them Wikipedia or some.
No, these are
like,
my
present it
my
to them. Like,
diagrams.
what you're talking about. If you know what you're saying, then present it to them.
Oh,
You don't.
okay.
Yeah. There you
To
go.
work out the dip correction, we are h above the surface. Our height above the surface is h. The radius of the Earth is r. We draw a straight line from the observer down to the horizon, which forms a tangent to that circle. Now, we use Pythagoras' theorem. So r squared plus the opposite side equals r plus h squared. Would you like me to continue just reading off the mathematical equations?
Well, no, I wanted you to actually be honest with what you're doing here. So, R value, you don't say. So, how'd you get that, Ruhif?
Yeah,
That-
60
that's
nautical miles per degree.
No, I'm talking about like in the formula that you're just talking about right now, that you're so happily to readily tell us about. How was
Yes.
the R value got in that formula? How was
Yeah,
it
like I
derived?
said, meridian arc measurements thousands of years ago. 60
Thousands of
nautical
years
miles per degree.
Meridian arc measurements.
Yes.
Okay, so how is that understanding directly that the Earth is curving at a set rate with drop over distance, Ruhif? How?
Because that linear relationship,
linear.
when you have a linear relationship of distance to angle, the only geometry that fits is a sphere. That doesn't work on a
That's
flat Earth.
bullshit. Do you know that's bullshit, dude?
No,
How
I
is it linear?
understand geometry, man.
A line across a plane is not going to be. It's going to give you a 90 degree. It's not going to. Or excuse me, over a sphere, a curved line that you
Let's do
would
this in
want to
paint.
talk about. Huh?
Let's do this in paint, shall we?
Why? Can't you just go out into the field and do it? Why are you doing it in paint?
No,
No, what?
It's an empirical
It's
fact.
not empirical if you can't test it out in the field, sir. You're just telling us how you can do it in paint? Are you ridiculous?
The empirical fact is
Yeah,
that
I
an
know.
object in
The
this.
one that's trying to knock you over the head until you're not listening to reason. That's right. You're appealing to the creator, which he should be like giving you at least a little bit of wake up when you come in here, because you're not. You're not understanding that what we're looking for is the physical demonstration. Throwing something in paint will be as much as you saying that Santa Claus is real. That doesn't help us. What we need you to do is present something to us that we can demonstrate and go out into the field and test. If you're saying what you're saying, if Ruhif, if what you're saying what you're saying is true, then we can take that information, go out into the field, and go test for what you're saying. Because what we need to do, and I've been asking people this in the 3 questions, is give me some demonstration of drop over distance of anybody that's ever measured that any time in history. And everybody usually comes up tits when I ask them that question. So if you're saying there's something viable that we can demonstrate to someone else, then I need that demonstration so I can tell somebody, or we can all do it together. That way we all know. Because if you're just telling me, well, some guy figured it out with the R value, and like that doesn't help anyone. That's fine. You can construct anything mathematically. Superman can fly mathematically, right? I can give you 3 oranges and take away 5 mathematically. That's not possible in reality. You can't do that. So with math is a language, being a language, you can do anything you want with math. What I want is how math corresponds to reality. Because if I tell you my table is so many feet long and wide, then you know that you can go check it out for those measurements. But if I tell you that with the Earth and you cannot do that, then we have a problem. That it's a mathematical construct and it's not something you can test for. And that's not what we're asking for. We're not asking for you to go on and drone about how the Earth is a globe. We're asking, dude, how we can test it. Do you understand, Ruhif? When you come in here, that's what we want. We desire that from you guys. So if that's not what you're readily available to prove to us, I don't want to hear about going to paint or listening to the ramblings of some old dead guy on some book that he tried to wax himself intelligent by standing on top of a mountain. We want to know how something can be demonstrated to be true. And so you guys haven't provided that. None of your fellow friends we'll come in here and do that. That's all we're asking for. Yeah, that was pretty easy though. But like the thing about it is, man, you can come in here and ask people questions and argue about something that happened a long ago that has no relation to us going to test the thing that you're talking about. It's just that simple, Ruhif. I'll be Ruhif.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
60
Can you give it-
nautical miles. We'll get there. 60 nautical miles per degree is an empirical fact. You can go into reality and do it. All right? Yes. If you move 60 nautical miles away from Polaris, it drops by a degree, right?
Yeah. Okay, continue.
Okay. The only geometry that makes sense on is a
Bro,
globe.
that's where you're wrong right there. See? You're already making that assumption. Why would you state that? You don't have to
Okay,
state
let,
what you need to
let
do.
me go into paint and show you that
That's
it
why
doesn't
I'm
work on
saying
a flat
you're doing
Earth.
it wrong. You're doing it wrong. When you say that's the only way that it can work is on a globe and let me go into paint, that's where you go wrong. You need to say that's how it is and let me go out into the field. That's what you should be saying.
Show me the geometry of how 60 nautical miles per degrees works. What shape?
On a flat plane.
Okay,
It works
show
on a
it.
flat plane. As you listen, you can do this, and that visual perspective changes as you see things in the distance. Okay, so visually, like you would see Polaris in the sky, it would visually look like it's lowering in its angle. So it does that. Things do that in the far distance. You can actually, any child can do this, Ruhif, and they can see for themselves the street lights that are on, and all the street lights. If you go down a road, and I don't know, electrical poles or whatever it is, the farther the distance, the pole looks like it's going to be dipping down into the horizon. It's not really doing that. That's our visual perspective, how we see the world. Our eyes visually see the world that way. So what you're doing is you're using that information to solidify your argument that it's actually not its perspective. It's actually the earth bending. And that's what I'm trying to tell you. That's why you're not interpreting that information correctly. Any young person can see that when they go outside, when they look at the street lights going in the far distance, like it looks like it's going down into the horizon, and it's not really doing that. That's your visual perspective, because as you drive closer to those street lights or walk closer to them, you're going to see that they're actually above your head. But that's the thing that you don't understand with like visual perspective. You are saying that it's accountable for that being the actual curvature of the globe. That's why I'm saying you're getting it wrong, because when we go onto the field and you say, look at Polaris and its angle, and as you go away from it, it starts lowering down in the horizon. I can agree with you. I wouldn't disagree with that. But you're telling me in paint, the only thing that it can work on is a globe, because that's curvature. Right. And I'm telling you that if that is the case, then you would be able to measure, once again, drop over distance, Ruhif. And that's what I'm saying you don't have. So it doesn't matter what visual perspective looks like to you and me, something in the far distance looking like it's dipping or rising, like that doesn't matter to me. I understand that. We all see that. That's physical reality. We're looking at all the things around us. We see stuff like that. Like the poles, as we drive away from them, it looks like they're dipping down. We all see that. But are they really dipping down? No. That's just our perspective. And on top of that, I'm telling you,
this is what they all do, though. They always go back to the lights in the sky. And Ruif's given an example now, an elevation angle to Polaris, which you need a flat baseline for, by the way. And then in celestial navigation, you know yourself, Ruif, you can't guarantee the measurements are correct below 20 degrees anyway.
Yeah, and then what I was saying though is like to further the point that we're actually talking about here, that Ruhif seems to not want to act. He wants to go to his paint. I'm like, dude, when you go out into reality, just like the telephone pole or the electrical pole, you can see a whole bunch of them in a row. And as they go farther in the distance, they appear as if they're getting lower and lower in the horizon. We all know.
Can we talk about that?
Ruhif, yeah, but I've been doing that, so we all know in here. As you get closer to them, they're actually not dipping down. They're just looking like the perspective. It looks like it's getting in your visual perspective. You have like half a sphere that you have in your visual perspective. So from everything that's converging to your eye line, okay, so the floor looks like things are ramping up. The ceiling looks like things are ramping down. The walls on the sides look like they're coming in close. So everything in your eyes are bringing everything closed into a point in your vision in the distance. So because your eyes see that the world around you that way, you're taking in the visual perspective as in true reality when you're not discerning if that is the case or not. That's what I'm showing you right now, that when we see things in the far distance, you're interpreting that as is. And we're saying you're not giving due diligence to what you're seeing because you're just making it, oh, it can only be a curve. And we're like, no, dude. If you understand visual perspective, you'd be able to go out into the world and say, okay, I see that telephone pole or the electrical pole far in the distance. It looks like it's dipping in the horizon. I want to find out if it actually is. So when I drive close to it, it's either going to be doing that, or I can measure to see what that curvature drop rate would be from me to that telephone pole. I will know for sure that it is curving away from me because I would find drop over distance between me and that thing in the far distance. That would give it the credibility for the argument's sake when you come in here to say, yes, it is curving away because we did measure from where I'm at to where that telephone pole is or the electrical pole, that it looks like it's down to the horizon, that there is a curved surface from me to there. And then it would lend credence to your argument. But what we find out is that it's not that way. We got a flat level baseline, or at least for as much as we can say with land topography, right? That there is not curvature measured as in per what the globe standard would tell us. So if that is shown to us and we don't find the curvature that the globe is telling us is there, then what we have here is a conflict of ideas with the idea that the Earth is a globe. It's not proven because we can visually say, I see it one way, yet there is no demonstration to show me how much drop over distance there is because the Earth can't be verified to be a globe with a set of curvature drop rate that they tell us that it is. Therefore, that doesn't line up with what they tell us with the globe. And now I can say, visually, it looks this way, but when I test to see if the Earth is curving, it is not. So you see what I'm saying? That's why it's not the curve of the Earth. When you talk about celestial navigation, you're looking at the angle of the star in the sky. Visually, you could say with a protractor, it's at 45 degrees, right? You could say that. But how are you going to know the GP of the star, the ground position, the actual ground position, if you don't have a 90 degree from a flat baseline? You can't do it, man. There's no way. You need to have a flat baseline in order for that adjacent not to be curved, because you can't have a curved adjacent. That triangle is not going to work. Pythagoras theorem will not work in that instance. And if you don't understand that, you're going to be talking about things that you think are happening, and you're going to misconstrue the information about geometry. That's why I don't want you to go there and take us to paint, because that's a whole imaginary world that we're going to go into, and I don't want to do that. You're going to have to take the information, go out into the field, and prove that shit to us. That's what I'm asking you, but you're not doing that. I don't want to go to paint. You're not going to take us to paint.
Yeah.
Period.
This is it, isn't it? It's all these past demonstrations. They're all measuring lights in the sky, angles using flat baselines, but then there has to be a presupposition of a sphere or a circle of 360 degrees, and it's just a massive mathematical construction thereafter.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, can you see the meme that I posted a minute ago?
I don't know what meme you're posting. I'm not even looking at it.
Says, what angle will I measure to this tree?
Jedi, can you take over this, please? I want to make some breakfast, bro. Like, because I got my bro here, man. I don't know. Hopefully he's got a good connection. Do you have good connection, bro?
No, and it's a fucking triangle. So whether I've got good connection or not, it's a fucking triangle. What we are arguing about. It's a 90-degree triangle.
Yep. Yes, it's a 90-degree triangle with a flat baseline, flat Earth. All right.
I think we lost
the height of the tree. Yeah, his audio's a bit shit.
Finished talking about 20 seconds ago.
Yeah, you keep cutting out though, so hard to tell. Anyway, if that's the distance away from the tree and the height of the tree, is that the angle I'm going to measure in reality? Like, is that how it works?
I don't think he's gonna come back.
Okay. Well, I should go to bed anyway, I think.
Huh?
I probably should go to bed anyway.
Why? We just started.
10:48.
We just started, man. We just started. Hang on. 10:48. You go to bed. Are you an old man? What are you, 90?
It's time for bed. He said it's 10:48.
44.
He's
Almost
90.
45, actually.
Going on 100. What the hell?
Yeah. I have 4 kids, though, so, you know.
The old 23 skidoo. Right when Jedi gets there. How convenient.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Roboting badly.
Shit. Some bitch. I can't wait till you get the internet, bro. I know you've used that. I would have one day. Can you see Albie Ruh's image that he posted to me?
We're up until 5.
Oh, you're. Damn, dude, your internet's garbage.
Yeah, it's pretty much asking, is this going to be the elevation angle that I measure to that tree, given its height and its distance?
Oh, how,
writing triangle?
dude? How are you doing that triangle in the air, bro?
As
How are you
in
doing the triangle?
the horizontal?
Yeah, but you're also on. Check this out, man. It's not exactly celestial navigation because you're not over the ocean. What you're doing right now is just measuring these angles from the top of that tree. But at the same time, how you're using it right there, you gotta take into account land topography. So that's gonna throw the variation of that reading off the measurement.
Yeah,
That's another thing you have to account for. It's not, if we're gonna be, we're gonna get specific on that. Whatever example that is not just a image. It's also it should follow up with a demonstration. So something in reality. So if you're gonna start using a tree example, you have to use the height of that tree from where the person is standing in that image, that guy, and he's got to figure out from the ground position to. So there's a lot of things that you have to factor in, which land topography is going to throw your readings off when you actually try to attempt to do that. So that's why I said in a place where you can actually do it over water would be best, which is like what mariners you do, which is kind of like what I'm telling you, which is not a tree. You're actually using the Earth being the baseline for the flat plane of existence. You're going to be using that to actually draw your 90 degree from the GP to the person, right? And then from the person to the star, from the star
tree
position. Huh?
I'm just talking about the tree. Is this?
I know.
Yeah,
I know. But in that example right there, it only makes sense in the image. What I'm saying is you take it from that image into reality. So it has to be a demonstration. You follow. That's how you're showing how it works. But then now go into reality. When you do that, you can't just draw it. You're not gonna put an imaginary bottom of the adjacent. It's not gonna be imaginary in that triangle.
Yes, it is.
What I'm telling you, you have to go with a baseline, which we use the Earth. That's the physicality. That's the bottom of the triangle is the Earth, not just in the air. Yeah, you're saying no. That's not how it goes, though. It is the actual Earth. No, it's not. It's the Earth. That's why I'm saying that land topography is going to throw it off. So what you're doing is you're just making a triangle in the air.
Yes.
Which of course, what I'm telling you, if you do that, then you can do any geometric shape in the air. You can do any geometric shape because you're not touching the actual baseline. The baseline is the Earth. That's what you're saying. You see? That's what you're saying.
The baseline is horizontal.
That's you're building a case against the understanding of celestial navigation using ground position, where the ground is on the celestial navigation, the position to 90 degrees of where the star is.
No,
Ground.
it's not.
Yeah. Says who? Says
It's,
you and everybody
it's
who thinks
not.
it's the globe, right?
It's not a right angle between the star, the GP, and the observer. That is not a right angle.
You took that car and went off the cliff with it, huh?
I've posted the
You did.
geometry of celestial navigation earlier.
Yeah, based on the presupposition that the Earth is a globe, dude. We understand. But we're asking you, based on the presupposition that the Earth is a globe. So now we're asking you to provide the evidence of drop over distance, Ruhif.
Yes. Which I've measured, and
no, you did not
60
measure.
nautical.
We went over this. We went over this. They're calculations. They're not measurements. We went over this.
Is
Use
speed.
Albert, you used Albert Rooney's example to then solidify your position to say that it's been done already for thousands of years. I'm like, no, it has not. They didn't measure drop over distance, did they? Ruhif.
First of all,
you better answer the question, Ruhif. Did they measure drop over distance? Albert Rooney. Did
First of
Albert
all,
Rooney measure drop over
I'm
distance?
trying to fucking answer, mate.
Why can't you answer a yes or no like every normal human
Because
being
it's
would?
not a yes or no question.
It should be,
Okay.
but the retort to this is pretty direct. You should be like, yeah, yes, it is. They did measure drop over distance. No, they didn't measure drop over distance. Be honest with yourself and the people listening to you, Ruhif. Be honest, bro. Did they measure drop over distance, Ruhif?
Al-Biruni is rubbish. Okay, it's not a good method to get the radius of the Earth.
Bro. That's that. You see how you see how you spin it to like what you want. That's not answering my question.
Well,
It's
I'm
a
getting
yes or
there.
no.
I'm getting there.
It's no. You're not
It's
getting
not a
there.
yes
It's
or no.
a yes or no. Did
It's
Albert
not a yes or no.
Yeah, now the crowd's gonna hear how you're obfuscating for my question, right? So
Oh,
did
you're not letting me fuck.
because you're not answering my question, Ruhif. Did Albert Rooney measure drop over distance? It's just that simple. Did he do it? Did you deafen? You deafen on me?
Yeah.
Did you plug your ears on me?
Yeah, if I get muted, I deafen. That's the.
Mute you, dude. Answer my question. Is he are you deafening? Are you deafening yourself, dude? Don't be deafening yourself.
I'm muting him. He's not deafening. I'm just muting him.
Yeah. So if I get muted, I get deafened. So you know.
Listen.
No, you're gonna get muted if you talk when the moderator's talking, and if you don't like that, you can bounce, bro.
All right. Now to answer the question.
Yeah, answer my direct question that I asked you.
Yes. Yeah, it's not a yes or no question. I'm going to answer your question.
Nah,
Number one, Al-Biruni's method.
I won't accept that.
No.
The reason
No.
why. Yeah, you're done. Good day. Good day to you, sir. He was feeling a little froggy this morning. I was trying to poke the chat with, who wants to debate me? Come at me, bro. He was like, dude. And he kept at it. I was like, yeah, I don't wanna. And then he just kept at it. I was like, you know what? Fuck it, dude. I'm gonna get my reps in today.
Mm-hmm.
So I just had to. I don't know why.
This is a hot morning, I guess.
Oh, is it?
Even it unilaterally. So be careful. Maybe it's the energy. Like, dude, watch everything around you today, because everybody is testy.
I'm gonna take what you say, man. You've been in tune with energy for.
He was trying to pick on me, roughly.
What's that? One day.
Go ahead, one day. I guess he said something, but I didn't hear him anymore. No, I was just saying, man. You're right now. Lately, anyway, you've been in tune with energy. You're just like you're flowing through it like a kung fu master. I don't know. It's weird. But I'm listening to you. I'm like, damn, this guy is. You're really on one, bro. I don't know. You got like the Jedi mind spirit or something. You're just like.
It's
weird.
I mean, it could be just that I'm out and in this place. The grass is green. The scenery is beautiful. Could be that. I don't know. But I
Yeah.
but I don't know
Signals it,
because it's like
you know, guys.
on
So
the what's up one day? Yeah. But yeah, it's just a few like skirmishes going on on social media. Uh, you as you know, the whole thing between uh the the I don't even want to just say FED
Mm.
and Glowbusters. I think it's beyond that, because it's in here, it's everywhere. It's people are arguing about the scientific method. Other people, are thankful for Nathan, and they didn't know that what his position was until they actually heard from him firsthand. Other people are, you know, hating, whatever
Mm.
side. The point is there seems to be a lot of division right now. Um even even work wise, even a little bit on TikTok. I'm like, how is this happening everywhere? I know because there's the spiritual underpinning of this place, and people keep taking that as a joke. Like you got to see when the tsunami is coming in, you got to be prepared, man, because it comes from all angles, and you could think that you're going crazy, but it really is just something spiritual going on.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was flabbergasted yesterday, Eli. When let's just say me and you've been in the trenches for a while. I go over this because it's still like the twilight zone for me. We've been in the trenches for a while, and we disagree on something like wholeheartedly. Like I even disagreed with Gregory at one time. We were disagreeing on, we were talking about uh, the ice wall, the ice ring around the Earth, and that. And so we're talking about that, and then
Yeah.
I still can. I mean, I can still talk to him. Like I'm not gonna be like, bro, you're just a numpty or knucklehead, or I'm dunking on you, or like I'm not gonna say shit like that to him. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah.
got that much respect for him because he's in the trenches with us. But when somebody
I,
loses that respect, bro, that we have as brothers in the argument, I'm like, I can't fathom calling you that, man. Like even if me and you disagreed on a fundamental point, I'd be like, yeah, I know that we're not going to be able to see eye to eye on this, but either one of us is right or one of us is wrong. Well, I'm not going to say, dude, yo, Eli, man, I just dunked on your ass. Like what, dude? That to me
yeah.
is like that's that old. I don't know, man. You know what I'm
Uh,
saying? I felt some kind of way about that.
that
Honestly,
was delusional, man. Like I
I'm just
wasn't
saying,
even
bro.
worried about it. I went back and I listened to like
Just
the first hour, and I was like, "Oh God!" Like actually, I was on point.
you're on
Like
point.
I'm sitting like based on his reaction, I was really believing. Was I really over talking him that crazy? Was I really like what was I doing? And I'm listening back, and I'm like, nah, I was like, it wasn't as crazy as he made it seem. He just kept trying to prove a point that wasn't valid. As far as the scientific method is concerned, I know we have been talking about quantifiable versus uh, uh qualifiable, and it's not that there isn't a quantity, because I mean I had to get updated on this. Like, for God's sakes, you are varying something, so obviously there's going to be a change in quantity, but the entire point is that you qualify the cause of something. So if you're unable to do that, then all you're left with is the no result. Say it's 80 degrees. Oh, well, the no result is water doesn't boil at 80 degrees Celsius. That's never going to change. So that is empirical. Like, what is the problem? What's so hard to understand? But you're not testing the null hypothesis directly. you're testing your supposition. Again, what part of that is hard? What part of that does not make sense? Or does it make sense that science doesn't prove things? What is the point of having methods of inquiry if you can't come to a conclusion? Someone help me out.
Yeah, I think more poignant to what QE was talking about last night. He did say that it was the way it was said was malformed. It's not really science that doesn't prove anything. It's scientists who test for things don't prove anything. So that's more on point to say that. Where as Jaron was saying that science doesn't prove anything. He meant to say that scientists that are doing the tests are not proving things. So that therefore that makes it even that changes kind of like it's not just the method that's not proving, it's the people that are doing the method that are not proving things. You see what I mean? That changes because that's what he meant, not what we were hearing. So that would lean it more.
I don't know that that's what he meant. To be
Well,
honest,
because I know we might say that we're inferring that, but what I would say is that this isn't an advocate for his position. What I'm saying it's even worse because, like, if you are talking about that the people that did the test didn't prove anything because they're fallible, right? Because that's what the argument was, right? Humans are fallible, so they could make mistakes and that.
Well, no, I think it's worse than that.
Well,
because they're trying to make it seem like, oh, humans are fallible. No. What their actual I've heard that we're not God, therefore it's not that we're fallible in the sense that we made a mistake in the test. It's that we could have never known based on the epistemology that's laid out, so it's flawed. That's what they're trying to get to, and that's just not true. Like,
Right, because it's been proven through the test, the hypothesis test. That's why it changes the fact that it's not that you can't know; it's like you do know now because it was proven in the hypothesis test. So that's why. Go on.
Exactly. You do know what works, or you do know what doesn't work. Tell me what the third option is.
Maybe that's when you say scientists, the people. But people who made experiment, they are called scientists because they made experiment, and people who proved with experiment, they are scientists. And they exist, and there are 1,000 examples of scientists proving something, like acids, alcohols in medicine, blah blah blah. There are people who prove something with scientific method, not like natural, like observing, but they prove something with a scientific method. In a sense, they made experiment. This causing that, and that's not the water, and that's not the vitamin C. There is thousands of examples in medicine, in chemistry, and blah blah blah.
I think Grace was bringing up a point yesterday, which kind of sparked my interest in like the way he was saying it, because he's like, it doesn't matter if we find out that the importance of like vitamin C within the compound of the fruit, like inside of the fruit, and so we know now that people have investigated further and found out that that's vitamin C that's helping with the scurvy, right? But it was still the fruit and the veggies that were being administered to the people that gave them that vitamin C. So the thing is, it doesn't negate the fact that they're still being cured by that administering of the fruit and the veggies. That doesn't negate that fact. You can still give them vitamin C without giving them that, and still get cured. But I'm saying the end result of the fruit given to the person will still help them with their scurvy. That's the thing. Over time, it will help them.
But vitamin D, no, and vitamin B.
Well,
no, but because that is the point. That vitamins will never help that. It always will vitamin C. If something in future happened that also vitamin D doing that would be great.
He was in conversation, but he kind of like laid into the inside joke. That's why Eli chuckled. But listen, the thing to me, the point was then that Drace was talking about was that later on they could say, well, it's not just vitamin C. It's the vitamin C4 that actually does. It doesn't matter because you're still giving them fruit and veggies, and you're still getting better. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't matter how like directly complex you can get into it. It's still going to be the fruit and veggies always, right? Or am I getting that wrong? Because it's when is it going to be like? Well, actually, they had a hangnail, and so the hangnail once it was removed, it wasn't the fruit and veggies. It's because they all had hangnails, man. So then we looked at the other thing that was a contributing factor to them having the scurvy, and it was really when you look at it, the hangnail on their toe. If you would have just cut that nail off, you would have found out that was another part of it. It's like
Yeah,
you know what?
no, it's not it's not that hard. Like it's because in retrospect, it was fucking vitamin C, man. Like it's just weird to even be talking about it as if it isn't. Like that's what the whole conversation is based around. What if it's not what it is? Get out of here, man. It is a
Uh-huh.
lack of vitamin C. Period. Like, what are we
I'm gonna tell
talking about?
these ballers would have you think that you can think about things in that way, which means that how do you know, right? Because they want to make you feel like you think you know what you know, but then really flat earthers are saying they know that the earth is flat, but that's what they're saying. The kind of erosion that this is going to cause is that it's going to cause your mind to start to doubt everything that you know, not just the things that you think that you already figured out, the things that everybody knows. So that's going to creep into flat earth. And how much you want to make I could bet you right now, Eli, me and you, that the people who are veering off into this mindset, they're gonna question if the earth is flat. Bro, mark my words right now, today, whatever day it is, there even if the ones that are saying no, the earth's flat, I guarantee freaking to you, man, that they will, and if not that, they will say something to you like, we can't know if the earth is flat 100%. Oh, I bet you that was what is going to happen. I only know 99.9999% that the earth is flat. How much you want to make a bet that that's what they're not going to be saying? They're going to be saying that, bro, because we can never know nothing to be 100% sure, because that's not how science works. I've heard it from ballers, so I know that that's where this conversation is going. So long as that's what the conversation is, oh my God, you can have the best, you can talk to whoever you want, and they'll accept you in open arms to their forums, their big old forums, and you got syndicated TV shows that, well, man, check this out, we got this flat earther here, who's going to give us his information, we want to listen to him. Guys, listen up, if you want to hear this. And so, yeah, you can say that message because it gives everybody no accountability. And for sure, the flat earth is going to be like, I'm going to tell you how the earth is flat. But we can only know it to be 99.99999% sure, guys. And everybody's going to be like, I like that. Like to hear that. That gives me some comfort to know that no one knows, right? That's where this is going, bro. It's going into that direction. Maybe they don't see it that way, but I guarantee you these ballers have been talking like that for a while. And I know their conversations they always end up that way. We never know what's going on. We could be in a simulation. I could be a brain in a jar. Like, yeah, I know that. Because that your whole perception on reality and what it is based on your idea of what it can and cannot be. So we can't discover it. I said this before, right? We don't have the God knowledge. We don't have that. So far be it for me to tell you what the fabric of reality is. Far be it for me to wax myself intelligent and say, well, check this out, guys, but the fabric of reality is actually magical pixie dust or whatever. Like, I can't do that. Why would I put myself in that position? I just have to understand that I've been given these God-given senses to detect and determine and discern what I can know from this state that I'm in. So the state that I'm in right now, I can determine things because I have a common sense. I can understand things. We colloquially speak about things, and we can communicate with another, right? I can tell you, I'm standing in my kitchen right now. I'm about to make me some breakfast. But if I tell you, shit, I don't know if right now or the next moment I'm gonna wind up being like a tuna fish in the ocean. Like, I don't know, because reality is that fucking malleable. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we could just be all in this simulation. But how can I make that determination if I don't have that knowledge? So, if I'm in the pursuit of that, it's a fruitless endeavor because you will never gain God knowledge. And the pursuit of that it's just like the way it was said in Proverbs, man. Those who have fixed their eyes to the ends of the earth are fools. That's this. I'm paraphrasing, but that in Proverbs is talking about that. Because why would you look for something that you don't need to? That stuff there belongs to the Creator. The Creator has this knowledge, and people that pursue that, they sound ridiculous, don't they? When they come in here and they say, "Well, possibly a simulation, possibly a globe, possibly concave," then it just makes it sound like they're all fools because there's no knowledge or evidence to support their claims. But if we're gonna sit here and say, no, let's hear this guy out. Why? It's just what he thinks in his imagination. He doesn't know. Anyway, bro, I get on my rants, but I do it specifically because a lot of people might think that it's crazy for us to shut the ballers down when they come in here. But I do it for a reason. It's like, why are we gonna sit here and endure some ramblings of incoherency when we don't need to? It's like, guy, yeah, that's great. You thought up of a made up world that we could be living in, a globe. Now prove that shit. You don't have any? All right, good day to you, sir. And then why do people get all hurt in their fifis? Because we don't hear them out. Somebody explain that
Hear
to me.
him out. Hear you out. We've heard it already. We've heard it all before. But I mean, we will hear you out the first time. But when you are repeatedly not answering the questions directly, then you're being disrespectful and trying to claim that we're being disrespectful. How do you get it? How do you have someone ask you a question and imagine your parents ask you a question and you're not answering it. Like, imagine at school somebody asks you a question, or you take a test and you have a question and you don't answer it because you don't feel like it. Like, how disrespectful is that? And then act like we're being disrespectful. Get out of here, bro. That was something that pissed me off too. Like, Witsit kept saying that I wasn't answering the question. Yes, I was. The the answer is, well, you keep wanting me to answer to um your backwards way of asking the question about the hypothesis when you're not supposed to be trying to directly prove the no. Like, but if you give somebody vitamin C and it doesn't cure the scurvy, then you've given them however much you've given them, and that didn't yield a result. That's your no result. That is true. Still true.
Elijah, look at this example. You one day decide to make a YouTube channel and you make whatever you want. And then I decide to make a YouTube channel and I'm making everything against you. What you will do?
Go to TikTok.
Not TikTok, YouTube. Do you understand me? You are making, let's say, you are making bread, and I'm making YouTubes and criticizing your bread, and very bad. Even I'm using the swear words and everything. You have YouTube channel. You have your viewers. I have my YouTube channel. I have my viewers. I'm making what the fuck ever I want, and you are fucking stupid. You don't know what the fuck bread is, and I will tell that in every of my video, and I don't care what the fuck you think.
Mm-hmm.
That's my position about being a YouTuber.
Yeah, you just make your bread, and
Yeah.
because it's good, people will come. They'll eat the bread.
Yeah, yeah, and then understand that you are making that what you are making, and maybe some people doesn't like the bread, and then they will come, and then you will find out. Oh, look, this guy fucking is making. Why he's making for this bread community so bad? He's, why he's attacking me? But I put the 1 kilo of salt in 1 kilo of flour. And he's saying that will be salty, if I do that. But I don't care. I'm putting 1 kilo of salt in my bread. That's good bread. Relax, man. everything is fine. You know, you have whoever has the YouTube channel, relax and make, and people will like you or will not like you, and people will make channels about you, shows about you, or will not make, or you will be how to say very successful man and or whatever you want with YouTube channel. You want to say truth, if you want to be famous or whatever. But there is a sphere outside. We need to realize, is it really or not? And I realized that many things will not help me with that, like gravity things, like a science, like what the fuck ever, you know. It's a shape. I realized. I think for the shape, the geometry is the best things to realize, and to spend more time about that geometry, like a to be boring how to spend time, but somehow looking at the last 3 years, last 5 years, I'm looking at that kind of, yeah, we are speaking about that geometry, but somehow it's percentually, I can say it's 7% of 93. 93% we are, not we, uh, like everyone, it's pushing, like, we need to speak about this, it's free to speak about that, it's free. Yeah, it's free to speak about everything. That's cool, you know. But there is a sphere outside, and there is that 90% people are sure there is a sphere there. They are totally, how to say, that they know that it's a sphere. If they know, let's tell them something about what we can tell them. That means geometry. I can tell you one thing. I can tell you that if I observe something in reality, and if I know where is what, there is some kind of flat surface. There is no sphere. I can tell you that. I cannot tell you how atom is working in a vacuum chamber. I cannot tell you that. And there is no point to tell you that, because whatever natural phenomena are, there is a surface, how to say, to see what is with the surface, because we are speaking about fucking surface, like a globe earth, flat earth. Doesn't matter flat earth. Let's see if this earth is a globe. That's all. Oh, no, wait, gravity. No. Wait. Double slit. What light? What? But you know, geometry. It's like a. I'll leave that. Drop over distance. What the? Okay, let's speak about that. You see this black zone? Yeah. Okay. But now let's speak about satellite. Okay, let's speak about satellites 1 hour. 2 hours for gravity, 3 hours for spectroscopy, 4 hours for ether, 7 hours for, and let's go back to curvature. 2 minutes, okay. Let's go back now to moon. 6 hours. Okay. Any drop of a distance? Okay, that's boring. Come on, people. Moon. Earth, big planet. Ugh. I want to find out if Sasha find out, for example, because I know what is sea level, I know all these arguments. And if I find out something about, I don't know, electrostatics, air, or something, fuck, people will say, look at this Sasha, he fucking realized even this, and that is good. I will now follow Sasha, because Sasha knows better than fucking QE, or better than Elijah.
Hey, can I ask you gentlemen to join me in the other server? Eli, Sasha.
Okay.
Yeah, can you join me in the other server?
Yep.
All right. See you there.
I'm not particularly hyped up.
You're getting a little hyped up, but it's okay. This is what we call cognitive dissonance. We all had to go. We all had to go through it at one point or another when we first came
Yes.
across contradict
It sure did get quiet in here.
Remember that there is no curvature. We can't leave low Earth orbit because the Earth is flat and there is no outer space. No one has ever measured the circumference, diameter, nor the radius of the Earth. No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth. The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Mayhem has been telling you about these 3 points, and you should really be paying attention in class.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
Hi, Wave Mixer from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you don't believe you are living on a spinning water ball and you've seen all of those fake NASA videos, look no farther. You can now learn the truth about where you live right here. We live on a stationary plane, a level, non-rotating Earth that was created especially for you and me. There is no vacuum of space, there were no dinosaurs, and we never went to the moon. The Earth is not spinning 1,000 miles per hour. We're not orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. There is no gravity, and we've all been lied to. Welcome to Flat Earth. Come join us in the live chat, where all are welcome. Globers, Flurfs, Flat Curious. All we ask is that you treat everyone with respect. Join us in the VC check-in to get verified. We're here 24/7, and we'll leave the light on for you. Is everybody still sleeping?
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified to join us in the live stream.
We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that date never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball. A ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the bankers' economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
We have a special guest joining us on the panel, and please give him a welcome. His name is Neil, and I have a few questions to ask him. Neil, who's measured the diameter, circumference, or radius of the Earth?
Earth's circumference was first accurately measured more than 2,000 years ago by the Greek astronomer Eratosthenes, who at the time lived in the Egyptian city of Alexandria.
So tell me, Neil, how did Eratosthenes measure the Earth 2,000 years ago?
He had heard that in the nearby town of Syene, midday sunlight shines straight down to the bottom of deep wells on the same day each year, indicating that the sun was directly overhead in Syene. In Alexandria, however, sunlight on that date never reached the bottoms of wells, but instead fell upon the sides. Eratosthenes reasoned that the difference in the angle of incoming sunlight was due to the curvature of Earth's surface. And so by measuring this angle, he related the distance between Alexandria and Syene to the total dimension of the globe.
So your only measurement of the Earth was taken 2,000 years ago, before clocks or cell phones were invented, yet Eratosthenes was able to communicate with someone 500 miles away and be able to sync their time to take measurements at the exact same time? I must say that I do find it fascinating that with all the trillions of dollars NASA has received, we have no measurements of the Earth with our modern digital equipment. It leaves me wondering how we know the size of other objects in the sky, if we don't even know the accurate size of the place we live on. Well, surely we've been able to measure the axial rotation of the Earth, haven't we, Neil?
By the mid-19th century, most educated people knew that Earth spins on its axis, completing a rotation once a day. But there was no obvious visual demonstration of the Earth's rotation, only astronomical evidence.
So, Neil, if I get this right, are you saying that there's never been a measurement of the Earth's axial rotation?
No one has ever measured the axial rotation of the Earth.
Thank you for being honest, Neil. I do have one final question for you. Normal atmospheric pressure at sea level is 14.6 psi. The vacuum of space is said to be 10 to the negative 17 torr. Can you have gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum without a container?
The second law, thermodynamics, says that you cannot have a gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Okay, Neil, let me get this straight. The only measurement of the Earth was done 2,000 years ago with sticks and shadows. The axial rotation of the Earth has never been measured, and space is a direct violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
You know what, Wave? You are correct. You caught me. The Earth is flat. Is this the part where you snatch my wig?
This 100% proves that Jaren is the enemy of Flat Earth. He is not a legitimate Flat Earther. And he is 100% a shill. There is no way someone this stupid could have ever given me any legitimate knowledge in my life. Just listening to the way he talks and what he does here. I want you all to watch this. This is absolute insanity.
It's not getting through to them. So, what am I supposed to do? So here's the premise is, does science prove things? Okay. Now, if we go over here to a internet search, does science prove things? Now that here comes Quantum Eraser and all these jokers and jackals saying like, he's looking at Google and calling.
You're talking about Quantum Eraser? Quantum Eraser would chew you up and spit you out. You don't even speak to a high intellectual level, high enough for that matter, to even have a conversation with someone like Quantum Eraser. You are a fraud. You are a liar.
Not the truth. I'm just showing you that I'm not alone in my statement. In fact, every single person in the world and every person in science says the same thing. Okay? So
that is a lie. All of the most famous scientists throughout history and colleges and everywhere, any of Quantum Eraser's live presentations that he's done will show you 100% all of the links and all of the books that these scientists have put out. Listen at this. This dude does a Google search.
if that's wrong for me to be on the same side as Google, so be it. There's a reason why science doesn't prove things. I'm about to show you why. But scientific proof is a myth. I didn't put is science a myth, I put does science prove things. Scientific proof is a myth. Why? Because it's completely impossible to prove anything in science.
That is from Forbes. Forbes said that people who died recently, my family members, did not die of what they went and got done. Having strokes, heart attacks, third nerve palsy, cancer increases, pericarditis. That the own companies admit that that is the side effects now. And Forbes said that that ain't what happened. Forbes is a fact checker. He's taking Forbes. Forbes, the most untrustworthy news network behind CNN and Fox, is agreeing with Jaren.
Okay? Real scientists never use the words scientific proofs. In this limited sense, proof is the high degree of acceptance of a theory following a process of inquiry. I don't even know what that is.
Oh, yeah, you don't know what that is, because that is scientific evidence once you actually do a scientific experiment. Of course you don't know what that is. You don't know what science is, you clown show.
The core of science, relating evidence and ideas, misconception. Science proves ideas. Forget what you've read. Science can't prove a thing.
That's from Conversation. All of these are fake science outlets, every single one of them, and you all know that. Why don't you type in 250 new cases and tell me which one of these keep popping up?
Why science does not prove anything. If you say science is right, you're wrong. Science doesn't prove anything, and that's a good thing. Okay, let me explain why science doesn't prove things, because you'll...
So, this is 100% smoking gun proof that this dude is an agent. This is 100% smoking gun proof. He is an agent. But this goes even further. Listen.
Never know that you have everything covered. Let's give an example based on what Nathan Oakley says. When I asked Nathan, okay, Mr. Science proves things, name something that science has proved. Now, you'd think if he's going to yell and call me names and every name in the book and...
A lack of vitamin C, a severe vitamin C deficiency causes scurvy. In every human on this earth, it will happen every single time. That is science.
I'm a scammer, all these things. Then he would at least have some things that science has proved. He has one, if you want to give him...
No, he has many. And anybody who's watched his shows over the years know that he's shown many examples of scientific experiments, and so has Quantum Eraser.
Yeah, and that one thing is that heat causes water to boil. Okay, this is the only thing you can come up with.
Facts.
And it wasn't that originally, if everybody remembers. If you go back in time, originally it was water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Well, I disproved that, so what did they do? Did they ever admit they were wrong? No, they just switched. They just went to the different narrative and said, oh, now it's heat causes water to boil. But let me explain something. Let's just take, for example, let's pretend that it took 300 degrees Fahrenheit to boil water. Again, we're just pretending. Okay, we're just saying, let's pretend it takes 300 degrees Fahrenheit to boil water. Okay, and let's say back in the day, we have a hypothesis.
Okay, I'm gonna stop real quick because this is, let's say, for example, let's go in mystery land. Let me give you that's a fallacy, number one. You can't be up here going into imagination land. You stay on the same topic. But for the purposes of hearing what he says about this water situation, I want to show you how stupid he is.
We're gonna do our scientific test. We're gonna use the scientific method. And our hypothesis is heat causes water to boil. Okay? So what do? We go get a pot of water, and we are going to test. Our independent variable is going to be the heat. And so we apply fire to the bottom of this pot. And because the fire can't get the pot at 300 degrees Fahrenheit to boil the water, it just sits there. And we're like, that's weird. So we add a little more heat. We try to make the fire hotter, and we just keep getting nothing. There's no boiling of water. According to Nathan, who says that you either prove your hypothesis or you prove the null. Well, since it didn't boil, then we proved the null, meaning that no, heat does not cause water to boil.
This dude said heat does not cause water to boil. Water boils at 212 degrees Fahrenheit. Do you understand? That is what temperature the water needs to get at in order for it to boil. Not you throw fire underneath of something and say, oh yeah, we ain't got enough heat, so it ain't working. Dumbass. It doesn't matter. You have to have enough heat. Heat is the cause. Regardless of how you feel, you don't have enough heat, so it ain't working. However, it is an observed phenomenon. And when you actually measure the temperature of what it takes to boil water, it has a boiling point. Do you all understand? This is the boiling point of water. I don't want to hear that you're manipulating the water in some way or taking it at a certain elevation or certain air pressure that's causing it not to be able to boil. At where we are, depending on where you are, regardless, it will boil due to heat. Whether you have enough heat is not here nor there. So what does cause water to boil? Ice? Maybe we don't have enough ice. Maybe if we go to the Arctic, we might be able to get enough ice that'll cause water to boil. Observe a natural phenomenon. Do we see people putting water in vacuums that causes it to boil? No, that is an unnatural way to boil and freeze water by placing it into a vacuum. That is not a natural phenomenon. We do not observe a vacuum at all. Fahrenheit, temperature, heat, temperature. That is the cause of water to boil. You can get specific. Oh, but just because you don't add enough heat, now all of a sudden heat don't cause it to boil no more. So what does? What does? If heat won't boil it, how the hell are you going to boil water?
But we would be wrong. Do you understand?
You're not.
Even though we did a scientific hypothesis test and we went through the method and everything like that, we were wrong because we didn't apply enough heat. So that's just an example of what...
You didn't apply enough heat. It doesn't mean that heat is not the cause of it. That's your own stupidity for not adding enough heat. And when it is proven that heat will cause water to boil, then that is a proof and a scientific fact. Are you guys seriously listening to Jaren? I honestly want to know how many people, leave me some comments on here. How many people are actually listening to what that shill, okay, Jaren has to say? Honestly, this is beyond. Look at all the super chats coming in. This is actually in real time. People are actually giving money. And he literally said that heat doesn't cause water to boil. You heard it. You wonder why I'm so upset. This piece of garbage, okay, has like 160,000 subscribers and one of the biggest guys in Flat Earth just on YouTube alone. And he's giving people bad information. You will never be able to prove anything if science proves nothing. That means that your XY and XX chromosomes don't prove anything. Why hasn't the entire community upended Jaren? What are you all doing? He's blowing smoke up you right now. I couldn't see that he was a shill years ago because he was giving good information. Doing crypto class. The government's going to control your crypto. Are you stupid? What makes you think that you are allowed to have your own private currency? That is illegal. This is what I'm talking about. It is illegal to print money. You have to be joking with me.
Science can't prove things. You never can know that you've covered all your bases. Ever.
You can know. And if you haven't, then that means it's left unknown. Don't make accusations then. So if you don't add enough heat to water, then that's an inconclusive experiment.
It's impossible. To say science proves things is to admit that you're God. It's to admit that you have seen all possibilities. You've taken everything into account. There is no possibility of anything outside that. Think of the light.
Every search on Google says science doesn't prove anything. That is a red flag for your little tiny brain to realize that, oh, wait a second, if Google's telling me all of this right now, and I know that all that's on Google is nothing but lies. Like, look up, did JFK get assassinated by Hitler? Why don't you look that up and see what comes up? Why don't you look up whether or not HW had anything to do with any of that stuff? Why don't you look that up? Why don't you look that up? What do you think Google's going to tell you? Huh? What do you think they're going to tell you? Huh? What do you think that Google's going to tell you? Every Google result is saying that science doesn't prove anything. This is what I'm talking about right here. This is smoking gun proof that he is a liar. He is a scammer. He is a fraud.
Spectrum that we can see. We see the tiniest little percentage of light on the spectrum.
David Icke.
Now imagine that we're trying to do scientific tests to prove things, but we didn't know about all this other light that we can't see. Okay, we've talked about it before with maybe.
What does light have to do with an observed phenomenon? All you have to do is look and see out in nature, in hot springs and other places, water boiling. And then after you have discovered that you see the water doing something crazy, like fire, all of a sudden you see lightning strikes a tree and the tree catches on fire and you're wondering, what is that fire? What is that burning? And you decide to add as much heat to a tree as possible until it starts to smoke and catching on fire. That's how you do science. What does it have to do with how much light on a spectrum that we can see? Have you all lost your minds? Have you all collectively just lost your damn minds? Did you go and get your boosters?
They did a test in the past in the 1800s where they were doing a scientific test of what caused your skin to burn. And then they figured out and they said, oh, well, we've proven it.
What causes skin to burn? What? So you out in the sun and your skin's getting burned.
It's the sunlight that's doing it. And then down the road, somebody was inside of a house and installed a UV bulb. And before you know it, they got burnt and everybody's confused. Why am I getting burned? I thought we proved that it was sunlight. Oh, no, it turns out it was actually UV rays. Okay.
That is splitting hairs. And that is something completely different. The UV rays from the sun, regardless, that's what happens. Do you have a UV lamp out in nature, or is that man-made? Is a UV lamp out in nature, or is it man-made? Is a vacuum chamber out in nature, or is it man-made? The sun rays, whatever you want to call it, was the cause of your skin burning. Because when you walked into your stupid ass house, it was your UV lamp that burned your skin, not the sun. What was the cause of people out in the field getting burned by the sun? You all are getting your mind raped. I did not want to believe that Jaren was actually a piece of trash shill. I didn't want to believe that. There's 160-some thousand subscribers all listening to him and arguing and starting fights in our community that we have been working so hard on. Now I can't even suggest these videos or other people's videos to any of my friends, because when they see this fakery and lies, they're going to come back and argue with me about it. So we're no longer going to be able to wake people up. We're going to be in a constant fight because somebody doesn't realize the way science works. So you go in the house with a UV lamp and burn the hell out yourself because you're crazy. And then you say that the people that were out in the sun when there was no UV lamp out there, that the sun wasn't the cause of them getting burned out outside. Woo. Oh my God. Oh, I am so happy that I don't look at this dude. I'm so happy that I was able to break free and learn what real science is, to the point where people who taught me about this topic, I can teach them at this point, especially the fake shills like Jaren. If you're up here sending money to Jaren, you're a piece of trash, dude. You're a piece of trash. Honestly, I mean, I'm not even going to sugarcoat it. Leave me as many bad comments as you want. Guess what? I don't give a damn. Not even a little one, okay? All the Google searches says agrees with him. Google agrees with him. Meanwhile, he gets censored off of YouTube and almost gets his channel deleted. And other people are sending him super chats, ain't going over to Rockfin. Billy Gates and them proved that the human population is really stupid, but I thought the flat earth community was a little bit smarter. Come to find out, you're only a step up. You're only a step up. If you don't know what science is, you're only a step up above the rest of these idiots around you wearing these masks. You're only a step up. So please, don't let the Dunning-Kruger affect you, making you think that you're smarter than you actually really are, okay? You're overestimating your own intelligence. Trust me, by a lot, okay? Go back to 3rd grade science.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Checkin' 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Spotsa owes math for 1,000 miles.
Yeah, she's been responding to stuff, so I guess she can hear us for sure, but...
Sid, I'm gonna kick you from the call. Why don't you read? People up. Pazza. Holy.
I've been on the moon.
Well, space weed. Something, man. Nation.
It's an idea in our minds.
Cool idea, though.
Unless you're a leprechaun, or you're a leprechaun.
Not my. I've checked my lineage for Irish blood, and there's none there.
Didn't he? Can we do a quick radio check on Usher?
You guys talk. What's the topic for tonight?
Just shooting the breeze at the moment. But did you have a question or something?
Really, I was just I was hankering for listening to a conversation. It's gone earlier on today. Everywhere was an absolute maelstrom of people arguing about scurvy. That's gone dead quiet.
Well, like,
It's true. There was no. They were arguing about scientific method. But, you know, get that case example from them.
Okay, so this is like a place of restaurant or bar. So it's kind of funny to see the people that come themselves down at the bar. So what brings you in? What can we what can we serve you, sir? You a drink?
No, it's think of it like a bookshop. I'm just browsing.
But we only serve paying cups. You're just gonna.
Oh. Well, can I use? Can I at least use the restroom before I go?
Buy a drink if you. Pretty calm.
Can I have a tepid water then with a straw?
Well, we have a doggy bowl.
I'll go and lap that up then.
No loitering in the Walmart, sir.
It's the foyer. You can't control me out there.
No, it's just kind of funny. Kind of look at a bit out in the sticks. So it's like not somewhere you trip and fall in. More like to have. What are you doing here? It's like we're way out in the sticks, dude.
I had a dibble dabble in Gem Pandas thingy. I had a dibble dabble in Earth Awakenings. Ether Cosmology's not on. FED Science is kind of a bit flannelly tonight. There's no one in Johnny B server, but there never is. On the level, empty, obsolete, empty. You know, it's gone all quiet, isn't it? Basically, this year, really. I don't know what's going on.
It comes in waves, man. Like high tide and low tide, you know. Like in waves. I was gonna ask, like, who are your people? Like, if you were to go hang out with your people, like, where is that? Is there a certain server where your people hang out at, or this is my
Yeah,
place?
I usually spend most of my time in Gems.
Gems,
shouting at the people that you lot get push over there because they're nuts, frankly. Johnny B and Pete Shea, basically. Pete Shea, yeah. Oh yes, Pete Shea. He is a character. He is Pete Shea and Johnny. You have to say it. They're both bulletproof. Right? There ain't nothing in through. There ain't nothing injuring those boys.
That's funny. I don't know the other guy, but so what's the latest fresh for?
It's all got a bit stale, really, isn't it?
Happens. Get a little CPR. Revive something.
No, I've had a few drinks and I was just having a search around because I'm on a diet next. I'm on a Discord diet for a week, at least a week next week. Tomorrow because I'm off to China. So
Wow. Safe travels. Hope you have a good trip.
yeah, it will be all right. It's work, but it will be factory hotel. Cry on the phone to the wife and then come home again. It'll be. I've done it. I've done these kind of trips before. And if you're in sales or you're in management, then it's quite pleasant. I'm just an engineering drone. I'll get treated like a worker ant over there. So I'm certainly not logging on and doing this over there. That's just
We got to get your fix before you go. That's can help you.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
That'd be pretty.
It would be. I mean, I'd like to go and look at some old stuff in Beijing, but I don't think I'll get an opportunity to. There's a bit of a logistics issue anyway because there's a lot of clear up after the floods. So the company aren't going to. The company, my company and that company have got limited dealing, shall we say, in terms of travel. So it's a bit
restricted.
Rather than being, it's a little less casual than it would be normally. I'll go and help configure a fab for chip manufacturing, but I don't know how much of it is actually going to be. How much time I'm going to get outside of that.
Get to some brass. Pazza, what can we tell people who think that they can see curvature of an airplane? What would you say to someone like
From a conventional airplane, I'd say I would say, how did they see it? Hold a straight line up to the window. Can they confirm the window's curved or straight? Can they, is it an observation of refraction? Is it an observation of reality? It's not conclusive, is it? I don't think there's any conclusive physical observation of curvature from the first person you can have, really.
Yeah, no, I asked because I get the sense that people don't necessarily want to hear folks in this. They're more inclined to hear it from someone on their own team. It's like they need the hand on the shoulder saying, "Listen."
Well, they do hear a lot of conflicting shit in this, don't they? They do hear people say, "Oh, I've definitely seen it," and others say, "No, you definitely can't see it." And then you get like test pilots who take death traps to the edge of space, and they fly there, in the darkness of the upper atmosphere, who say, "No, I couldn't see it," and then you get other people who say, I was in an airship and I could see it, So it's one of those things. I don't think it's a purposeful discussion. It's a bit like shining lasers at the horizon. It's not purposeful because we all know there's so much variance. Where you're going to draw your conclusion?
I guess, but no, it is funny because there does seem to be some mixed seeing curvature thing. Because if you do go to Google, we just double check this. Pretty sure Google can see about 30,000 feet, which is which kind of goes with majority of people. But if you've been around the topic for long enough, you understand that this is certain, and not just because it's just they say it's too big, right?
If it was there, it would be very nuanced, and I don't think with your naked eye, just looking left and right, scanning across the horizontal of your vision, you would be able to. You'd have to have some optical mechanism, set in a aircraft that is gyroscopic, very balanced. If it was there, it would be nuanced, wouldn't it? Even if you concede what they're saying, at those kind of heights, it's going to be just there. It's not going to be really there. But then you have to elicit the question, what's the atmosphere doing between me and there? So I don't think it's a discussions.
Yeah, I agree. It's not something that we typically. It's not evidence for us to. Oh no, you see no curvature from an airplane. It's typically like a rebuttal to the. You can see it. Just wanted to.
Yeah, I think the only way you're really going to know is if you go up so high, it becomes a sphere at distance or something at distance, you know?
Well, actually, I think that's where we might differ. I think because you would say go up away, like go higher. We would say come down to the surface. But then you said that you don't think lasers is good enough.
Well, I mean, you know, I'm not an expert. I mean, there are loads and loads of people who purport to be experts in land surveying who talk about, you know, the converging verticals and all sort of thing, the plumb and everything, and use theodolites, and they allegedly compensate for a fraction, and they do over great distances see this diversion or conversion of plumb, you know, and this sort of thing, which I've never done, so I can't tell you if it's true or false.
Okay.
But it's a category evidence as far as they're concerned, should we say? If I'm playing devil's advocate.
Well, I mean, this does seem, at least for post 2020, hearing things from parents, and I think yourself were saying things along the lines of using the horizon as inclusive. But what I find interesting, when I first joined the discussion back in like 2017, all the hullabaloo was about the horizon. From my understanding,
Sure. Yeah.
Team Globe was basically saying that the horizon, you know, they were making location and yada yada. So once we address and rebuttal that claim, now they're going, oh well, you can't use the horizon.
Well, you can't. Yeah, I mean, optically, it is furry, isn't it?
Though, like, so why would they originally use it as and then just turn around and say, well, it's inconclusive? It's like, wait a minute. I think you would always say, like, oh well, you can't just squint at the horizon. But dude, what? Why then is the original claim? Why, if it's
I think conclusive evidence is maybe things like corroborate. They purport that at the two equinoxes, vernal and the spring equinox, sun is traversing with the GP of the sun, the ongoing sub-solar point, so to speak, the zenith, is running along what we call the tropical Capricorn and Cancer, and how you represent that on any map is entirely up to you. But effectively, they're the northernmost and southernmost limits of the traversal of the sub-solar point. Now, if you go to like any of the almanac-derived websites or timeinddate.com, they'll give you a surface velocity of the sublunar point. In other words, they're effectively saying what is the between a location on the Tropic of, say, Capricorn, seeing the instant it sees the sun at zenith, how long before some other place sees it, and therefore they're working out a speed along that line of the subsolar point. And the thing that gets me is that the two equinox, the speed in which it travels along the both tropics is marked as the same. All these engines. Now, clearly, that doesn't actually work on a flat thing. If you work on the premise that when you see the sun directly above you, anywhere in the world, it is directly above. If you're working on that premise, then that would suggest that the expected radial divergence you'd expect from the flat Earth isn't there, and that would be arguably an evidence that there is a convergence and a divergence either side of the equator, which is more likely to be it's more manageable mathematically on a sphere than it is on a flat surface. I mean, you know, you can also look at the distance between if you look at a sundial, say, set up in London, you look at a sundial set up in Berlin, they will both be pointing northwards, and they will effectively have simultaneously using modern communication at the angular divergence between them. You can do that across Australia, for example, as well, if you've got a sundial in two gardens. And that divergence is symmetrical north and south. and you wouldn't expect that if the sun was moving across a planar surface. So there's loads of little bits and pieces like that. Now, clearly, there's an argument as to what if you're going to map the world, you're going to have to work out the distance between things. And there's a lot of contention about are the distances east-west across Australia, southern Africa, Africa and Southern America, are they truly representative as they're comported? So arguably you could do physical surveying at places like that. That would be conclusive one with it, I think.
Okay. Appreciate you.
Yeah, but I've not got the aspiration or, frankly, the commitment to do anything meaningful in this sense. So, but I wouldn't. There's lots of passionate people either side of this, and you think that ultimately someone will want to do it.
Well, I like to think of it like a football team, American football. There's 11 different positions on the field, so everyone has their own little role to play. So anyway, you brought up something about like maps or something. My understanding is that there is no one true map of the world, regardless of what your position is.
Not flat map, no.
No, I mean, no, I would say for both sides, there's not one true map, many maps. Unless you would say that there is one that is the.
Oh, yeah, there's many different projections, that's true.
So you would agree that there's not just one map that represents all? Or you say there?
Well, if you follow the narrative, a globe will give you you pull a piece of string taut between 2 points on a if you buy a mathematical, a scientific globe rather than just a mental one, it will be much bigger in size. And if you on that, what I'm told, and I'm not confirming this myself, but if you pick two cities and you pull a piece of string taut across that surface, it will be a great circle. It will be it'll be a diametric plane on the surface. It won't be a short circle. And if you scale all those measurements between, let's say, 10, 12 cities in all directions, they'll comport to the distances we're told, or the distances between those cities at scale. But there'll be a degree of error because of the scale. But roughly speaking, the proportionality will be there. Topological coherence to what we're told the distance between cities will be there. Don't think you can do it on a flat map. I don't think there is a flat map.
My question, Pazza, though, was I mean, what you're describing, is that a map?
Yeah, the globe is a map, I think.
I don't think so.
Map is a.
When you drive your car, you don't have a globe mounted on your board. Spin that sucker. Pretty sure you use a map like everyone else. I don't think they're the same.
You're using a database of these things and all things positions, aren't you?
So what I'm saying is that what you're describing, physical, whatever, I wouldn't consider that necessarily that you navigate the world with.
No, not at all.
Okay, but that was my question. Is like, is there a map, the map, one map that represents the Earth? Brought up like, so I don't know if that really answers the question.
No, but there's not a map at resolution because it would be enormous, wouldn't it? There are localized and locally corrected maps. That's what they tell us, don't they? They have various fiducials and marker points to effectively to bring them back into alignment across great distances.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm glad to hear that, because people will come here and say, "Well, oh, you guys need a map," and it's like, well, I don't think there is one map. It's like you said, charts and things like that. You can kind of piece.
But you must concede that, like, for instance, if you were to try and create a spatial representation on a piece of paper of an area, say, covering Rome, Athens, New York, say a significant portion of the world we live in, you would have to have it. So you would have to have it so that if it's of any use to you, you could literally put a ruler down on that, measure the distance in millimeters or fractions of an inch, and for a consistent factor across all of those, scale it up to the actual purported distances, crow flies between those two cities. And I don't think that there is any representation of that flat across a great distance.
Interesting. Yeah, what do you make of all the maps that I posted in the chat there? It's not like these maps are made. I need to open up the original. It's a high definition image, so you should be able to open it up and zoom in and see. Like there's, so why make all these if there's that that's scale? Why would we make all their maps for that? What are your thoughts on?
Well, these are all attempts to make flat maps. Here's a way I look at it. Okay, right? These are all attempts to make maps on paper.
Okay.
Now, if the world was flat, we'd only need one of these.
I don't typically. I would not agree with that. Would not agree. What makes you say that, by the way? Just out of curiosity.
Because there's no spatial, topological, or geometrical unfolding when you map a flat thing onto a flat surface. And literally, if you look out your window to the world around, if you look at the window in the world around you, you can draw on the window what you see outside the window. And if all you're looking at outside your window is a perfectly perpendicular, say, painting of, let's suppose you put a pane of glass between you and the Mona Lisa, and they were equidistant and they were planarly coherent to each other. Yeah, you could draw through at arm's length across everything you see, and when you took it away, you'd have a spatially coherent representation of the Mona Lisa.
Here's the issue with that, Pazza. Here's the issue with that. We don't view all of reality, so it's not like you can take a bird view and see the whole thing. Do the Mona Lisa thing, describe it.
Sure.
So I think that's part of the issue. Is like Team Globe has, like they're saying, it's all been mapped out. We've got everything figured out. This is the whole thing. I would say that there's more to explore. It's not like that we have, a full picture of the whole world. So I don't necessarily agree that we can just like go up top, look down, and then just draw a map of what we see, because there's likely more. And I don't think, no matter where you go, there's no such thing as, quote, seeing the whole Earth. So
you're
that
right
would be
in
the
that
issue.
respect. You're right in that respect, but I think that what you'd have to at least agree is, or you have to at least to consider, should I say, is that all topography and all Cartesian efforts and all map making efforts which endeavor to triangulate their way incrementally across the surface, measuring distances between reference points to try and extrapolate out a bigger model, in an endeavor to create a map without being at height. All systematically failed to map it onto a plain piece of paper at scale and at proportionality. So, what can we draw from that? That you could argue they're missing something in the way they map things. That's fair enough. You could argue that they're being deliberately deceptive and they're trying to elicit the notion that there is some three-dimensionality to it, to the surface, rather than two-dimensionality, to try and propagate an idea that it's not effectively a planar surface. You can argue that, or you can argue potentially the surface does have a spatial context which goes beyond a planar representation. That's why you can't shoehorn one onto the other.
What I don't understand, Pazza, is how a conceptual idea of the whole of the Earth invalidates actual verification of the fundamental claim, or Earth's required curve. Why can't you just test for the Earth curve?
How would you go about testing it?
Using different wavelengths of light.
I mean, lasers different wavelengths across the surface.
Yeah, either lasers, or you could use modified cameras.
Sure. Why doesn't science find that satisfactory?
What, science finds something that you're personifying science now?
If you're going to put it forward as I couldn't tell you why it wouldn't and would not be satisfactory. I'm not qualified to do that.
It's very easy. There is nothing to say it's not satisfactory, because using different wavelengths of light, you exclude the ad hoc excuses of all the globers. That's why no globers does this. That's why our evidence shows this.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah, to measure for curvature, how are you going to measure for a map? Like, it's stupid. If you can't even do that, how are you measuring each section of the map if you can't measure for curvature as well? It's like so silly.
well, you can measure distances and orientations of things on the surface over great distances.
Yeah, but you will make an excuse about different light patterns and like things that happen in between the medium, so refraction and all that. So your calculations are reliable. So how do you make a map after that?
That's why this point is I'm bringing up this point, because you could verify and just know for sure if your globe is true, which all these presuppositions are based on. Like, all you got to do in your paradigm, if you can see beyond if you can see beyond the geometric Earth curve, basically, then in your belief system, then the light must be bending around the globe so that you can see further. Correct?
They do state mechanisms of refraction as a.
But is that correct? You're saying it's refracting around the globe,
yeah,
so that you can see further. Correct?
Yeah, and it's invariant.
Yeah. Do you understand that different wavelengths refract at different rates?
They do. I'm told that, yeah, because that's how a prism effectively separates out the spectrum.
Exactly. So when you use different lasers of different wavelengths, and you shoot them across a lake, and the lake the curvature says that the laser should be 66 feet up in the air, but it hits the target. Both of the lasers cannot be refracting at the exact same rate, because they refract at different rates, and they would separate. But we're not seeing that.
How do you know that both lasers are parallel?
They start out at the same starting point and they hit the target.
Yeah, but you're not necessarily proving that's not you're proving the lasers are at one end and the points that they fire at reach the same end at the same point on the side. That's not the same as categorically proving that the two rays leave the source in direct parallel rotation, is it?
So what you're trying to claim is that one of the lasers accidentally might have been pointed upwards? Is that what you're saying?
If it's a few arc seconds or arc minutes out of orientation to the other one, you haven't got two lasers following the same path, have you?
Yeah, no. You need the light to be refracting down constantly so that it follows the curve. And so that would mean there's a constant separation of the beams. Besides, you don't have the conditions to refract any light in the first place.
But you got your kind of. I don't know whether you're. Are you evading what I asked you? How can you confirm two lasers are fired in perfect parallelism to each other?
Well, first you pan the laser between different targets.
At what range?
Well, varying range, all the way up until the final target, which is like, let's say 10 miles away.
You're calibrating your instrument against the phenomenon that potentially is putting it off, aren't you, by doing it at
No,
range?
you're imagining a phenomena that isn't there. You're imagining the light is bending around the globe, but there's no evidence of that.
Sure. Okay, let's suppose there is no evidence of it. How do you prove there's no evidence of that?
Super simple. You take,
Yeah.
for instance, a camera in visible light, a long distance camera, and then you take a camera with infrared. And if you
Two
can see in the long distance camera, like with a Black Swan, for instance, and you can see 10 miles away, when you shouldn't be able to see that far, but the infrared camera can also see that far, then the globe is dead.
Well, no. How do you know the cameras are looking along the same orientation?
They're looking horizontally at the horizon.
That's because you've looked through the camera and you've calibrated the orientation of the camera so that you see the horizon in the same place in both cameras. That's not the same as setting up the two cameras so they're pointing out into the world exactly the same way. This is where you're not going to get anywhere with the people who suggest that that there is a flaw in this, because you've got two measurement systems and you haven't
No,
calibrated.
it's irrelevant because
Okay,
the
this is
infrared
you.
light.
Maybe it's you.
It's irrelevant because the infrared light doesn't refract like the visible light, and so the
How do you-
geometric
how do
horizon
you
should be
know?
visible in the infrared.
Okay, fine. We can argue this into a blue in the face. How do you know it hasn't been practiced the same way? You don't know for certain that the
because
the lasers.
that's how we discovered infrared.
No, you don't know that the
Yes,
infrared.
that's how we discovered infrared. We
gonna shout
discovered it
over
when we split visible light, and
we're
we
trying to
discovered
kind of
that
keep
there was a
this
zone beyond the spectrum that heated things. That's how we found that.
I know how they discovered infrared and ultraviolet.
Yeah, included in that is the fact that it refracts far less than visible light.
Sure. At short, very extreme distances, like through prisms.
You don't have the conditions to refract anything in the first place.
I may be
So
finished here.
so
You
not
interrupted
only
me. Two
is
syllables
your
and you're
ad hoc
interrupting me.
excuse debunked,
Okay.
you don't have the conditions to actually
Okay,
refract anything.
Trace, you've won. You're not letting me talk. You've
Hold
won.
on, let me just do a little bit of moderation, guys. The kitchen's obviously getting a little warm, but we can handle it. Be fine. So, Trace, as I don't let Trace's animation bother you. But guys, let's go
I
back
can
and
hear
forth.
his passion. I can hear
Well,
his
good.
passion.
There's nothing wrong with passion. So go ahead, Pazza, if you want to respond, but don't not turn it into something it doesn't need to be. Go ahead.
If you can't categorically state that the two lasers are being fired and absolutely parallel to each other, then no, your only way of saying they are is by saying where they meet at the
Well,
other
you
end.
got to
and
show
then
that they aren't when you have tried to engineer it to be as parallel as possible. Like you got to show that there is a deviation there, that there is even the condition that allows you to refract any light in the way that you want. Instead, you just have ad hoc excuses that it must be refracting because you believe in Paul. That's not. That's just retarded.
in more close range examples of extreme refraction, we do see spectral aberration, don't we, in mirages to some degree.
Spectral aberrations?
Yeah, we see
Mirages are not spectral aberrations.
No. Didn't say that. Mirages propagate as spectral aberrations. We see color separation in mirages under certain circumstances, don't we? At the fringe.
Maybe under certain circumstances, maybe they become more fuzzy. I've never seen that personally, but I've seen many instances of mirages.
I think that, again, I can't confirm that. I'm not an expert on these things, but I've heard that discussed.
I've looked into this extensively, and I've never seen optical dispersion in mirages. So I don't know what you're talking about.
See if we can find. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm misquoting that.
But that's also not one of your problems, because if the light is the chromatic aberration or optical dispersion, if the light is refracting, for instance, like in the case with the Black Swan image, you would be seeing that in that image. You don't.
How do you know you don't see chromatic aberration in the Black Swan images?
Because there is none.
Are you sure? I mean, unless I'm wrong, the guy who took the original film went down to the beach and he puts up a statement on the screen. He says most times you see one oil rig partially concealed behind the other one. Then he goes on to say, under certain circumstances, you see this, and he moves the camera down to the very water's edge, right to the top, and he shows what we see is the famed black swan image. If you put the two images side by side, the detail, both chromatically and spatially, in the oil rigs, in the one that he says is the most current observation, where you got the horizon between them, or he's in front of them both. I can't remember exactly.
No, you're misremembering all this stuff, bro.
No, I'm not. Should I get the images up?
I know what the images you're talking about are from two separate days. You're misremembering most of the stuff.
The black swan meme has got the wibbly wobbly, spatially vertically distorted image.
It's called towering. It's not wibbly wobbly, spatially distortedly. It's called towering.
It's inconsistent.
It's a refractive effect, they say, but but according to the turbulence model, no, it's not. So there's different models of modeling how light behaves in the air, and what you're talking about here is towering, and that does not help light bend down around the globe. Not how that works.
Towering is another way of saying that the image propagation of the image
stretched vertically. That's what it means.
And it's also raised vertically, isn't it, in towering?
Nope. It means it's stretched vertically from the point where the towering begins, and then on the ends where the point towering ends.
As far as
that's how that works. You could have bands of towering extending an image, and the upper part is raised, yes, but not the lower part. You don't understand what you're talking about.
No, well, you can say that. You can say that as much as you like. But clearly, in one of these black swan images, you see much more of the gantry artifacts of the distant rig that are concealed in the other image. So there is a raising. Optically, there is a raising of the distant rig.
No.
What happens to all the bits of it that are in the
No,
first
there's
image?
not. In the other image, there's tide coming in, by the way. And,
Tide? Really?
Yeah, that's what the author said. I mean,
Isn't the sea flat? The sea was flat.
It's not a
so you didn't know there were
coming in.
tides?
Do you think that that's going to hold any countenance with the scientific world?
No, when you lower a camera
bulge of
really
tide.
low to the surface and there's tide coming in, it's not going to help you see very far.
There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are?
On that specific day
said,
where
though,
that picture was taken,
Between
that's
you
what
and the
he
first,
said.
between you and the two rigs, 11 miles, there's a visible bulge of tide. Which
No. I'm saying he lowered his camera 1 foot off the surface, and he, according to him, there was high tide during that time.
Right? What's that got to do with it?
Wait, can we clear this up? Because we're not the ones saying there's a bulge of water. It's you guys.
I didn't say that. I didn't say there was a tide.
So horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be. So there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Oh, just want to make that clear. We're not saying.
Well, you're saying
that said, though, we're still seeing further than where the geometric horizon would be in either case.
What in the other one? How would you know where the horizon is in the image where they're concealed?
Well, do you think it's at 1.2 miles?
Well, can you say categorically it's not?
Yeah.
Don't look like it to me. Do you think it is?
Okay, so let's.
It's almost at that closer rig, right? Which is what, 6.2 miles?
How can you possibly tell how far away that is?
It doesn't look like it's 5 miles in front of the closer rig. Do you think it is? I don't think it is.
Are you all right? Let's go with your guesstimate.
Well, that's the whole point of the rigs, Pat.
Let me help you a little bit, Paza. Okay, imagine or think about this. The oil rig is very small in the distance. It appears very tiny because of perspective. So if there was a curve there, it would disappear behind that curve very easily.
Okay, so let's supposing there's some refractive mechanism which is bringing it up higher than it actually is in both cases.
Well, why do you assume that? Why don't you prove that?
How would I prove that?
Same way as before, you would use lasers of different wavelengths, and you would test for the conditions along the path that you think is going to be refracting, and you would show that the light is being refracted the way you believe it is.
But here's the point: doesn't refraction occur across? Isn't refraction a propagation across all electromagnetic medium? That's what they tell us. What? You can
So
refract
just run from
radio
what I
waves. You
said.
can refract. No, you if you're saying use a laser is just another part of the electromagnetic spectrum. It's still invisible light, so it's going to propagate the same issues as the light you're looking at.
It's the straightest standard we have, and you can look for your curve in reality.
Wow, laser light isn't the straightest light. Light in a vacuum is straight. It's the least divergent light we have.
Yeah, it's the straightest measure we have currently. Do you have a better one?
Light is straight in a vacuum, as far as I'm aware.
What?
How can you get straighter than straight?
So you're not going to answer my question?
Well, that is the answer. Light rays travel in perfectly straight lines in a vacuum, don't they?
So you mean like LIGO?
Light in a vacuum chamber lasers are quite more often or not used in labs to measure things.
This is another way I've suggested to you globers to try to prove your globe. It's super simple. You just take a LIGO or a vacuum tube and make a really long vacuum tube and then shoot a laser through it. The laser will level the tube, and then you put a long water tub next to it, and you could see if the tube is now not conforming.
There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are? What's going to happen to water in a vacuum?
Got it! No, the water's not in the vacuum. The tube is right next to it. The tube is just a leveling device.
Oh, okay. Don't they tell us that LIGO is engineered not to follow the curvature of the Earth? There's a bulge of tide coming in. Is that where you are?
No, they don't. They just say that LIGO is super flat, and because it's on topography, it doesn't really matter. That's why I propose that you get them to build a small little pool right next to to LIGO, or simply make a tube and shoot a laser through it. And then what you should see is that the ground might be like flat or whatever, but because of topography, but the water should conform to what you believe is the gravitational field and form the rest of the sphere.
Grace, I've not spoken to you before. I totally agree. You need to build about a kilometre long vacuum chamber. Definitely. Well, we need to do it. We need to do it.
Well, it's you guys' just claim. We're just sitting here pretty saying, prove your claim.
But don't you think though that if between us, all these people that argue about it, I'm not going to say, oh, it's the Flat Earth community's job or it's the Globe Earth Arguers Club. If between us we collaborate and build say a kilometre long, say a kilometre or a mile long vacuum chamber, we got the absolute best laser we could with the least spectral divergence, the most because you can get them because they use them for astronomy.
Great. Why don't you go ahead and do it with all your Globe friends that has the positive claim of Globe Earth and our brainwashing children? You have all the money. $3 trillion to NASA every year. $3 trillion. That's not enough. What's your problem, bro?
No. This is the thing. This is the response I didn't expect because I'm piss poor broke. What about you?
Another nice guy.
Well, you can say I'm a nice guy. I haven't got the money to do this. You can categorize that as me being nice, or you can categorize that as me being realistic about where I am. To you.
Yeah, you're here in the Flat Earth server being realistic about where you are. You're a Glober, bro. Checkmate. Globe. Checkmate.
Okay, game over.
Yeah.
Game over.
Yeah, because
it'd probably be easier to just.
Spaza, you never once talked about Earth curvature, did you?
We're talking about it right
It'd
now.
probably be easier to force the. Damn. Not bad.
So, kind of came in a little late to the convo. Were you guys just like trying to figure out what type of experiment would be utilized to prove your
Yes.
globe claim, essentially?
No. What kind of experiment could we do collectively? What kind of experiment could be done which would put all of this to rest? That's the question.
Ah.
Okay, well, your globe's up to bat, so your turn.
We talk me or Spaza, Sonny?
I could go to the beach and observe no curved water, and then whoever wants to argue with the axiom can go ahead and do that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And since we have about 100,000 videos at least, I think it's your turn. Absolutely, globe's turn.
See, the thing is, Spaza, if you were a kid, if you were a child, 4 years old, 5 years old, you went outside or even went to the beach, you would think that it's flat. Because you're trusting your senses, your own experiences. You have to be taught that you're on a round ball. That's the problem.
Totally agree. All of our casual observations in the world would suggest that it's stationary and flat.
Correct. And
Where do we go from there?
This is where you go from here. If you go by your own senses, your own experiences, your own measurements, because that's all we're about is what we know. It's not about we don't have to get into the weeds with this shit. It's very simple. That's the beauty of it. It's like, holy shit, it is actually that simple. Let's take the so-called gravity, for example, right? Yep. They needed to invent gravity to fit their globe model. It's you can literally describe why things fall or float based off of density and buoyancy. That's simple.
If I'm holding, can you? You can't though.
You can, because
if you put a jar of water, a metal ball, and air in a jar, and you propagate it in free fall, there is no buoyancy effect in there.
Hold on, wait. I'll give you an example.
That's not good enough.
If you really want to test this for yourself, right? You have to go through the scientific method. So, hey, we observe a phenomenon. I'm going to drop this pen, right? We're observing the pen falling, right? So my hypothesis to you would be, it is the medium that decides if the object, depending on the material of the object, is going to fall, float, stay still. And so what we need to do is control the medium. That's how you create that experiment. Very simple. It's why if you drop an iron ball in water, it sinks. You drop an iron ball in a vat of mercury, it floats. Do you understand? Like,
yes, there's a buoyant effect there. There's a buoyant effect there counteracting the downward acceleration.
Right. Air bubbles float to the top.
Yeah.
It's not about downward acceleration. It's just density and buoyancy. That's why things go up and down. That's simple as that.
But when I was at high school and did physics, we conducted experiments where we dropped things, the electronic timers, in a vertical vacuum chamber. So buoyancy wasn't all we were doing.
Then let's use gas. Let's use gas.
I want
to. No, can I just?
I want to ask something because Mr. Spaza, or did you say that y'all dropped water in a vacuum?
No.
Okay, I must have misheard you then. That is it. Wait a minute. Never mind.
No.
Okay, you're good.
No.
So if you want to use a vacuum chamber, right? Yeah. You want to test that medium, okay?
Yeah.
Why do gas particles go in all directions in a vacuum chamber? Where's your gravity?
Because their excitation.
Where's your gravity though?
What you can do is you can say where your gravity when I'm 3 syllables into some sort of response if you want to.
No, but it's like that's a huge.
But there are plenty. There are plenty of examples we can see of gaseous excitation countering the effects of the gravitational pull on those gases. Only in motion being an example of that.
What? We're just talking about why things go up and down, right? If it was your hypothesis, you would say there's a force causing these objects to get pulled towards the Earth, right? Like that's what
There is,
gravity is.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's
So that, you know, if you had a scientific experiment where you would use any type of gas in a vacuum chamber, it would still have the same effect. Gas particles would go in all directions. It doesn't matter.
they do in
What?
if you
Why doesn't
introduce
why doesn't gas fall in a vacuum chamber with your gravity? It just doesn't. It
No,
doesn't
it
happen. No, it
No, no.
doesn't.
Okay, you
If
can tell me that.
if I fart,
Right.
is it gonna fall?
If you've got a vacuum chamber, and it's never a perfect vacuum anyway, because you can't engineer a mechanism of evacuation that's accurate. If you slowly let a portion of air into it, there will be a pressure differential across the vacuum chamber. If you allow a slightly more in, there'll be a slightly more considerable pressure differential. If you let more and more in, eventually you'll end up where you let enough air in that you have the atmospheric pressure differential vertically across the vacuum chamber.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. You're talking about atmospheric pressure and vacuums, right? How the hell is it that we are literally separated from the vacuum of space, right? There's a vacuum of space right above where all of our atmosphere is, right? All of our gases, right?
Yep.
So if we're not in a container, right? What's stopping from our atmosphere getting sucked up into the vacuum of space?
Because of that boundary between
What boundary?
Right. In their model, they're proposing there is some sort of like near vacuum, which is in space, yeah? And they're also proposing there is an atmosphere which we breathe at 14 psi on the surface, yeah? There is no hard boundary between, there is no hard margin between one and t'other.
That's not what they say.
They do.
Really? That course citation, please, right now.
Well, all right. Let me take that back.
No. You said it. Citation right this minute.
Where is there a hard boundary?
Yeah, you said it. So citation is needed right now, this very minute.
You want me to give you a citation? There's no.
I want you to back your fucking claim, bro.
Okay. Yeah. Right.
Back it, or just leave like you usually do.
Well, it's got to that point, is it? Where we get.
Yeah. Why don't you back it up, or shut the fuck up and leave?
Nah, we don't have to get to that. But you did make a claim.
Hey, are you trying to moderate me, bro? Who said
No.
that?
No.
Well, don't fucking try it, or I'll mute you first.
I'm not trying to moderate anybody.
Yeah, you did. So don't try it again.
Get a bit cross.
That's all right, guys. We're all chefs in the kitchen. Eat. It's fine. We're all big boys. Hazard, do you have a citation? So if there's anyone listening there, that's
right.
You just grab it. Just
That's
if you have
all.
one. If you don't have one, that's fine. But
That's all we need right now. Just the citation.
And let's see if I can find it. I mean, I'm asserting a.
well, just to be clear for the room. So you're saying that there is a barrier, or there? Sorry,
I don't think there is a. I don't think there is a hard bound.
Okay.
See, that's another thing that just doesn't make sense. It's like, how can there be vacuum of space right above our atmosphere, right? That's holding in all of our gases without a container. Where's the like there has to be a barrier if that's the case.
Okay, so if I search for a boundary between atmosphere and vacuum of space, yeah.
Yeah. Why are all of our gases, everything that's in the atmosphere, why is it staying in the atmosphere and not being sucked out by the vacuum of space? There's no.
Okay, so if I search for boundary between atmosphere and space, I get the Kalman line. Yeah.
Wait, what'd you say?
If I search, if I actually in the assertive context, if I search for a boundary between the atmosphere and the vacuum of space, all that pretty much pops up is the Kalman line.
Well, the thing is, you're searching that up, but it's like your claim is that it has to be contained because if it wasn't contained, If it wasn't contained, it would be sucked into the vacuum of space.
Should we
It's not.
focus? Hang on. Should we focus on what your colleague got angsty with me about? I made the assertion there's no hard boundary between atmosphere and space. He
Okay.
said prove it.
Okay, so provide the citation where they say that.
Well, the way I can do it is I can say, right. So you're gonna again. Are we going back to me
No,
saying two
because
syllables and you
listen, because well, unless it's part of the citation, the very beginning part of it, I don't want to hear it. Well is not an answer to the citation, please, for the statement you just made yourself.
Right, I should go and go home before.
Yeah, you ought to try it for a change. You haven't heard,
So here we are. Here we are then.
and you haven't heard angsty yet, believe me.
Pretty certain of that.
I'm pretty certain I would shake all the glass on your windows.
So here we are. Here's a statement. It's not a. Make it as what you will. This is from the National Geographic, for example, talking about the Kármán line and the atmosphere at the boundary between space. See that?
I'm not sure if that's exactly what was being asked of.
You're using Nat Geo, the proven liars. You're using Nat Geo.
Okay. Oh, can you find something that says that no one really knows where the airspace and the outer space begins? Can you find a citation that says where they do know?
Well, I mean, that's not really what the question is, though. To be fair, Pazza.
I'm merely reflecting the general consensus, as far as I know, that there's no hard boundary. Can you prove there's a hard boundary?
You can't provide the citation for what you just said, that they don't have a hard boundary.
Here it is. Except no one really knows where airspace ends and outer space begins. That's saying there is no hard boundary. What more do you want?
Citation from that fucking statement. Source, citation, demonstration.
What sort of citation do you want?
I want the citation that has from whatever source you're getting the citation. It needs to say exactly what you just said. Are you having trouble remembering that you said there's no hard boundary? So get that citation.
As far as I know, there's no hard boundary.
Okay, so bring the citation that says that.
I gave you a corroborative.
So you bring up a TV show production company, National Geographic. It's a TV show. Great job, bro.
Wait, but to be fair, Pazza, that's not really the question he's asking. We're talking about a barrier, not the kind of like a political where they decide where something starts and begins. Like kind of how your town maybe has a certain where they say, all right, well, this is where our town is. Next town's over. There's no hard barrier there.
Right.
But so like that's not really the question that's being asked. You're presenting
I'm unaware.
political.
I'm unaware of a hard barrier between us and the atmosphere.
Right.
Well,
If that's the
I'm saying,
case,
but
you're
there's-
unaware, right? Then how is gas contained in our atmosphere?
Make me aware of a boundary. Then.
No. If you're claiming that there's no boundary, that's your claim.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. I am unaware of a hard boundary between space and the atmosphere.
You are aware of a hard boundary between space and our atmosphere?
I'll say it one more time for the harder thinking. I am unaware of a hard boundary between space and the atmosphere.
Okay.
Can't make it any simpler or slower.
You're unaware of that, right?
Yeah.
So my question to you is, how is gas contained without being in a container? There has to be a container.
Well, you know what the answer to that is, don't you? If I was to follow the narrative that they tell us.
Actually,
Which is satisfactory to most people.
actually, narratives and being able to prove premises and narratives is two different things. Second of all, damn, yo, I just started talking. I don't want to hear your dumb stuttering through what I'm saying. Then people act like I'm the one that doesn't let them talk. Yada yada yada.
Sorry, Elijah.
That's fine. So anyway, it sounds like I could be wrong. I guess we'll have to wait and see that you're trying to flip the burden of proof. Why? Because we know that in order to have gas pressure, that requires containment, which means there has to be a volume where there is a limitation for the gas particles to exert their energy on the walls of that container. So seems like you're saying, well, I'm unaware of there being a boundary for the air we're breathing, which would go directly against gas pressure requiring a container. So your actual claim, which is the heliocentric claim, is that gravity is a container, which means there's a premise that would have to be validated. Now, what is gravity? It's supposedly a force of nature, which means it would be a natural phenomena, which means it falls under the category of science, which means there should be a hypothesis that is falsifiable that someone has tested somewhere.
That make you think a little bit though, Spazza? You know?
No, not really, not really, because that was
Oh.
just a web of rhetoric. It wasn't actually addressing what I was saying in the first place.
I mean, that was pretty damn specific by Elijah. I mean, that
Well,
was pretty
it
well
was
said.
it was a very specific narrative. They
Mm.
didn't address the actual point of where is this boundary.
So gas pressure doesn't require a container?
Is that
You
what
can
you're saying?
you can get pressure differentials without any physical container between them, can't you?
Source.
I don't think you're answering the question.
Oh no, you do. You think I am in a way because I can
Not
measure the
really.
No, you're
pressure.
not.
I can
Not
measure
not
atmosphere.
really.
Well, okay, fair enough. If you don't think I am, that's
You just
fine.
said
No,
because
you're
there's
not.
pressure
You're not because you
differentials.
can get pressure
Source.
differentials. No, you can get pressure differentials in a container.
Right.
We know that.
Or in the atmosphere. You're back to
Now,
square one. We're back to square one, aren't we?
whoa. No, we're not back to square. We've been at square one because you're saying, well, there can be pressure differentials without a container. Now, I just said, sounds like you're saying you can have gas pressure without a container. You know what that would include? Gas pressure with a differential in it.
No,
So again, you're left with having to prove that you can have gas pressure differentials without a container.
Right.
So you're saying that you if you have a chamber, got a vacuum at one end, pressure at the other end, that is only contingent to the fact that there's a container there. That's what you're effectively.
No, that's what NASA is saying.
NASA's saying that, not Newton, anybody before that, just NASA.
Well, Newton said don't attribute a force of gravity, stemming from just innate matter. That would be ridiculous, and that would be a folly to what he was actually asserting when he was creating his thought experiments to kind of try to explain what he observed.
No, I mean, yeah, fine. Going back to this statement a second ago, are you saying that the idea of this being this continuously changing, decreasing atmospheric pressure with altitude, which doesn't, as far as we know, show any.
Man.
Okay, fine. Fine. If you think that you all,
No, I'm just trying to stop you from strawmanning me because you started with "Are you saying?" So
Oh, no,
if
all
you
right.
really cared
So-
about
so-
what I was saying, you would
No,
stop
no.
if I said strawman, right? Instead of continuing.
But you did say to me, "Are you suggesting?" a minute ago.
Well, what were you suggesting? You could have said strawman, and I would have stopped.
I've got to be as obstructive as you are to make this constructive.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying you have to have.
You spent too long arguing with Witsit today, my friend.
I
Too
know
long
you're
arguing with Witsit.
interrupting me again, and I just asked you not only 5 minutes ago.
Let me apologize for interrupting you. You weren't interrupting anybody today. That would be a sin.
Well, that would be a red herring, wouldn't it?
Then why bring it up? Why would you bring interrupting up as a red herring?
You're interrupting me right now, and you're talking about the conversation. You're talking about the conversations that I had today in lieu of me telling you that you're interrupting me right now.
But your ass handed to you on a plate, by the way.
All right.
Okay.
So
That's
Shut up.
just an opinion.
your claim.
I've got no
other guy, be
citation for that.
quiet.
I've got no citation for that.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Okay. That's nice. But do you have any kind of proof for gas pressure without a container?
Physical gas pressure without a physical.
Yeah, is that even possible?
If you can elicit the acceleration of all mass to the surface, name it mechanism.
What?
Well, you mean if you beg the question of there being a force in the first place, which nobody can manipulate or detect?
No, I didn't say a force, did I? See, you jumped there. I didn't say force, did I, Sunshine?
Well, why would the hell gas particles, which don't have any intermolecular bonds, be attracted to the surface of anything?
Isn't that a different question to the one I asked?
I'm sorry, what'd you ask?
Isn't the apparent downwards acceleration of all mass to the surface mechanism?
All masses don't sink to the floor.
Pressure constant.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does gas sink to the floor, or does it rise to the top like heat?
It moves in a buoyancy matrix.
Oh, that sounds like a bit of a divergence, or
does it
a
really?
yeah.
I was
Because
buoyancy and density not your friend now for a couple of minutes while we're having this conversation.
well, it sounds like another
This
red
is where we
herring.
are,
Like
Elisha, aren't we?
it
This
sounds
is where
like
we
a red.
are now.
Why do you keep interrupting me? I mean, I'm not being upset with you. I'm not being mean with you. All I said was don't interrupt me, and you're being a big dick.
I don't need you to interrupt me, Mr. Beta Male. Hold on.
Why is
you can
that?
you can answer my question. The apparent downwards acceleration seems to propagate across all mass proportionally.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I answered that.
Hey, you interrupted me. I didn't get to the end of the sentence. Now you're interrupting me.
You already asked that. You already got an answer.
You asked it already. I don't like when people repeat themselves. You asked it and I answered. You said, is there a unilateral, well, is there a force that affects, or is there something, a downwards acceleration that is affecting all things, all matter unilaterally? Seeing is that gases are a part of the atomic scale and they have and they're a part of matter. No, they don't go down. No, they aren't all unilaterally affected, because I don't see that phenomena. When you say, well, there's density and buoyancy, guess what? There's no phenomena for me to agree with what you're saying. Now there's just another premise that has yet to been proven.
Do you think over a 30 meter high chamber you pump, say, your atmosphere or oxygen into, not a pressure difference?
I don't know. Do you think that you can have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. Well, a physical container, like a dome or a physical sealing mechanism vertically.
Yeah, how do you validate?
Because we understand that the world we live in has got this acceleration to the floor. And every single observation we make of pressure going up decreases. So we get to a point where if you're high enough, you can't breathe. If you go slightly higher, it's so rarefied, engines don't work. Conventional air breathing engines. We keep going up and up and up with balloons, and it thins and it thins and it thins and it thins. We get to some height, presumably, when your imaginary boundary is holding such a low pressure that it wouldn't make any difference. But let's all ignore that. Let's just pretend there's a glass dome.
No, sorry.
Because it satisfies your whims.
Hold on.
Well, address what I just said.
Hold on. Sorry to get the mute. Can we not do this? I don't know if you're like triggered.
Okay. Say it calmly then.
I don't know.
We heard you.
Whenever it's me, apparently people have to act like I'm doing them a disservice, and they have to act like I'm the dick, so they have to preemptively be a dick to me when I'm just asking simple questions.
Keep
I'll
it cool,
say,
Baz.
I'll say,
I don't know.
I'll say it.
Hold on. We heard you. Repeat yourself. Pretty sure we're looking for a demonstration. Repeat the look in the sky. No dome. Like we're not glass stuff. Tables that pressure. You know this by straight it pointing up. Look, there's a gradient. Saying, well, I don't see your dome.
So let's do this then. Let's get a rocket barometer. See how high by the rocket. 90 miles, 100 miles, 200 miles. See
That's
how I
not-
can get it.
Sorry, but look, it's open. Pointing. Quite work that way.
So what you really are doing is trying to avoid affirming the consequent by flipping the burden of proof.
No, I'm not asking you to prove anything. I'm saying that all of our mechanical, physical, and real world observations of atmospheric pressure with light
Yeah. So
again, you're interrupting me. Comport to the notion that it asymptotically subtends away to a near vacuum altitude.
What?
a near
No, that's
vacuum,
just
there's
a
no
claim.
such thing. Have you ever
Well,
experienced a natural vacuum?
no. Well, I have actually, yeah, because I've worked with vacuum chambers, but that's neither
That
here
doesn't
nor
sound like
there.
a natural vacuum to me. Working with vacuum chambers doesn't
If you,
sound
if,
quite
if you
natural to
don't
me.
you don't think you put a barometer onto a meteorological balloon and take it up, get down to 1/10 or 1/20th pressure, you're not getting near a natural vacuum.
That's not a vacuum. That's a differential of pressure.
Oh. So if you keep going, there's no indication that that vacuum doesn't keep getting better and better and better. There's no proof that it doesn't.
There's no proof of the vacuum.
Air pressure means that the pressure went there. Right? So I don't know what you
Air
mean.
pressure means the pressure went there. If you go up to say 100 miles in the up,
I don't know.
pressure
Have we been 100 miles?
yeah, there's plenty of people. Instruments
Oh
will
yeah.
be 100
Oh yeah.
miles.
Do they have barometers up there? Because I know for a fact, the balloons that I did see that have busted at 120,000 feet or somewhere up there. Guess what? The substance inside it expands in all directions. So, I mean,
Does.
I don't really know.
Does and by virtue of the fact they know the volumetric capability of that chamber it's in, the airbag is the balloon that it's placed in. They know that when it bursts, they know what it would have expanded to. So they can make a rough guess what the atmospheric pressure is up there by virtue of the fact it's burst its balloon.
Yeah, but just because there's less up there, because um the gas cycle is cycled down here, doesn't mean that there's none up there. Or as a matter of fact, how does it get up there? Oh, by golly, because it expands.
How does it get up there? What's it? When you say how does it get up there, what are you talking
It's called the hydrological cycle.
How does the hydrological cycle get up there? Is that what you're asking me?
What I'm saying is there's a process in which gases are converted, or things are converted to gases here at this level, because there aren't any trees or any water or any thing like that up there other than the clouds. So the water and all of this stuff has to evaporate, and the gases, all of that stuff has to go up. So it expands upward.
The pressure goes down and down. The higher you go, down, down, down. It gets to a point where you haven't really got any containment to do, have you? Really?
Friend, you're just repeating the claim. We're looking to go past just repeating
This goes back to the conversation earlier. This would be one of these categoric experiments, wouldn't it? Launching a rocket with a barometer on it.
No.
Launch a rocket. Demonstrate the. We don't need to go up away. We don't need to fly. To prove this.
You don't need to go up
2015
there to prove there's a boundary of some sort up. So what you're
No,
saying?
you don't. There's no demonstration pressure exists. While we're asking,
There,
can you
Yeah.
demonstrate it?
there,
What
there is
pointing at the sky is not
categorically in it. You can create a gaseous centrifuge here on the surface. You can spin a chamber, create a pressure differential horizontally in a
That's
centrifuge.
not demonstrating the. Or you just said earlier there is no chamber for the globe.
You can have no, not a sealed chamber, not a sealed chamber. It can be open.
We don't have a chamber at all, Pazza. You just said earlier, Sonny grilled you, said, well, give me a citation. You were just defending there is no chamber. Why now is there a chamber?
No, the atmosphere does have a containment mechanism. The key point here, the atmosphere does have a containment.
Being what?
Ground below you that contains the atmosphere at this level. What do you say? You can say no. You like that's all that the scientific. It's all that the scientific vernacular tells you,
bro.
Okay. There is for the atmosphere. There is containment in one magnitude surface, or wherever the surface may be.
Outside. What you just said earlier.
No, the ball itself is not the contingent containment mechanism.
But you just said it was.
No. Under the environment of the Earth we live on, there is a continuous accelerated force downwards on all mass. The only containment mechanism of the atmosphere is the surface. But that's what they're telling us.
But they can say it, but that's why we're asking for a demonstration.
Well, the demonstration I could give you is that there is significant pressure at the surface.
No, bro. Sorry, Pazza. Okay. You can't point at. Look, because that's your claim. What you're about to say. Also, the demonstration. Point at the. Well, that's proof. You understand?
You can
often do when it comes to you just point at this. Well, look, there's my claim.
Of course.
True.
What you can evaluate is the way the real reality works around it.
Yeah, which seems to purport that.
No one says that except this small community.
Do
you understand? Do you understand?
You can't demonstrate the contrary. The only thing you're able to do is point at this.
It doesn't matter what people say, Pazza. What matters is what you can demonstrate.
Right. So at this point, Pazza, we're okay. This is the lockstep issues. Because we're at a point now where it's demonstration versus demonstration. You guys, for some weird reason, you guys think pointing at also a demonstration.
I can demonstrate to you that as you go higher and higher and higher, the atmosphere becomes.
Sorry, I have to mute you. But we already know what the claim is. Point up in the sky. No container, there's a gradient. Great. Also a demonstration. Point at the claim. Also my proof. How you guys always do this?
Polarized. It's terrible. Disruption is one way.
Well, Pazza, I don't know how to make it more. We know what the claim. Point at your proof. It doesn't work that way.
The proof is the higher you go, the more rarefied you are.
Same thing again.
You're just repeating the.
I'm wasting my time, creation. We've got to a point where you won't let me say anything at all now.
Because you're preaching. Hold on. You don't have to. We're at this point where we need a demonstration. All you're doing is raising your finger to the sky and pointing up. It's not a demonstration, my friend. I'm sorry.
There is a demonstration.
Well, go ahead. Just put it in the chat.
Demonstration is, however high I go, the atmosphere becomes more and more rare.
Repeating. More clear.
Well, he's pointing at the gradient and he hasn't established any causal mechanism for it. His claim for it should be gravity, right? So is there a scientific demonstration of gravity containing air pressure?
Are we just going to hopscotch over my assertion that there is a demonstration, which he's saying there isn't?
There's not. You have to demonstrate it. All you're doing is raising your finger up to the sky and pointing.
It's demonstrable that there is.
Are we going high pitched now? They turn into Oakley. Are we going high pitched? Brother, you guys always do this. Others did this. Every Glober I talk to comes to this pressure argument. All they do, their finger up and point at the sky. Look, it's true. No, doesn't work that way. Looking for a factual demonstration pointing at your claim. Well, that's the proof. No, that's the claim. We don't need to hear the claim 50 times. We want to see the
The problem is also there. You might have like there's pressure differential going up, but that does not mean you can extrapolate that into infinity. That's insane.
Would be insane to extrapolate to infinity. No, I'm not. I'm not extrapolating anything to infinity.
What are
Really
you
am not.
extrapolating it to?
I'm extrapolating it to a point beyond where the atmosphere I've measured is so far. See the category distinction between the two? You can't. It's your problem, not mine.
Could you be a little more specific? You're extrapolating it to a point beyond where we've measured so far.
Yep.
Could you be a little more specific than that?
How specific do you want me to be? Every observation of altitude and a decreasing atmospheric pressure.
Well, what's your claim specifically? Like, does it thin out to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr going on practically forever, infinitely expanding, or what? Do I have you wrong in saying that?
It seems to be heading that way, doesn't it?
So that's an extrapolation error.
No, it doesn't seem.
But I'm not extrapolating to infinity. I'm not. I'm just saying there is an asymptotic curve to it. Yeah.
What?
You're extrapolating it to infinitely expanding.
No.
Can you tell me where?
I don't care what's happening with the atmosphere at an infinite distance. I'm not asking you to consider that, am I?
There's no sphere to put your Atmo on, so you don't have that for
I'm
one.
not. All right. Sorry,
So-
I said sphere. My apologies for saying sphere. I am not suggesting that infinite altitude I can possibly evaluate what's going on based upon the subtending of a known curve asymptotically over the realm which you measured it.
Where was it measured?
Excuse me. Like, this is so. Just state your claim, bro.
I'm not. What? This is where we are now, aren't we?
Your
Hello,
claim,
Sonny.
your claim
Hello,
isn't
Sonny.
really, yeah, because your claim isn't really look at the sky. The higher up we go, the less pressure there is. Haha. Until it gets, that's not your claim. The claim is that we live on a sphere, and this air is being held to the sphere by a force. Like, just say that.
I wasn't responding to that. I wasn't making a claim. I was responding to someone else's claim.
Yeah, no, but I mean, let's stop playing around, right?
I'm not playing around. I was
We're not
responding to
making
someone
claims
else's
here,
claim.
Pazza.
You think me responding to someone else's claim is me playing around?
Oh, like these people with all of this ambiguous language, man, like claiming that they're really, if you guys are jacking this, if this is what y'all like, I guess, man, because
Hell no.
y'all could have it. I'm secure and comfortable in knowing that things can be proven and that there's no ambiguity there. Each of these guys sound exactly the fuck the same, and it's exhausting. You don't even want to put your balls on the fucking table and make the claim that we know that you're making. We know that you believe that gas particles as a whole are held down to the globe by a gravitational force because of the mass of the earth that we live on. Like,
Downward
and you're gonna
acceleration.
sit here and use flowery words to say it's a downward acceleration. I don't
Well, it
know
is.
what's causing it. Oh, but
It
it's
is a downward acceleration.
happening. Yeah,
I know you're not happy with that.
we don't have
I
a
know.
phenomena. Excuse me, we don't have a phenomena of a downward acceleration of gas particles. But what you're doing
You have that.
is you're insinuating that this is the case because we have a higher pressure here and a lower pressure up there. That's very different. So you have premise on top of premise on top of premise, and we're just supposed to accept that as a valid answer. Like, oh, everything is all good. Yeah, it makes great. You're not really saying anything at all.
I can't, can I? You're yabbering.
So here we go. It's the same thing I was told earlier.
Oh,
Jesus
Elijah
Christ.
Jackson.
Oh
I don't know if
shit.
it's Elijah.
Yeah, Elijah, stop making so much sense.
Elijah, make sense in smaller portions, yes, so I can interrupt you.
Yeah, make a claim about gravity being the force that holds gas particles down to the ground.
That's what they call this downward acceleration. Don't care what they call it. The
All right.
downward
Well,
acceleration.
how do you validate that then?
There is a downward acceleration.
That would
I
be
validate
begging the question. It's circular reasoning.
No. All I've done, I validated in my life. There's a
Boy,
downward
are you making a
acceleration.
claim or are you not making a claim?
You're just
There is no phenomena of a downward acceleration of gas particles. I just told
That's
you.
highly irrelevant. It's highly irrelevant. Downward acceleration is incoherent in itself, unless it's applied to something. It doesn't just exist in itself as a thing, right? So the only thing you could do to even pretend to measure this is to measure an object in free space in motion, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Where's
So we
that
have
phenomena?
that. Well, we do
No,
have
no, no,
that. We
of a
have
gas.
objects in motion.
Of a gas, because he's talking about gas specifically. So where is that phenomena of a downward acceleration
you.
of a gas?
He told you already in a centrifuge.
Pressure differential is an example of that. The only difference between gas, if you've got a chamber, vertical chamber, unless you pretend that the gas molecules at the bottom of the chamber have some superpower, the ones that don't, the ones at the top do, they're all propagating a force, accelerated force downwards through the chamber.
Do it without
No, you could say I'm missing the point. That is the point.
The point is do it without it.
Yeah.
If you do it without a chamber, if you do it without a localized chamber,
Because you're mad at. Well, use a chamber.
Well,
you were just
in a centrifuge, aren't you using centrifugal force to get that effect?
you're using a force.
Yeah, it's not gravity, is it?
Let's see what I'm saying, man. Like, is AI, defend that. I mean, it clearly is a centrifugal force, and he's like, it's just a force.
Yeah,
This is the ambiguous bullshit. This is this equivocative bullshit that everybody's tired of. Just say it. Say it.
Everybody's tired of this. Just your community.
No, my friend. I'll tell you what we're tired of. Okay, it's very simple.
Yeah, exactly. You're
No.
He says, "I'll tell you what we're tired of," and Pazza begins fucking regurgitating.
Okay. I'll tell you what I'm tired of. I'm tired of people talking all about it, but negating the fact that regardless of the container you describe, right, the bottom could be jiggy-jaggy, it could be curved, it could be undulated. Well, we want to talk about the bottom of the container, whether it's curved or it isn't. You could talk about till you're blue in the face whether gas pressure wanes off at altitude. What does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Excellent question.
The physical containment mechanism at the top.
Okay, logically break it down to us.
Yes, remember the question on the table right now is what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Because in the model that they proposed, there is no upwards container.
Oh, I understand. I asked you what it has to do with the shape of the Earth, and you said there's no upwards container.
In the shape of the Earth. All right, let me elaborate on what I said the first time.
I want to be clear.
Now we've gotten to the next step, so AI's turn because you already went to the next step. You advanced to the next step, so go ahead, AI.
Hey, you can have an object, you can have any shape of object existing within a container, right? And you can have any shape of object with no container or lid above it. So again, the question is, what does this thing, which is gas pressure waning off at altitude, have to do with the shape of the Earth?
Question, isn't it? But the point is, in the model that they propose, there is no upwards container. There is no upwards boundary between the atmosphere and the vacuum. Where we started, isn't it?
I mean, look, you started with I do till death do us part, and you ended up divorced with half your money taken. So it's more important where you end up than
No. No, we started with someone saying to me, it has to be containment, have gas pressure.
That's true.
Right.
And they were using that as a mechanism to say, can't have an open atmosphere into vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Well, you can't.
That's what doesn't make sense.
They
Well,
were
let's be fair.
referring, they
Let's
were
be fair.
referring,
Your retort to that was an ad infinitum decrease in the pressure till the boundary, whatever that is, whether it's infinite or finite.
but there is no
So
the
yeah,
downwards
great. So
acceleration.
I want to know where the boundary of the universe is. If you can't show me, if you can't show me the boundary, if you can't show me the boundary of the universe, then your claim is moot.
Is that where we gone now? Is that your trick? Is it moved to the boundary of the atmosphere, to the boundary of the universe? One syllable.
That's not a trick.
You've won. No,
People
you've
do it
won.
all the
It's not a
time.
trick, though.
AI. You've got the
Here's
better
how
me
it
now.
goes, dude.
AI,
Here's how it goes. Just listen. You'll understand why I did that. People come in here and they say, if the earth is flat, where's the edge? If you can't show me the edge, then the earth can't be flat. Right? So turnabout is fair play, is it not?
Have I said that to you?
It is.
No, AI, honestly, have I said that to you tonight?
Does it matter who said it?
Okay. Then crucify me for the sins of others, just like Jesus.
I'm not crucifying you. What I'm telling you is, if you claim an ad infinitum decrease, right, you have to demonstrate that, or it just remains nothing but a claim.
So there is an obvious observation. There is a asymptotic decrease with height. Okay, now, hang on.
Why?
I haven't been. Why? There is.
Why? Without a container, how does that happen?
Because if all the mass, this is what they tell us.
That's the claim, bro. You're claiming that there's differentials in pressure, right? Which is saying that there is pressure, right? So how is there pressure without a container? Very simple.
Because they tell us that
the claim. Know what they're telling us.
Well, then why are you arguing with me about it?
Because there's no dem. You're just repeating what we're told isn't really helping. Repeating the story. Why we ask for definitions. But when we do that, you guys just lift your finger up to the sky, point your claim, call it.
Yo, that's so petty. I hate it. Oh
Yeah,
my
that's
God.
pretty good. That's basically it.
Really doesn't make how you can have the vacuum of space above our atmosphere. Breathe our air. There's argon. All these gases. All this pressure without a container doesn't make sense, man. You're saying what is causing the pressure then? How are we having pressure? Are you saying it's because of gravity? It's because of what's your claim on explain it? Like how is there no container if we have pressure? It just doesn't make sense.
Hang on.
I gotta go back. Wait a minute. AI, you there? Yeah. A centrifuge is definitely not naturally observing gas particles going down. That's crazy.
It was.
I didn't. Is your fucking name AI?
To confirm that,
on drugs, man. I
Elijah,
don't
just
know.
to answer your question, my name's not AI.
He's on drugs.
He's triggered, bro.
He does drugs. That's 100%.
Here's the point, though. You have a lot of people that are convinced you can have atmospheric pressure with that saying that. A lot of people.
It's
Haven't
nice
you?
to convince people of things
There's a
instead
lot
of
of people that
revealing
believe in
to them the
Bigfoot
truth.
too.
Right.
Sure. I agree with you. I agree with you. But let's just focus on this.
Some people try very fervently and all day long to argue points and convince people of things, and then others are just interested in revealing what the truth is.
Okay.
How
I
interesting.
get that a lot. So let's supposing
I
you're
don't think
right.
you do, but go on.
Let's supposing you're no. I'm entertaining what you're saying here. Let's supposing you are right and I'm wrong.
Right
Supposing
about what? Wrong about what?
you said right and
Gas
wrong.
pressure requiring a container, seeing as
Yeah,
that
yeah,
it's in the
yeah, yeah.
word, gas is exerted on the walls of its container. How could I be wrong about that?
That's a localized gas.
Oh my, no.
Oh,
It's just
okay.
in general.
Okay, so listen, let's supposing you guys are right and I'm wrong.
No, we don't see. Here's the thing, Paz. We don't need to do that.
And I know where you are.
Hold on, brother. Your team play along. Claim is go back to Kim. Doing a lot of
No one. I didn't say we were pointing at.
what you've been doing this whole.
No, I haven't. Have we been measuring the pressure at various altitudes? Not pointing at the sky, creation. You can disingenuously pretend that pointing at the sky from the ground is the same as measuring the atmospheric pressure as you go up in altitude.
Just to be clear. Your point.
Look at this shit. Proverbs 19. Sin is not ended by multiplying words, but the prudent hold their tongues. Man, oh man.
So what we measured a gradient. So look here.
You're being dishonest with me now, aren't you? Demonstration is that you can go up and you can measure it at height, and the higher you go, the thinner it gets. That's
I'm sorry.
It's demonstrating something, though, isn't it, Craig? It's demonstrating something.
You're
Oh,
pointing
it's
at
not
something
demonstrating.
When I bitched. There's no gradient. No flying.
I say, it's make you to call me ding dong. We get bored. I know. We've got the same ritual. But listen, if we can, if every single evaluation we've made of atmospheric pressure against height, let's see if I can get to the end of the sentence. I doubt I'll be able to. For every single demonstration we've attempted to do, demonstrate the atmospheric pressure receding with height, and no observation to the contrary, we can create a curve. There we go. There we go. Go on, go on, creation.
Just repeat. Your gradient. Great. Demonstrate.
You won. I'm a ding dong, you won.
Well, you can.
Can you change my name to Spazza to us 2,000 miles? I'd hate to think. This is where we are now. I can't finish the sentence, ding dong.
Yeah.
We're talking quietly now. It's almost like us.
Yeah. The same level.
Why show and tell? This is why you're not going to convince the bulk of the people in the world what you think.
That's not.
Who
I
cares?
didn't
Here's the good
convince
news, Basil.
anybody. Sorry.
For that. Try and record.
If you're in a room where you're not convinced, you want to convince each other but not other people, what does that say about you? It's not the guy.
Well, then why? Why aren't you convincing the whole world?
No, I know. I'm agreeing with you. I understand. You haven't got a message for the whole. I understand that.
Honestly, you're doing something just as dishonest. You're saying that, oh, you're claiming something that can't be recreated. So it's like, oh, it could only be recreated at a scale larger than you can actually experiment. So that's
My
just
friend,
as dishonest.
all I was saying that is that there is a demonstration of a significant dissipation of atmospheric pressure while you go.
Just say. Everyone agree. Oh, look, there's a gradient. Yeah.
Right. There's a simply said CB and everyone simply said the container is an antecedent or requirement for any kind of pressure variance or gradient that you're talking about. You have to have number one, the container first, or else you can't produce pressure that consists of a gradient of pressure. The container is where it occurs.
The gradient's just a property of air pressure which requires containment unless somebody can demonstrate otherwise.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're just telling us that we have air pressure. Yeah, we know that.
It's a secondary function of having a container. It's a secondary attribute or quality that pressure has. Under containment can have a variable, a gradient.
No, because in a gas centrifuge, you don't have double-ended containment. You have single-ended containment. like
That's
on
a
the
false analogy. That's a centrifuge. That's using
Yeah.
centrifugal force, right? And your claim for the Atmo is gravity, is it not?
There's a force. There's a force involved
Okay,
in
it's
one
just a
direction.
force. You're not going to say gravity, though.
No, and you're not going to say centrifugal either.
This is the problem. This is why you are talking to yourselves. You're not going to convince anybody else with this red.
No, it doesn't occur in nature. You have to provide it a natural experiment. And
Well, I'm talking to you, and this is the problem: is that you seem to obfuscate when I do that. You just say a force, but clearly we all know that the claim is that the atmosphere, quote unquote, is held in by gravity. But you're pointing to a centrifuge, which is not the same thing. It's not equivalent.
Yeah. Stupid. Yeah, you would need the actual proof of centrifugal too. Then you're throwing two unfalsifiable claims up on the table. No, we're not accepting it.
Don't centrifuges need a container though?
No.
We're not talking about centrifuges.
Yeah, listen to your friend. Don't go down the centrifuge route. It's not a good one for you.
You're the one who brought it up.
No, we're not even talking about. That's not even.
I can bring it up because it's useful to me. It's not useful to you guys.
No, you can't bring it up because it's not part of the topic. What the hell?
I risk
We're not-
my
Go to
case.
the-
I risk my
Get
case.
to this. I can't finish one fucking word. So get to the centrifuge server then. Real quick. Exactly.
Basically trying to say.
We have to
just
stop
ripped it
doing.
and tell you. Here to try to whoever you're not convincing it.
Yeah, we're like going back and forth for like 20 minutes.
Right. Don't worry. There's no
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, that's a really good point, CB. I think we ought to stop giving them this wild goose chase for the curvature. We just need to know how they know what they know, period. So that like cuts out a bunch of BS that we've gotten involved in because we're throwing them out these goose chases that can't be answered also. So I got to look at myself and go, holy shit, I'm doing the same thing. I'm being a hypocrite. So I'm gonna stop.
Some people need old point blank.
It is exhausting, isn't it, for all of us?
Go to bed. Go to
Well,
sleep
it's-
then, if you're tired.
Like honestly, what it is just doing the same thing. I'm realizing it right now. You know, sorry, like it does take us a while because we're all stuck in this thing where we're like, you guys are here for whoever knows what reason. It doesn't matter to me the reason, but nonetheless, you're here, and we're still here, just empirical type persons here in this place. We're going, here's what everything objective says to us in nature. And you guys are going, look up into the sky. Look at that light.
Yeah.
That's what's frustrating, Spaza.
I think it's. I would agree with you, and I think that both sides are utterly exhausted right now.
Well, I don't know about that, man. I got tons of energy.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
No, they're exhausted. They're exhausted by these conversations between our two.
Hey, when you keep going up that high and the pressure keeps lower and lower, what happens to water when it boils away? Where does it go?
Uh-oh.
Where does it? What do you mean? Where does it go? Water's down here. It's not up there, is it?
So water exists in the vacuum of space. Then is that what you're telling me?
Clouds.
Water boils in a vacuum, as far as I'm aware.
What about clouds?
Thank you. That's the end
Clouds
of
aren't. Clouds
your
aren't
water
in a-
balls and globes
No,
in
no, no, no.
space.
You could say that,
Yes.
but clouds aren't in a vacuum.
There is the Earth.
Right.
Yeah, you say the Earth is in a vacuum. So what's up there?
No,
Shouldn't all the
no.
oceans boil?
Right.
Oceans. Well, no. The oceans are down here. Space is up there.
Well, you say it's an uncontained ball in a vacuum, so why doesn't the whole thing just boil? Atmo, ocean, and all.
Well, no, because everything has a locality. Let's not be silly. Let's stick to what they're telling us, rather than pretending that
Why is there a
their models-
locality?
Because locality suggests something at some position.
It
and
suggests that something is being contained locally, like
yes,
our planet, our
Yes.
Earth. Yeah. Sorry for
Absolutely,
saying
there is
planet.
there is a containment mechanism. We are both in agreement.
Well, it's not what you're saying it is.
Okay, that's where we are.
So you're saying there is a container then? You're
show
saying there
us.
is a
There's a-
firmament.
There is a no. There's a containment mechanism.
Okay.
What's it made
Show
out
us.
of?
The ground.
It's
There
not
is a-
made out of air, right? Is it made out of air?
Containment mechanism is a physical force phenomena.
Where is it proven?
Things accelerating. Everything that has mass accelerating downwards.
Hold on. Hold it just a minute here. One single minute, please. So hold on, everybody take a breath. So that's where is the proof of this? You keep making claims, bro. You keep getting pulled. Yeah, like this must be his purpose. Drag us down into these secondary claim things over and over and over. Different claim, add a claim, add another layer. Fucking fallacy layer cake.
Do you want me to just go and put my icon in the chat because it can't respond? There is demonstrable proof that everything physical is accelerating downward.
Well,
no, it isn't.
You have to say it, show it.
I
I
mean,
don't see gas going.
you want me to hold on. You want me to show you that everything of mass?
Yes, ding dong. If you just said it's demonstrable, you should be able to demonstrate it. Dong. Pay attention. Oh my god.
To force. Are you really asking me to demonstrate that everything has an acceleration?
Yes.
Yes.
You just said gas goes down, goes boom boom. Why don't you show?
In a locally contained chamber, there is a
globe doesn't.
We want you to show it in nature. Yeah.
Locally contained chamber in nature when there isn't one in nature. The scale of the earth.
That's what we're saying. That you're saying
Exactly what we're saying. Yeah.
Maybe now it'll find container on you. Holy.
That's the problem.
Why we're so skeptical about like how is there the vacuum of space and no barrier between the vacuum of space and what we live on and breathe and like there's just no explanation for it. They just say, oh, gravity. Okay.
Yeah. Spazza, can I ask you a question, please? One question. Spazza, you say there's a vacuum out there, correct?
Tell us.
Okay, good. Now, what's containing the vacuum?
What do you mean what's contained in the vacuum? They're telling us that most of the material universe is a vacuum.
Right.
Correct.
Do you know the vacuum required?
Correct. Thanks for corroborating what is.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm supposed to be responding here. So they tell us it's a vacuum. You say, do you know the vacuums require a container also? Kaboom!
Right. That's
So
what
the
a
whole- the
vacuum
whole-
chamber is.
Oh, the whole universe, the whole model of the universe is being completely up in flames now.
No, you should be able to tell us where the container is of the vacuum. If they said they've gone out and looked that far and that's what it is, they're saying indubitably that's what it is, then you should be able to bring that information in with you when you come in and join us. That these measurements, distances that they're saying, they should be all you should be able to provide them. Period.
Could I ask
Sorry.
a question?
Hold on, I'm not quite done. I'll be done in 1 second. So listen, a vacuum
Right.
requires a container, period, just like gas pressure requires a container, period. It's the end of the discussion, but you could go on and talk about it for weeks if you want. Yes.
Yeah, so you kind of stepped in where I was going, Sonny, anyway.
Go ahead, Alien. You want to ask?
This is just like a real quick pointer. For somebody who's like, I'm not a Glober, but I'm not like. Well, I've accepted the fact that
I didn't say I wasn't a
I've
globe.
accepted the fact that I don't live on a globe. I just don't know, the full extent of that. Just for some background, but what you're saying about this like vacuum, you need a container. It's extremely, it's very intriguing to me. It kind of like clicked something for me. Last time I was in here too, somebody was talking about this and they asked me these questions. But I just want to say real quick, from somebody who's kind of like has a normie perspective, I'll say that, when I was raised, taught up in school of Eastern United States education, I was told, space. We don't know the extent of how large space is, right? It's always questionable. But they know that it's ever expanding. So that just what they tell you at such a young age is so fucking ridiculous. And it's still stuck in my head like to this day. I find myself arguing about like these flat earth points with this basic ass rhetoric like the universe is forever expanding. They don't know the actual size. Like I'm really starting to see the fucking bullshit. I'm really starting to see that bullshit and how like there is no the answer they give you is there is no real answer. The universe is so large we can't interpret it, we don't understand it. It's like they want you to not understand your reality. They want you to not be coordinated in your own reality. They want you distraught and misunderstood, disoriented, and like what you just said right there kind of put it into perspective for me. So I just wanted to share that.
I just want you to believe. Listen to the type of phraseology. Oh, well, what they're telling.
Right. What they told me, right? Like people don't even know what they believe. They just regurgitate some bullshit. Somebody else.
That's the whole problem. They're telling us, and what they're telling us doesn't make any sense. So that's why we're grilling him for the evidence for what they're telling us, and then he just comes back and says, "They're telling us." Yeah, we know. That's the problem.
That's the problem, right?
Dude, it's like go back to you guys remember show and tell. You tell and then show. My dad is this. My dad won a Purple Heart. Well, show us. We're not supposed to just accept it. Prove it. So just saying, what I heard was nothing.
Right. We all
And if
been
we're
there
going,
outside.
and if we're going with, sorry, go ahead. Just 1 second.
You just killed off real quick. Like basic science, bro. You give me a jar, I put a lid on it and puncture the hole, and I blow or suck air into that fucking hole. I'm gonna create suction. I'm gonna create a vacuum of some sort, right? And this bullshit, like we don't know how large, you know, this universe is. That's just an excuse that they have to not explain, you know, how it's capacitated, how is it contained in a vacuum. So all these different facts and you know, this evidence will add up conjoined to inevitably show you the truth, which is the truth is that we've been lied to and we don't know what the facts are. We have to reverse engineer it.
Right. So check this out. So when you look at if you look at the timeline and what you exactly what you just said, if you look at the timeline, you can almost hear the conversation, what was going on. Okay, we went down there. We found something. Oh, we can't tell them that. Okay, so now what do we do? Okay, well, we're starting to be able to go pretty high up now, so we better get a space program going, get all these countries in on the Antarctic Agreement, create the space program, allow us to shoot nukes up in the air, like dozens of them or whatever, and and then on, right? So then here we are today.
Well, what I'm wondering is if Pazza can even get his claim together because he keeps wanting to defer to what they're telling us, but what they're telling us is that gravity contains the Atmo. And then when he wants to give us a demonstration, he goes to a centrifuge, which is not gravity. So are we going with what they're telling us, or is it what Pazza is telling us, or what?
I think it's the Spazadyme. That's a coin. I just coined it, Spazadyme. It says paradigm, it's a Spazadyme.
There you go. Spazadyme, that's his name. Perfect.
There's really not much to say. I mean, I'm sure you're a big boy. Just go and tell. Maybe you could put something in the chat.
Oh. What I would say is, the guy was saying that intuitive didn't make sense yet. I totally agree with. I totally understand what he's saying. Cosmology. Well, he was saying they taught me a lot of stuff which I think, yeah, doesn't make sense. Okay.
There's no. That makes sense.
Well, there certainly is. I agree. There is certainly no. It's not, certainly not demonstratively presented at school.
Or by you, right?
No. Would you expect me to? Would you expect me to demonstrate? Okay. Well, then maybe that's where we went wrong in the first place.
What do you think you've been demonstrating the whole time? Criticizing my demonstration.
Well, no, I was evaluating the reality of what we have measured.
Right.
But if someone makes the assertion there is a physical upwards boundary of the atmosphere, they have to demonstrate it.
There is. You flipping the bird and saying, "Well, no, show me your glass dome." No. Notice how.
I have them. I have responded to it. Everything we understand about how that mechanic would work doesn't need an upward physical container.
Okay, prove that.
Yeah, that. That's 0 people. Talking about, oh, you guys need to convince the world.
Is the a collective endeavor of people sending up physical objects into the vacuum? Or not?
And that's what people are doing.
Okay, well there we are then.
Are you going to tell me that rockets work in a vacuum, an ever-expanding vacuum?
There we are. So you've moved it on. You've moved it on to somewhere else, haven't you?
I haven't heard that. You just said they shoot things up into the vacuum.
You do. Fireworks and propellant systems work in a vacuum, by the way.
So you are definitely in a clown show because,
of course, it's a clown show.
Once you release gas into a vacuum, it's not a vacuum, is it? So it has something to push off of. So an ever-expanding vacuum, the ever-expanding vacuum of outer space, would always be getting bigger and farther away. So there would not be a container to bounce off of. So you lose.
Maybe what they're proposing actually that you're not pushing against anything. It's the expulsion of mass in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to push off of that. So
No, but you're not listening to what I said. The expulsion of mass from a system causes an equal and opposite reaction.
it's not in a vacuum chamber.
No, the expulsion of mass from a system causes an equal and opposite reaction.
Cool story, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see an ion jet working. Like, is there a video of that? Like, you put one on a balloon, stratosphere, whatever, and I want to see a video of it working. I don't think they have that, right?
I haven't got one of those. You must be right.
Oh yeah, you would think you would see one on YouTube, right? Like some engineer somewhere, right? But so
I thought ion expulsion system working at such a slow force resolution that it work in the atmosphere.
So imaginary.
that's what I'm saying. Like it's impossible situations.
Like fan fiction, man.
So
like
we're using
Marvel.
ion engine.
Although the
folklore.
idea, the idea is pretty good because it'd be nice to send a balloon higher than it can actually go, right? So we can get some nice footage. But I don't know.
What do you think's different about the people in here to the rest of the world?
They're zombies and we're not. So, I mean,
Do-
most people
do
pass
you-
it. They come here and they
do
go,
you
"Why
think-
does it matter? Why do you guys care?" They don't care, bro. They're zombies. So why do they? Would you even appeal to them?
So you
Right.
think there's a category
Hold
distinction
on.
between your
Remember earlier when a lot I was like, "Well, so people say that people, you're doing the same thing, criticize them." So
no. Do you think there's a category distinction between your perception of the world and theirs?
we all experience the same Earth.
I think that
Reality is imaginary.
Yeah.
Is his whole argument that gravity is the that what's going?
He won't go so
No,
far as
no.
to say that.
Okay.
Well, they
Yeah,
call it gravity, but clearly all I can demonstrate is a downwards acceleration force acting on all mass.
No, you can't demonstrate that.
No, you're wrong there. You're wrong. I have demonstrated.
You haven't.
You have not.
Are you talking about G?
Accelerating force acting on all. I've demonstrated that.
Okay. Source.
Well,
What do
put
you
it in
mean
the
source?
chat.
I
Put it in the
have.
chat. Put it in the. You have not. Try to address. Stop saying
That's
shit.
a
Just
lie.
put it in the chat, bro.
Would he say? Would he say that the gravity, so you are stronger? Do you agree with that statement?
That's what they tell us.
Right? It is right.
Hey.
So why is it that the gases cannot even be contained and cannot even be pushed down at Earth level? How do you expect it to hold the 50 million miles or 50,000 miles or whatever above Earth?
What
Off the
number do you want
land.
to use? What number do you want to use?
Whatever. Like, why would the gravity be able to hold the gas all the way up there if it can't down here?
So you're asking people to categorize to you how something works at whatever metric.
Or it
What are you
just
saying?
doesn't work.
I'm just saying it
what are you
doesn't
talking about?
work.
You can keep calling something a ding dong monkey like. That's not gonna win any fans in the real world.
If the gravity is not holding down the gases, right?
What is?
Then what the fuck is?
Exactly. That's the question.
Because if
Well,
not, it should just be flying out into space and entering the fucking.
Well, some of it is escaping this.
Some of it, all of it.
They tell us. They tell us.
We have a windstorm under our feet.
The same ways that some of the water on the oceans escapes into the atmosphere.
Really?
False
Yeah,
equivalence.
That is
it's
a
called the
very
water
big
cycle.
false
Is it-
equivalency.
It's called the. Well, you can say it is if you want to.
It is.
Well, you know what? He might be right because there have been astronauts that have drowned in space, and I think they
Has it where well you can just say oh it.
Yeah, real. I would be willing to change my perspective in a heartbeat if I had any evidence to the contrary. Like, show me.
haven't put anything in chat. Literally nothing. So show and
Spazza,
tell.
now's your chance. You got two semi-globe flat earthers in here. They're not sure. I know which two they are. You can change them right now. Just show them how it works.
Well, if I just say the claim one more time, it's like no. What's the need?
Well,
Just say. As if no one's heard
all
it
I've done,
before.
all I've done this evening is react to other assertions. I haven't made my assertions.
Shouldn't put stuff in the back up what you're saying.
What am I saying that needs backing up?
Earth curve.
I mean, an example of something I need to back up that I
Earth
said.
curve.
Telling you the whole
Be
time.
sure you make sure. Be sure you.
Don't play. Very specifically, we're asking. Don't be like, oh, well, what do you want me to demonstrate? Dude,
Listen real quick. I will say, coming off a little bit aggressive for somebody who's new to the, trying to think about possibly understanding flat Earth. So,
Yeah. Paza's not new to any of this. He's been in this discussion for a long time.
oh, all right. Well, maybe you should rewind a little bit. Say, everybody take a step back.
well, you must have missed the start of the conversation. We started off holding hands. Maybe you jumped in a little.
I mean, if he could prove that, I would go Globetard. He can prove that you can hold gases without a container, gas pressure without a container. I'd go full fucking Globetard. Let's go.
Yeah, that's
I'm asking for
essentially what it is.
scientific demonstration of gravity containing air.
There
But
we
he
go.
won't even go so far as saying that that's the claim.
Right.
You know, so obviously he's not very confident in it since he doesn't even want to make it.
Well, he's not saying gravity. What he's saying it's because of the downward acceleration. Okay, prove it. Prove what the hell you just said right there. Show us something.
Yeah, show us the clouds rushing towards the ground.
Isn't the Earth moving like
Doesn't matter. He
What?
said everything's is a downward force. Those clouds should be rushing towards the ground. You should be able to see them moving down.
Yeah, well, yeah. What's causing that acceleration downward?
Can't just pick gases going down, but clouds are not, because then you have like selective gravity now.
Well, some gases, most gases don't even go down.
All gases go wherever the
Well, if it's lighter, it goes up.
Yeah. It's kind of the same like when you're cooking rice.
Smells, yeah. Go up, right? See?
The rice starts to spaz out or something. Just joking. Spaz.
Saying you got the water in the bottom, and then you got the thicker gas in the middle, and then you got the top.
That's true.
And then,
There's water. A lot of times there's moisture in like the tanks we use for scuba diving. You know, there's water down in the bottom. It's compressed oxygen or compressed air, right? So there's a gradient in those. You can hear it sloshing around.
well, yeah. Think about it. Why is it that a propane tank, right? When you got it, when it's filled, it's a lot heavier.
Exactly.
Than when it's empty.
And a lot heavier, very much so.
Yeah.
Whatever they're putting in there, well, I don't even like to say the word weight, but it's more dense. It's more dense than the air. Let's just put it that way. That's going right to the heart of the matter. It's talking
Right.
about the medium and what is under the auspices of this medium. So, like the medium itself. So, like, why isn't all that density being contained at the surface where it's being produced? It seemingly would. That is their claim, that these gases, just like Heretic said, are held in by this so-called gravity. So they need to present evidence for the claim, Your Honor. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Don't let.
Good
don't-
night, all. I gotta go. I
Later,
know I'm
Spazza.
committing it. I know I'm committing it past my bedtime.
Bring some demonstratable, sources.
When you come
Anything.
back, definitely show us how air contains air, because then I'm going to become a glober.
I want to know
For
what that
real.
downward acceleration.
Yeah, the scientific experiment that gravity can contain gases, let's say in 1 square foot or 1 square meter. In 1 square meter, that
Something I
gravity.
can do in my own vacuum chamber that I have.
Yeah.
I own one.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
Just recently, I realized that I never really have spoken about my awesome mixing setup that I have here in my studio, and I really would love to share my pros and cons with the setup, because I think most people of you don't really have such a setup how I'm doing this. High-level overview what I'm doing. So I have, of course, plenty of synthesizers and drum computers, and my main intention is to always have everything connected so that I can just go there, play it live, and record it the way how I love to do that. And so therefore, I really want everything to be connected all the time. Almost everything I have is connected directly to those 2 mixers. There's just one exception, which is basically here my studio mic, which goes straight directly into my audio interface, so I can record this there. I have 2 digital mixers, and they are both connected to my audio interface via ADAT and SPDIF. And so therefore I'm able to have everything connected to one source, which is basically my audio interface. Before you ask yourself the question, do you really need a mixer or not, is what is really the purpose of this mixer? So I'm clearly using this setup as an input mixer rather than a mixing desk like you might see in big studios, so that I don't really do the mix down on these mixers. I do everything in the computer in the box. Also, I have 2 analog mixers.
Well, happy Wednesday, everybody.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you. Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VCG Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Rain note spirals in cognitive dissonance.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord channel. Be sure to go to VC Chi Check-in 1 to get your VC verification tags to get involved in the conversation about our Earth. Be sure to bring your verifiable Earth curvature evidence, though.
Enemy spotted. Ray Notes Part 3.
Well, Ray's here.
VC verified. Pac-Man?
I'm listening, you guys.
Ray's
Oh,
here.
Ray down at the bottom.
Ray's
Ray
a
down at
cool,
the bottom.
Ray's a cool dude because he reads the King James Bible, but he hasn't put 2 and 2 together yet. But Ray's cool.
Well, I read from the King James myself. That's my choice. I could read Greek. I'd prefer to do that.
Yeah, I haven't learned Greek yet, but yeah, I'm just listening. I've got a little side project going on, trying to teach myself something new in the video editor here.
That's
but I'm
cool.
listening to you guys. Yeah.
What video editor are you using?
DaVinci Resolve. So I've got a little. Oh, it's a project you guys will like quite a bit. Let me see. I'll do a little screenshot of it so you'll see what I'm working on, and you might actually laugh. But
Well, if it shows this 8-inch per mile square drop over distance, I'll appreciate it because I've been looking for it for about 20 months now and I can't find it.
but it's pretty complicated because I haven't never done any 3D in it, so I had to teach myself how to do 3D after work today. Here's a little screenshot in the chat.
Oh, cool, man. Cool.
So I don't know if you guys have seen that time lapse flight. The guy flies from. He's a long haul 777 pilot. He flies from Zurich to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Like a 12-hour flight, but he films like 6 hours of it. So, it obviously came up in the flat Earth. So this is quite an endeavor, but I'm going to try to show that flight over a sphere with the Milky Way in the background mapped to the Milky Way in the video.
Yeah. You know what they did with that Milky Way galaxy photo is somebody went in their backyard, put their you can't see that. They put their telescope on 20-minute exposure, 20-minute exposure, and they waited 20 minutes, and there was a certain part of the sky above us that moves a little bit more, has a few more, lights in the sky than other parts. So when that 20-minute exposure got over, they looked at it and went, look at all that cluster right there. That must be the Milky Way galaxy. The problem is that we're in the Milky Way galaxy in your fairy tale globe, fairy tale. And so you can't take a picture of the Milky Way if you're you're supposed to be in the Milky Way. But what they did, Ray, was nobody can take that picture unless they expose it for 20 minutes. They actually kept the shutter open for 20 minutes, and that particular part of the sky had more lights in it, God's firmament, obviously, and it had more, so you get more light. That's all they did. That is not a picture of anything except for the fact they had a 20-minute exposure, left the shutter open for 20 minutes, and they got that photo when it was done. Cool story, bro.
Oh, it is a cool story. Yeah, I'm a little bit familiar with astrophotography. I do photography. I've been doing photography as basically a side gig professionally for many years. I have an unbelievable amount of gear that I probably shouldn't have. Haven't done a ton of astrophotography. I've done a little bit, but in this case, it doesn't really matter. It's the night sky that the pilot filmed from his plane, and all I'm doing is superimposing it directly over the larger picture, just so that you can see the wider field of view, if you will. He's using a Nikon, I forget which Nikon he was using. It was it was a Sony A7 with 35 millimeter lens. So it's got a pretty good wide field of view. 35 millimeter on a full frame sensor is pretty wide angle, I guess you would say. But the video itself is absolutely amazing. I think it's called Beyond the Clouds or something like that. It's pretty amazing. So just watching the video, it's kind of mesmerizing him flying, because he flies over the Mediterranean Sea, flies over North Africa, and I think he gets about 40 or 50 minutes out over the Atlantic Ocean before he stops filming. He films about half of it. That flight, you can look up that flight. It's a Swiss Air flight SWR 7072. So it's a common flight that goes between Zurich and Sao Paulo, Brazil. But it's a 12-hour flight, and they usually fly it at night. It's a red eye. But anyway, he filmed that, and all I'm doing is just, because if you watch the video, like, he moves all over the place, obviously, because he's flying an airplane. All I'm doing is stabilizing that footage and locking that movement around basically that area of sky that he's seeing. I'm just locking it into the wider field of view is all. And well, it's a little more complicated than that, but anyway, it's
Hey, Ray, Ray, sometime you're going to look at the moon and see that between the first quarter and the third quarter doesn't, line of sight towards the sun. You'll look at that sometime. The new moon is tomorrow, so it'll start going to the waxing crescent, the next night. And so here's my next thing for you to look up, if you don't mind. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of videos, not photos, videos of the 24-hour sun in the Arctic region, where you get 66.6, above, and you start seeing 24-hour suns in the Arctic region. But there are 5 in the Antarctic region, and 2 of them we know. One of them just repeats the clouds, and the other one repeats the sunbursts in the supposedly 24-hour. So there's hundreds, if not thousands, in the Arctic region, but there are 5. And all 5 have something wrong with them. If you lived on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe, you would have the same number of 24-hour, videos, especially with 54 countries of the UN Antarctic Treaty down there. They'd want to be telling the world that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe. But there's 5, and those 5 are very questionable, where they have hundreds, if not thousands, of them in the northern part. And the southern part in Antarctica, the record low temperature is 135 degrees below zero. In the north, it's 89 degrees below zero. That's 46 degrees difference. So why is it so much warmer and so many more videos in the Arctic region than the Antarctic region when we live on a ball and they should be basically the same? So that's the second thing I want you to look at. I want you to explore why there's such a discrepancy in those 2 things, as well as looking at the moon. Can you do that for me?
Yeah, I mean, looking at this stuff all the time. I mean, I don't know how long this debate's been going on between me and a friend. I have a friend that we debate all the time. So we've been at this for a couple of years. So most of the things that you're telling me, I'm vaguely familiar with, because like he and I, we discuss them. So
does the lack of the Antarctic sun, 24-hour sun, bother you when we have 100, if not thousands, of videos in the north?
Yeah, you're saying that. I guess I'll have to take your words that it's true. It doesn't make any sense the way you're describing it.
Well, it doesn't make any sense because you don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe, Ray, but that's okay. You have possibilities. I have faith in you. I have faith in God to convict you and convince you. But anyway, and then you get into the discrepancy between 135 degrees below zero and 89 degrees below zero for record temperatures. That's 46 degrees. That shouldn't happen if both get the same amount of sunlight, because you live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space in an ever-expanding universe. I'm never going to get tired of saying that. And so and then obviously you're going to look at the moon, because you said you would, especially between the first and third quarters, and see that between the first and third quarter line of sight, the sun is not directly illuminating the moon. Therefore, the moon is as it is in Genesis 1:14-18, which you say you read the King James Version. It says that in Genesis 1:14-18 that God placed 2 great lights in the sky, not one to light the other, but 2 great lights in the sky, and that it's done for days, seasons, years, and for signs. And so I know you're going to sit down and read your Bible differently now that you know that God created the moon and the sun, put them local in a sidereal rotation above us, and this spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space and ever expanding universe is satanic. And I know you'll realize that in time because you read the King James Bible and you're a really smart guy.
Yeah, I'm definitely doing my homework. Let me just put it that way. I've been doing my homework.
So I see great things ahead for you. Obviously your cog dis is really working on you right now. I can tell it's working on you. So I appreciate that. And your indoctrination is a tough thing to get over because I don't know how old you are, but that's why they get you young, that you can't defend yourself.
Yeah, just chipping it out. It's going to be easier.
Timbo! Down under, Timbo, my man's here. My man.
I'll text you my address. Your address.
My man.
You let me know what time.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, sorry, mate. I turned on my mic to say something, and then I started talking to someone. So
I see
he
how
have an
you are.
answer for the temperature discrepancy?
No, he's working on it, Timbo. Hey, Timbo, I started praying for all the Globers on the internet a couple nights ago or last night. So maybe God will hear my prayers because I've been praying for my friends on the internet like you, but I just started praying for Globers last night.
Thank you, Jim. God bless you.
Hey, we are in the same Bible study on Saturday nights now. You know that? I'm going to join this Saturday night. I think it's Sunday for you.
With AJ?
Yeah.
Yeah, sweet.
It's 7.
I'll be there
It's 7.
Sunday.
It's 7:30 Saturday night for me. 10:30 a.m. for you.
Yeah,
on Sunday.
that's right.
That's right. And so at 7:00 on Friday night, I get together with the group that Chris Sparks, Healer of Sorcery, is involved in. And so two of my 3 Bible studies are people from Australia. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, man? You guys are really, really spiritual, biblical, down under on the ball.
I wouldn't say that, really. A very secular kind of nation.
Yeah, 2 out of 3 Bible
We do have it's very multicultural, so we have a lot of Muslims, a lot of Hindus, a lot of Buddhists, a lot of Catholics, a lot of Christians, a lot of, Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox. We've got them all here, mate.
It's funny.
We've got a big Jewish community as well.
The Bible study in Australia with Chris Sparks and Tom and I think Chris's brother, those 3 kind of headed up, and so out of that Bible study we got like 6 guys, and the main guy is in New Mexico, and so we have that on Wednesday night, like tomorrow night at 5, and so there's like 6 or 7, 5, 6 or 7 of it. It's all men, men get together and talk about stuff, and so it's like so it's like I got the Helio Sorcery one. Even though Chris leads the Bible study 1 out of 3 times, 1 out of 4 times, and then I got the offshoot of that, and then I got AJ and yours. It's like, boy, I tell you what, it's cool, man.
Yeah, this will be my first week. So, I've been speaking with AJ about it for a while now. So. I'm hard pressed for time, so I find it really hard to commit to things outside of family commitments and work commitments.
Yeah, you run your own business. Yeah.
Yeah, and family life's pretty demanding as well, but it's beautiful and I love it.
That's cool. So I got high hopes for Ray. Ray just has to get rid of his cog dis and his indoctrination, and he'll be ready to rock and roll, man.
Yeah, so Ray copped a bit of a serving from Kiwi yesterday.
Oh yes, the mute button masturbation king. Yeah, he really likes beating on that mute button. Yeah, in the absence of that mute button, he probably would not have fared well. I mean, not with that crowd; they loved him, but for tat rhetorical wise, he would not have done as well. But if you can mute somebody and cut off half of what they're saying, and then take what the cut off bit and make it out of context.
I don't know. I disagree with him, man. Have you ever seen any of his early day debates?
I don't give a crap about what he's done or what he was, his history or what great accomplishments he might have had. And there's no doubt that he's very, very smart. He's gifted intellectually. He's gifted verbally for sure. And then it's just deposited into a very tormented soul. But yeah, basically, if
you got to look at it from his point of view as well. Yeah, he's been in it for a very long time, and the abuse that came at the start of this whole thing was not even a patch on the abuse that he gives out. I wouldn't even call it abuse, but it's kind of fun in games. But the amount of abuse that flat earthers receive is disgusting. Man. So that's where it comes from, anyway. You gotta realize these things. That we're ridiculed, and not even weird religions get ridiculed as much as flat earthers do. So
yeah, well, I mean, there's something to be said for a person's past and where they're coming from. But if you give me the definition of a word and you're just flat fucking wrong, and I tell you you're wrong, and I prove that you're face to you're wrong, and I post the dictionary definition that you're wrong, you're acting in good faith if you're deleting the dictionary post that I'm posting and muting me. You're just a tiny prick.
What was the word?
I don't give a fuck. He goes, tell me, Ray, do you know what ISO means? And I go, yes. He goes, what does it mean? I go, equal. It means equal. And I forget what he said the definition was. It was just wrong. And then, of course, he mutes me and then berates me for 10 minutes for not knowing what ISO means. So then I post the dictionary definition, pointing a red arrow at the word equal. And, then he, deletes that. I posted it 3 or 4 more times. He deletes those. Eventually he lets one stay, but he wouldn't acknowledge it. So it's just bad faith. And that's the problem. It doesn't make any difference what your history is or where you think you want to go or where you've been. With this group, if you want to go anywhere, the only thing that you're going to be able to do is have a good faith debate. If you can't argue in good faith, then your message is going to go nowhere. So once you start acting in bad faith, particularly with I can't fault for someone for using linguistic rhetorical tricks and wordplay to try to get an upper hand in a debate. But when you start to do that, you're no longer arguing in good faith. And that makes you a dishonest character. That makes you a dishonest broker of your message. Because what that says is, I have a message and I'm willing to cheat to get that message out and beat contrarian voices down. And there is no way in hell humanity is ever going to look at that with any degree of authenticity whatsoever. People stay away from that shit. They just do. It's like poison. And, again, in the absence of his mute button masturbation, that conversation would not have gone that way.
Well, people also like to stay away from sophistry as well.
But the sophistry is still a bad faith argument. So if you're going to accuse me of sophistry,
the Glober argument. I didn't accuse you of it, did I?
No, I'm not sitting here defending the Globe because I think it's a clever trick or a stunt or a scam or a grift.
I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the side, the anti-flat Earth.
Well, I can't speak for those people. I can't speak for those people. But that's the idea. Is if the idea that you're trying to communicate to mankind about a great truth that you're truly convicted in, and you're going to do that in a bombastically disingenuous, lying, abusive manner, it's just antithetical to your goal. You're never going to get there like that. I don't care how burnt you were in your past life.
Do you know what his goal is, though?
Well, yeah, his goal was very clearly a primate dominance display. It's very classic among almost all primates. So you've seen like that.
How can you say what someone's goal is without even asking them?
I'm just looking at the behavior. So I majored in psychology in
You
college.
weren't looking at the behaviour. You were talking about he's not doing it right because he's not achieving his goals because he's not doing something. You have to know his goals to actually make that comment.
I mean, I'm not talking about his goals. I'm talking about your community's goals. I think I phrased it that way too. And I'm not sure what his goals are. It's not that I'm trying to read his mind or anything. I'm saying primate dominance displays have very telltale signs, and he just was showing them all. It was I see it in corporate America. I've been in corporate America since 1997. I see it all the time. The equivalent of like a dog pissing on a fire hydrant. It's just territorial marking. It's all
I see it all the
classic
time.
behavior.
I work in the big construction industry and run a business. I see it all the time.
Yeah, so it was cheap. It was, the thing is that I still couldn't help but sit.
But he did make a point that you didn't have the answers for it, though.
Which point was that?
Well, if I recall, I wasn't really, because I was at work, I wasn't listening too clearly, but there was a big talk about refraction, and they named 5 different refractions, and
yes. So I guess the problem so there's a certain kind of nuance in that debate tactic. It's a kind of a false dichotomy, if you will. So what you're going to do is you're going to say,
well, it's not really, because you're arguing for a refraction that you don't know exists.
That's exactly right, except for he was attempting to pretend in the world of refraction there were only 5 different effects, and they're all
scientifically studied.
He was saying in the world, the universe of all refraction, there were just these 5 effects. I'm sorry, but none of those effects are used to manufacture the glasses that I'm wearing right now. And guess how they work? Refraction.
Yeah,
so is it possible? That's all I'm saying is it possible in the realm of our imaginations that there's more than just 5 effects of refraction? And
then you need to come up with the refraction that makes the horizon come closer, goes further away from you. When it should be at 1.22 miles, then that should be your goal to come up with an argument. If you choose to do so, I'm not telling you what.
I don't think you really get what QE was putting down, though, because you're talking about the law of refraction. When you bring up glasses, you're talking about the law of refraction, Snell's law, 2 different mediums, right? He was granting you your terrestrial globe refraction and going through which one of those? And there would be 5 types of those.
Yeah, but even then, even if I granted you those 5 atmospheric effects, it was the effects on visual objects in relation to what? In relation to what? All 5 of those were in relation to what?
The thing that you're saying is refracted, which is the problem.
No, that's not what they were.
Yeah, in relation to the horizon.
The horizon. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly what I just said. And you said no.
They're in relation to the horizon, right? And so when I was talking about it, I was talking about the effects on the horizon, not in relation to the horizon.
So which type of refraction is that?
I don't know. I'm not a refraction expert. That was just the place he wanted to go.
Find us the guy who knows them, because you're not the one with the proof that the horizon is geometric and refracted.
I didn't say that I was.
Well, we're looking for that guy.
Well, yeah, then playing cheap tactics and rhetorical games, you're probably not going to find anyone willing to even engage in
why not? If it's a fact that the horizon is geometric and refracted, there must be some known documented effect that somebody can come in here, some expert can come in here and speak to.
And who's going to what self-respecting person's going to subject themselves to the childish bullshit that I did? I happen to have infinite patience, but it's not going to happen.
Okay.
Outreach ain't going to happen.
So you're not a self-respecting person.
No, I have a lot more patience than most people, and I'm not a scientist.
You're not the one we're looking for because we need somebody who has geometric proof that the horizon is actually in that picture at 1.2 miles, but affected by some type of refraction to appear at 10 or further.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe you'll never find that person because perhaps that's not real and it's all bullshit. I don't know.
Yeah, seems like it, but the search continues.
All right. Well, I'm going to listen in, guys. Well, anyway, that was the only piece I had to say about what was going on last night. Again, perhaps one of the smartest people I've ever talked to, and certainly perhaps the most gifted orator that I've ever listened to. Just not sure the tactics were healthy for the group in general, depending on what the group wants to do with itself. I mean, if you're looking to just be an echo chamber, that's fine, and that'll be great. Yeah.
Well, if that's our goal, we're not doing a very good job because you're here.
Well,
we're looking.
I'm here on behalf of a friend. I'll put it that way.
We're looking for truth. That's all we're looking for. And when people come in and argue a refraction that they don't know exists, then that's not really looking for truth, is it?
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly not the one that's going to be able to argue too much about refraction. That's not. I would put it this way. I've been in this debate with a really good friend who's also, I would consider him a genius. He listens to your group all the time. He would never, it's not his place to come in and be a part of the community itself, but he listens to you guys religiously. And so I've been having this debate with him for about 2 years, I would say, at least, or 2.5 years.
That's
and
interesting.
Out of all of the topics within this subject matter domain, the close ground effects and refraction is the worst one to try to talk about because it is such a boiling, murky, seething pit of nebulous bullshit. There are so many other areas that you could get into, things about geometry, timing, distances and things like that are sometimes just simple Euclidean geometry.
Hey, Ray.
Geometry is a good one,
Ray.
yeah?
Let me ask
Geometry is a good one. Hey, go, dude.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, man.
Somebody, yeah.
All right, cool.
No.
Listen, Ray, man, when I first came in, I heard you talking about a pilot who was doing some videos out the cockpit window.
Yeah, that's what my project that I'm working on right now. I posted a screenshot
Are
up
you
above.
familiar with a guy named Taboo Conspiracy? His name's Ben.
Yeah, that's the video I'm debunking.
Is that the same thing?
Yeah, that's the video I'm debunking. Yeah.
Oh, okay, great.
Trying to debunk. Not debunking it. You're trying to.
I already have one debunk out there, but it has a few errors in it as far as the locations, and I didn't like it. I think I may have actually shared it in the group.
Do you know the pilot that took the video?
No, why would I know?
You just follow him on YouTube or whatever, right?
No, I saw my friend sent me Ben's video, and I watched it, and then I dug into the original video.
Okay.
I figured out. Well, he kind of gives you all the information that you need to actually find the flight in the flight tracker, so you can pull that up, and there's enough information. Both visually from the pilot's original video and what's available through flight tracking to figure out pretty close like what his flight path was.
It's southwest. Yeah.
Yeah, basically southwest. I would agree with that. And but more importantly, like you can the night sky, the stars are the stars, right? So they're just fixed in the sky. So all you really have to do is map what he filmed out of it. I don't think he would have had to have filmed it out of his cockpit. So he's not like.
How do you explain them not? How do you explain them not rising when you're going over a curve, though?
When I analyzed the geometry of the night sky, it did rise. That was very plainly obvious. It did rise. I mean, I know there's a visual perception.
Okay, so what's the degree difference on the flight, on the timing of the flight?
I don't know the exact ending of the flight. I just know it's off the coast of Africa, somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean, and it's about a 6-hour. But I would say, if I had to punt, somewhere between 35 degrees and say 45 degrees was the pitch change in the aircraft, I would say. So the celestial
so those
south,
stars only heading west. When you're going south, shouldn't they raise up by 45 degrees?
Yeah, the celestial south pole does. The stars off to the right. The stars off to the right side of the plane, the field of view. Those are obviously rotating as the Earth rotates around the night sky. So the Earth would be rotating, in the opposite direction that the aircraft was flying. So he actually almost keeps up with that rotation, but not quite.
But they're not flying towards the South Pole.
Yeah, they are. Oh, it's southwest. That's what you just said, right?
Southwest. Yeah.
Yeah. So they're flying. Definitely, they're definitely not flying away from it or perpendicular to it. They're definitely getting
but
closer
not straight to it.
No, not straight to it. So no. So
Be
the
on
celestial
the left-hand side. Yeah.
Yeah, so the celestial south pole actually ends up in the camera's field of view by the end of that flight. If you map the night sky onto what's in the field of view of that video, the celestial south pole actually appears above the lower. It's in basically the lower left-hand corner of the frame.
It'd be interesting to see your video when you're finished. Like, bring it back in, and it'd be interesting to look at.
Yeah, the way I'm doing it now is, it's like super complicated. I don't know why I'm doing it, but I had to teach myself a bunch of new stuff with.
You had to teach yourself some computer software, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I did. I don't know if it's still in my clipboard. Yeah, it's still in my clipboard, so I'll just paste it in the chat if you want to see what the editing looks like right now. So I'm in 3D software or in video editing software using 3D stuff. What I'm trying to do is fix the virtual camera onto that video that he filmed. So I want the video to stay still against the virtual camera. And I've already added the Earth's rotation. So the Earth rotates about 90 degrees over 6 hours. So that is already there. Of course, the night sky doesn't necessarily move, but I'm going to move the camera and the video and keep it locked onto the stars. So then you will see both how the video traverses the globe simultaneously while it's locked into the night sky behind it.
Awesome, man.
So
knock yourself out, bro. I think it's great.
What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers.
Picture, if you will, a place where people believe that they are living on a ball covered with water and spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. Although nobody has ever measured the size of this ball drop over distance, people of this place have been deceived to believe that 70% of this ball is covered with water that magically curves around the surface of the ball as it is spinning at a speed of 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, simultaneously circling the sun at 66,600 miles per hour. These people were indoctrinated from an early age as children, where they were placed in a government-mandated educational facility and graded on how well they were able to regurgitate the disinformation they had been programmed with. Children were taught to recite, not to think. After completing the mandatory 12 years of training, they were ready to put their training to the test, a sink or swim test, if you will. Some went to fight in wars. Many died in these wars because they believed they were protecting their freedom. Many of the soldiers that did survive are homeless in the streets, forgotten by the same government that placed them in harm's way. Soldiers that made it back home alive, as well as those not selected to go to war, went to work for a fiat currency in order to provide food and shelter. They all had to pay tribute to the powers that be. All were unknowingly enslaved to the banker's economic system. None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free. If this sounds to you like something that could happen only in the Twilight Zone, join us for Speculation Sunday here on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Tell them Rod sent you.
Happy Wednesday, Flat Earth Discord. Hope everybody's doing well.
Any reason not to move to live stream?
Yeah.
All right, a whole bunch of people just came in.
It's too late. It's been moved already.
That's cool. That's why I wanted to listen. I was like, what the fuck? There's too many people in check-in. We should be in a live stream.
We're having a
Well,
nice,
thanks for joining me here. I was getting kind of lonely.
we're having a nice conversation.
Welcome, everyone.
Yes, we got Leon back here, 93, new to this server, found us through some Facebook group talking about Flat Earth debates, whatnot. Yeah, some other stuff as well.
He's a highly esteemed Facebook globe researcher. Ask him anything.
Yeah, you guys catch everybody up on what was going on in the VC check, and just catch everybody up on that.
Well, I think Leon was just saying that there are many proofs of the globe, and then we were just trying to get one of those.
We were talking
I'd like
about
one of those too, please.
I think
Yeah, I
we
want
were
some
talking
of
about
that shit
the,
too. I want some of that globe crack.
Sorry, repeat yourself, Leon.
Go ahead, Leon. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I believe we were talking about the Foucault pendulum, and then we just drifted to Edinburgh.
All right, that is where it went.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're trying to establish whether the pendulum is an experiment.
Hell no!
Yeah, it's certainly a test, and the test
demonstration
comes from
of something, yeah.
Yeah,
I did ask you if it followed the scientific method, though, and that's why we had to go through that, so we're on the same page about actual science. Scientific experiment.
To follow the scientific, I mean, a same experiment can and cannot follow a scientific process based on the hypothesis and based on the conclusion that you draw from it. If
you have a natural observer, what's your natural observed phenomena in that demonstration? You believe it's moving by something else naturally, correct?
If you have a Foucault pendulum and you see the movement, how it moves, and you isolate as much as possible, then you have.
So, what do you suppose is being isolated, Leon? The rotation of Earth?
In the Foucault pendulum, yes, I believe it is.
Well, how do you know that exists in the first place to isolate it?
A number of observation, I believe, when it comes.
Isn't this the observation that proves it?
Yeah, you're supposed to have a naturally occurring phenomenon. So what would that observation be?
Well, I believe the movements of the stars. One like.
Or
how,
that's just the stars moving. That's
yeah,
not
because
observing the Earth moving.
You just said it yourself. The movements of the stars.
Yes, the relative movements of the star to the observer.
Well, how do you know they're relative in that you're the thing that's moving, and they're actually stationary?
Okay. With that music, what I would ask is how much I win if I answer correctly.
$1 million.
That's good. That would absolutely solve all my financial problems. Which are not few. And I'm really sorry if I have to think about this, but again, I'm not definitely an astrophysicist.
Oh, good, bro. Take your time.
How could I prove that it's us moving and not the stars moving above us?
Yeah, because you see the stars move, right? That's the actual observation. To say
no, I was thinking. Let's say that I pick another example and then try to make a parallel, a simile between the two. And I was thinking about, well, you are in a car, you see things moving at the window, but what you can do to prove that was wait a minute. What you can do to prove it that was you moving is just stopping the car, pulling out, and then you see that things are fucking not moving.
I would call that a false analogy because you can't stop the car as far as it goes for the Earth.
And that's it's exactly what I was saying. It's not a good analogy, exactly because you can stop the car and you cannot, get out of the planet in sort of way. So I was thinking about something else. I was just, expressing my train of thought. How could I prove without? Well, I might say that you can see from outside, but obviously it's not something that I can propose here, and something that I have not witnessed because I'm not an astronaut. I can just say that I don't know the answer to that question. Not at the moment. I would have to
That's a fair answer.
I mean,
that's the right answer. You win $1 million.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I can give you my address and you can send it to me.
I mean, that's good. You're being honest. If you don't know, you don't know. That's cool. That's
yes,
fair.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, wouldn't you think that the scientific community, from all the records we got and so forth, has already been established about the globe model, basically about everything, the rotation, everything.
Yeah, and I think that the people working on it have established a model based, obviously not on a single observation, because a model wouldn't work like that in any science, as in linguistics, although it's a soft science, linguistics,
I
not
would
a hard
assume
one.
through a scientific experiment, at least, don't you think?
I believe
those,
a number of at least a number of experiments. One single experiment, especially if repeated only once, couldn't definitely make the cut.
No, I'm talking about. We take a rotation, for example. Do you know any scientific experiment that they have proven to be true, to be working, or in their favor, basically?
I know that the pendulum is a test of the rotation. I wouldn't know any. Don't come to my mind right at the moment. I'm not even checking internet because, I wouldn't like to say something that I don't know by myself. So I thinking about it.
I mean, you can search for it. It's fine. No one's gonna.
Yeah, but
bite your
I mean,
fingers,
I mean, if it has to do with my own research, I will certainly do it. But now I'm discussing with you. I don't want to lose time looking at stuff that,
all right,
that just paused the conversation.
Just can I ask a question? Earlier you said we can't get off the planet, but then later on you said you didn't want to use Google because you don't want to talk about stuff that you don't know about for yourself. So my question to you is, how do you know that you're in a planet?
How do you know that I am on a planet? and I mean, by a planet, you mean like a globe? Or like how do I know that I'm standing on something? I just don't understand what's the point of the question? Sorry.
You've already assumed that you're on a planet, so I want to know, where does that assume? If it's just an assumption, then okay, it's a belief. You want to believe it. But if you said again, you don't want to say stuff that you don't know yourself. So how do you know? From where does the assumption come that you're on a planet? And the word planet is not a mysterious word. It's a word that's used plenty of times all over the place. It's not a. I'm not using an ambiguous word.
I know that we are.
I was just asking.
That we are on Earth, and Earth, I believe it's a planet that it's within the solar system. And
so where does that belief come from? How do you know you're on a planet?
I believe that I'm on a planet because, for example, something that I have seen are other planets through not a microscope but a telescope. And I've seen others, and I've seen also pictures of others.
But that doesn't tell you that this is one. There's really no resemblance to those things to this place. So to say other, I don't know if that.
You don't look at the ceiling to determine the shape of your floor.
And you don't look at an unverifiable picture to determine the shape of it either. I could show you a picture of Donkey Kong. Does that mean that he's real?
Also,
well, Donkey Kong is absolutely real. He's a character, and it's a real character. I mean, obviously, what you mean by real means I'm just playing. I mean, of course, I'm just playing. Obviously,
I have a line, Leon. I have a line. I say, telescopes don't whisper in your ear. So you use the telescope, but it doesn't provide the details that people typically add. So when you say like, well, I see other planets, it doesn't necessarily. I don't.
Well, that's not simply. It's not simply something that you assume. It's part of process also of deduction. By means that if there are other things in the same system, and all things,
kind of assuming the system though, and you're assuming that the Earth is a thing with a bunch of other things like it in that system. There's a lot of assumptions going on there.
There's also no resemblance of this place to those things that you see. I was just typing in the chat. Those things are glowing and moving. When I look around here, I don't see this place glowing or moving. So there's really nothing you can compare up there. To here.
I don't think that they're glowing.
What?
Not. If glowing is a property of something that has light by itself, I believe.
Well, don't get too hung up on the word. I'm just saying that they seem bright. They seem light. Whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, of course. But I mean,
this place.
If you
do that,
if you point light to a mirror, the mirror obviously is extremely bright. But that doesn't mean that the mirror has light by itself.
This place isn't doing that. So there's really nothing up there to compare. There's no resemblance whatsoever. So I wouldn't look up and say, okay, well, I must be like those things. There's no resemblance.
We reflect light. We do. I mean, scientifically speaking, we do. That's
not.
We reflect. Waves. Which is why we see different colors.
Anything you can see reflects light. So what does that tell us? Does it tell us we're on a spinning ball in a vacuum of space? Because that's what we're trying to get to.
I'm trying to answer the precise question, so I would not answer to if that proves that we are on a spinning ball, because I don't believe that it does. It's not that proving that, I mean, at least. But again, everything reflects light in a way. It's the necessary assumption by which we know that sorry, I rephrase. It's our understanding of why we see different colors. That everything reflects light in different ways. That's necessary.
That's fine, but that's not. We're still trying to get at the fact that there's no resemblance of this place to those things. So I don't think we should be as quick to compare them. So like Earth, the land.
Okay.
When you look up in the sky, there's no land up there.
What would you answer to an astronaut that comes back to Earth, or let's say allegedly? And the astronaut says, "Well, you're invited to the next launch."
Well, that's just personal testimony and future proof. I don't think we can really accept that.
So going to a launch to watch a rocket go in the air means Earth is a globe?
No, it means that those that are inside the rocket go somewhere.
You don't know.
Time out.
There's nobody in there waving to you that you watch lift off, and they're still waving to you as they're lifting off. That doesn't happen. That's not reality.
I wouldn't say it's not reality. I would say that it's something that you are not witnessing
It's
precisely.
not ever happened. Nobody goes in rockets.
Okay. Let's start from a position, a neutral position.
Oh, brother.
So if I make the claim that somebody is going into space, I have to prove it. Obviously, of course, I have to prove it, and that's what I am not capable to do at the moment.
The hard part is that you have to first prove space itself.
I have to prove space itself, and with space we mean the void beyond the atmosphere. Yeah, okay, of course I have to prove that. And I would prove, like, in my opinion, sending somebody outside the atmosphere would be quite a great evidence for that.
Okay, tell me about the last time you did that, Leon.
As I said, I cannot prove it because I didn't personally.
God damn it. We were so close.
Just to say, the reason I asked my question again, you said that you didn't want to use information that you didn't know for yourself. You're bringing up stuff that you don't know for yourself. I'm just waiting for the information that you have that you know for yourself of why you think you're on a planet.
I tell you now. Getting back to what I was asking. My problem here in this particular line of questioning is that by doubting anything that you have not done personally, you would have to doubt, I would say, 99% of every type of experience in every time. I'm sorry, I'm not using this as a kind of an argument. I'm not saying this to prove space. Not through this line of arguments. I know that I can't.
So this is a long-winded appeal to just trust people.
Things aren't just auto true. That's why
No,
a lot of what we do here is try to go with a fine-tooth comb and find out if X claim is true. So we don't just discard everything or just auto accept everything. So just keep that in mind. We try to address the claim individually.
Okay, can I try to make an argument?
Well, listen, I'll trust the people who say that we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum as soon as they provide some evidence for it. How about that?
Okay, and my question would be, why don't you accept evidence such as those provided by the I would say alleged astronauts, since now we are on a skeptic
evidence?
ground.
You said you couldn't verify what they claim to have done, so it's just a story.
Because you said they are alleged, so why would we believe an alleged thing?
I said alleged by the context in which we are talking.
But specifically, what would that evidence be?
Like, for example, pictures.
Well, you don't just
for example, the rocks, or the rocks.
No one's brought any rocks.
Rocks that have been taken back from the moon.
No one did that. No one did that.
Hey, Leon, have you seen Jupiter through a Nikon P1000 camera?
No, I have not
it
seen
looks.
Jupiter.
You can look it up. It looks nothing like what space agencies show us. It doesn't look globular at all.
It doesn't look
globular.
But again, pictures though, how do you verify those? I could give you a picture of Donkey Kong, right? Just because something is in a picture doesn't mean that it's representative of something in reality necessarily.
Yeah, it doesn't follow logic, Leon, if you think about it. No way to test, no way to verify.
Or in other words, just because someone shows you an image of something doesn't mean that that's a photograph.
Well, let me, if I can, make an argument, a similar argument, and try to arrive to a conclusion of this line of questioning. And that would be, let's stay on Earth, whatever shape it is, and let's say Mount Everest. I believe that a few hundred people, have been on the summit of Mount Everest. I don't know
Is that up?
But my question would be, since of the sum of Mount Everest, we have pictures and the personal experience of a handful of people.
Okay.
Do you believe it?
Well, what's their testimony? Believe what?
That they've been there.
Sure. It's not an extraordinary claim, really. It's kind of extraordinary, but not extraordinary like I went to a thermodynamics violation in the sky that you can never go to.
Thermodynamic. Why a thermodynamic? And I ask really because I know absolutely nothing of thermodynamics.
Okay, well, it's the second law of thermodynamics that the claim of outer space violates, right? High pressure must go to low pressure always, right? So if we have this adjacent, like near perfect vacuum going on practically forever, the air pressure of the Earth that you call the atmosphere should disperse into that, right? Should fill that vacuum.
Why would that be?
Because that's the way gas behaves. That's the way pressure behaves. It's fundamental laws of nature. Entropy.
Yeah, but and tell me if I'm wrong. I'm really remembering like high school classes here. The outer part of the atmosphere is not a high pressure system. It's not high pressurized.
It should disperse into that adjacent vacuum.
Why?
What I just told you.
Everything in our
yeah, but you say high pressure from nearly null pressure, which is a vacuum. But since it's no high pressure, why would that disperse? I mean, the dispersion that we see.
So basically, what you're saying is that the low pressure at the end of the so-called atmosphere holds in all the higher pressure. That doesn't make any sense because that layer right next to the vacuum that should disperse. Then everything beyond that should all just disperse after that.
Yeah, whether it's high pressure or low pressure, it would disperse into no pressure.
It is gradual to null pressure. It's not like there is a step. At least as I believe it is. I'm really speaking.
Would you be able to demonstrate? Are you aware of anybody who's ever demonstrated such a thing, like in a vacuum chamber in a controlled setting? Because that's not the way gas behaves. If you release it into a vacuum chamber, it won't do that. It won't form into balls that just stay that way and don't fill the vacuum.
I'm really afraid to say that that's because of gravity, but I know that.
So now we got gravity as a container. Are you aware of an experiment for gravity containing air?
Gravity as a containing. No, gravity is not. I don't believe it's containing it. I believe it's attracting.
Okay, well, something has to contain the atmosphere.
Something has to. Why something has to?
Because that's the nature of air pressure. It needs containing, right? So instead of a physical container, you've given us gravity. So is there an experiment that shows gravity containing air?
Sorry, I'm really trying to. Oh fuck! Sorry for the F-bomb. It just occurred to me that I had to go. But I think that I can stay for a few minutes. I'm trying to picture this, and I'm really sorry, but it's not my field of study, so I have difficulties in picturing everything. So I imagine something like what happens, like in let's take airplane, which is pressurized, and so like. Fortunately, I never witnessed it, but like in films, in movies, what happens is that like someone throws or shoot a gun or throws a grenade, the cockpit or the airplane opens, and due to the difference of pressure, everything gets sucked out.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, but that's that's because you have a very high difference of pressure in a limited space, and the limited space is surrounded by a container.
Leon, yes, that's the important part. Is that
Okay,
you only
it's
have
that
that
you
pressure
have
due to the containment. Correct. So
okay, but now the moment in which the pressure.
Yeah, they can get that pressure in the cockpit, but hey, without the container, right? Of the oh shit, maybe I'm lagging. My bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
I believe somebody was talking.
Oh, Heretic, you're fine. There's just some audio coming through. Maybe turn your speaker down a little bit.
Okay.
I'm fine. But yeah, the important point, Leon, you seem like you understand. You need the containment for the pressure. You don't get the pressure
But
without it.
you need the container. The fact is, as I understand it, is that we usually say the air gets sucked out. No, that's what we usually say, no, isn't it?
Well, I mean, we can phrase it that way, but just think of any example where you have maybe like a car tire. If there's a puncture, it's not like it's getting sucked out. It's just losing pressure. That's that second law of thermodynamics, the entropy that Heretic was describing earlier.
It's the pressure inside the wheel that pushes the air outside because there is a lower pressure.
Yeah, high pressure moves to low pressure.
But listen, you couldn't get that higher pressure inside the tire, right? Without the rubber tire, without the containment of the rubber tire, right?
Of course there is, because there is nothing containing it. I mean, you need the container to have that kind of high pressure.
There you go. So okay. What sort of containment of air like that can you point to that was caused by gravity?
No, I don't believe. I mean, I believe that that the gases and everything that have composed the Earth, blah 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 blah.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, though, is that we have that kind of air pressure here due to gravity instead of a physical container.
Since we have a column of air, which is the reason, like for example, we have different boiling points of water depending on the altitude. Then you have a higher pressure, and as you go up, you have a lower pressure.
Well, there's a gradient.
Yeah.
Okay, so
you said, sorry, could you repeat that?
Yeah, there's a gradient, but to have a gradient, you first have to have the air pressure, and as far as we know, and as far as we can demonstrate, to first have the air pressure, you have to have a container.
Okay.
Unless somebody can demonstrate air being contained due to gravity.
Again, I do not believe that. I mean, containing is external to internal. I mean, contain something
Stop it from filling the adjacent, like near perfect vacuum volume.
But I don't believe it's gravity.
But that's what you said it is.
If I said that, I absolutely said something that I do not believe.
You don't think that gravity contains the atmosphere?
Or
stops it from filling the void of space? Whatever you want to say.
I believe that the reason why air doesn't get into space is because of the what do you call it? The gradient? I didn't know the particular word, but I believe that the reason is because at the higher part and the higher stages of the atmosphere, you have a gradual.
Okay, but why? So then, what are you saying causes the gradient?
Mario.
What causes the gradient, though?
What causes the gradient? Oh, I have absolutely no idea.
Well, then what's the point in pointing to it? Just because it's getting thinner and thinner doesn't mean that it should get to a near perfect vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr, that just goes on practically forever.
Well, depending in the direction, I guess. You might encounter other atmospheres.
Yeah, but why would you assume that either? Like, why do we think that it's going practically to nothing and it's just going to go on like that forever? We don't know that just from the pressure going from high to lower, just as far as we can measure.
Right now, this guy is he's telling us what he believes, but I still don't see any demonstration for what he believes.
You definitely want to ask a physicist about the demonstration.
They'll say that gravity. Yeah, but they'll say that gravity causes the gradient, right, and causes the containment of the atmosphere. That's why I keep bringing it back to that.
I didn't know. I mean, I didn't know. I have a friend who's a physicist. He works with complex systems, so I don't know if he knows a lot about astrophysics, but I will ask him.
Well, that's what they'll say. That's the script. That's the lore, right? And then whenever we'll ask for a demonstration of that, an experiment that shows that gravity does that, they won't have it, and they'll say that it only works on scales that are impossible to test on. So it's just kind of like a cool story, bro. You got to trust us.
Additionally, how is it that if you I'm asking you for evidence and you say ask somebody else, so that means you don't have evidence. That means this is just a belief. You have no basis for this belief.
Okay, I have a question and a point to make.
It's. I believe it's plenty of things in our experience of which we do not have evidence ourselves.
I have a question.
Yeah, of course. And I'm sorry to say that after that I really have to go. But
Okay.
I hope that I will be welcome another time.
Okay, is it possible to believe in a flat Earth and not believe in God?
Yeah, I
Like,
guess.
not is it
I guess
possible,
so.
right? But is it like probable? Would you say that most flat earthers believe in God?
No, I wouldn't say that most flat earthers believe in God. I would perhaps say that most of those that I have encountered have also had also shared belief both in flat earth and in God. But I would like to point out that I come from theological discussions and then I got into flat earth. So perhaps the problem is simply that from the theological perspective, I saw many believing the flat earth. So I do not want to project my sense of those group into the group of flat earthers.
Okay, but you believe in God, right?
No, I don't.
You don't? You're a flat earther?
No, I'm not a flat earther.
Okay, why the fuck am I talking to you?
I have no idea, my man.
Yeah, I wanted to ask like a flat earther if they think most flat earthers believe in God.
We're just talking with
And-
Leon right now. He's a glober. We're just having a conversation with him.
Okay, let me just make my point then, right? I would say most flat earthers believe in God. And I think, right, I obviously think that like the globe Earth is, I think the globe was made for an attack on Jesus, right? Because in Genesis, it talks about the firmament in like the first page, and it talks about the waters above and what I think. Yeah, it says waters above. I think something like that. Anyways, I think it was made to attack. No, let me finish. Just let me finish. Just let me finish.
Absolutely.
I think it was. I think right. Personally, I think like almost everything is an attack on Jesus, right? But this is like, I think this is the biggest attack on Jesus, because if you can imagine that everyone started believing that the Earth is flat, I think because I think there is more atheists in the world right now than believers in God, right? And this is because of the globe, I think, because people believe in space and shit, and people believe in a chance, like a chance, like we are here by chance. And
to be honest, I think that atheists could probably rationalize things that way, no matter what the Earth was. But I hear you.
But they wouldn't, though. I don't think they would, man. Because if they started, if the common knowledge was that the Earth is flat, then everything would change, right? I don't believe in space at all. I think I don't know. I think the Earth is infinite or something. I don't know. I just don't believe in space, right? I believe in Jesus. I don't know, but I think this is like the ultimate attack on Jesus is like convincing people that space exists and like the universe is infinite and things like that.
If I can
This
say
is
a
like
last
the
thing,
main
and then
thing.
I swear I shut up. Also because I have to go. So this last thing, I come from a Catholic family. I was born and I live in Rome. So you may get what's the
Buongiorno.
environment. Buongiorno a te.
Catholics brought us the heliocentric system, or well, they brought us the Big Bang, at least.
Well,
Thanks.
yes, the church has then, let's say, submitted to what scientists presented as evidence. At what they presented, to what they presented, I didn't say that is necessarily true.
Saying
But
that, I'm saying that the Big Bang itself was proposed by a Catholic priest.
Oh yes,
Yeah,
no, that's true. Sorry, I didn't
yeah,
get
because
it.
they're Satanists. They're Satanists. Vatican is the center of Satan, I believe.
Look. If I believed in Satan, I would absolutely agree with you because that's more or less how much I trust church, but on other grounds. That said, I come from a Catholic family. All my not my brother, but my parents, my grandmother, and most of people that I know are Catholic. More or less, or in the sense that perhaps they are not exactly Catholic, but they believe in God. Most of them, I would say, are also they believe in a globe Earth, and so what I believe is that they are not exclusive. Like you say that the globe is the ultimate attack to Jesus.
Yes.
I do not believe that. That's necessarily true. And again, I don't believe in Jesus. Well, I
But
do
that's
not
because you don't believe what I believe. I mean, that's obvious.
No,
right?
absolutely.
I'm saying like
Absolutely.
most.
I'm talking in a total hypothetical setting. What I'm saying is that even if I believed, or let's rephrase it, giving for granted that Jesus is true, and by true I mean that not only is a real has been a real living person, but that is also the Son of God and part of the Trinity and blah blah blah. Let's say I remember a bit of my catechism. If we give that for granted, I do not believe that believing in a globe is exclusive to that. I just think that many things can be together. Since actually in history we see a great change in the doctrine in every religion. The first, I mean, that's I don't think there is something that can be said against it. Just the New Testament is a proof that something changed in the doctrine. So I believe that the real appeal of religion is also its ability to stick up with the time. And this is notwithstanding the truthfulness of the doctrine itself.
But Jesus did not want to make a religion. All Jesus wanted was to follow him, right? I think Catholicism is evil as well, and it's Satanist, right? The only thing humans should do is follow Jesus, not make a religion. But they made a religion because of Satan, because Satan influences our minds all the time. So people made a religion in order to make a profit or like control the people.
I do not believe
the
in
only
Satan,
thing you should do
but I
is
believe
follow
in
Jesus.
everything you
And
said.
follow Jesus as
I
example.
absolutely believe in everything you said.
I think we need to just put a cap on the religious
But you
segment.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Get it back to the facts.
And getting back,
But why do you censor? Why do you censor religious talk and flat Earth? That doesn't make sense to me because it's correlated.
We're just trying to get his evidence though for the globe Earth, right?
Okay, my bad. I'm gonna go anyways because my battery is dead. Anyways.
All right.
I will also say goodbye. I'm really sorry. I hope that I come back perhaps and have and continue the discussion. Unfortunately, I really have to go. It's much later than I hoped. So
nice meeting you. Nice meeting you.
To thank you.
You've been
I
good.
really enjoyed this confrontation.
Yeah, you've been cool, man. You've been cool. Come back again.
It hasn't been that good. But come back anytime.
Next time, I hope, if you will, do some more
I
research.
can't hear anybody, so I don't know if.
Hello?
Yeah,
Test,
now
test.
I can
You
hear
hear me? Okay, go ahead,
Yes,
Quest.
yes.
No, I just want to say you're welcome back. Of course, you seem like a decent, cool guy to have a discussion with. But next time, hopefully, if you can bring some more,
I will do my
substance
research
to the topics we discuss here. Now you know what
Yeah,
they are
absolutely.
about. Yeah. We don't.
Well, you're
believe in-
welcome.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry. You're welcome to do your research here too. Sorry, you didn't go, so I just
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, but you can come here and ask questions. You seem pretty chill in conversation, so feel free to hang out here and talk to us anytime.
Yeah, look, absolutely. Again, being a researcher myself in my particular field of study, which is linguistics, I know that if somebody wants to learn something, the first thing that he has to do is to be a chill person when having a conversation about it. So, I mean, I really appreciate. I would appreciate being the other part, not being in any way confrontational or abusive or in any way. So I always try not to be.
No. We're not attacking you when it comes to the globe when we discuss.
No, it's the topic. It's always about the
itself.
topic.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's what we are
Again,
doing here.
thank you and have a nice whatever phase of the day it's where you are.
Likewise, man. Take care. All right.
Wow, that was quite the discussion. What up, old dude? You wanted to say something earlier? You probably
No, I
were
was
trying
just
to address Ash.
no, I was just trying to get the guy with on the God kick or the anti-Satanist. I was trying to get him access to the religious channels, so he didn't have to rumpus anyone in future. That was all.
I'll be that.
Yeah, we could be on that tangent for hours with no resolution in sight.
I don't know, I'd rather talk about gas pressure personally.
Yeah, that kind of derailed the discussion a little bit towards the end.
Yeah. He's new. We spoke to him in the Indio and I went and had a conversation with the Sneeko server. So that's where he's from, the Sneeko crew. But hey, he said some all right stuff about outer space and whatnot. So I can appreciate that.
Yeah. Well, the thing too is that we've had flat earthers in this room who are atheists, or who say they are anyway.
Right. Yeah, I think I know exactly who you're referring to. Actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it does happen.
It's not exclusive to this community. I mean, any swath of people will have different views and opinions about these types of things. So it's important for people to understand that it's not exclusive to this community here. So there's some big misconceptions out there, like, oh, everyone in FE is a Christian. Not really. So
Or everyone, or everybody will be a Christian if they realize the Earth is flat. No, they won't.
Yeah. So
one thing we do have in common is we all know the Earth is flat.
But I mean, we could have a flat Earth cosmology and still have atheists everywhere. I mean, it could be spun any which way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, they had an interesting take. They said that the Earth was always here. I think that was kind of part of their worldview, is that it was just always around. Whereas I think a lot of people think it was created.
I think it was created.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although I'm not religious, I believe in creation.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at my name, like clearly I do as well.
Right.
And we don't all believe that it's around. We all believe it's flat. You said a minute ago, we all believe it's round. They all believe
flat and round. It could be round.
Well, a circle is technically round.
To be honest, my 2 cents on that is, like, if it is, so be it. But I do challenge and wonder if it's not that. Because for me, I take a look around nature, like a lake, your hair, your heart, clouds. a lot of these things are quite irregular. They're not really shaped like a perfect circle or square, triangle, rhombus. They're quite irregular. So I would imagine that this place is also quite irregular, not shaped like a perfect circle or whatever like that. If it is, great, whatever. I have no problem with that. But I just wonder if it's not. So
Maybe
Yeah,
it's
we don't
an
know.
oblate circle. An oblate circloid.
I guess another question is, in the hypothetical sense, is there a way for us to even know? I don't think there is.
I'm with Orion on this one. I don't think there is either, because there's, in the same way that you can't believe, like even if we did believe in the worldview that's presented, outer space and all that stuff, you can't pop out of that, then look back and take selfies with outer space and say, oh, okay, well, it's all shaped like this. So in that same way, you can't pop out of the Earth and then take selfies with it to say, oh, well, it's shaped like this. I agree with Orion that I don't think there's such thing as, quote, seeing the whole Earth. So
It's funny though, because we can't even physically do what they think they have done to prove that it's a globe. That's not even physically possible.
it's really tough taking that away from them too, Central. It's like they're so used to this outside view, but I spend a lot of time trying to tell people that that's an impossible view. That's a POV you'll never have, ever.
Yeah.
So yeah.
If the air isn't leaving, then neither are you.
Yeah.
It can't get out of here. How can you?
Yeah, I don't think you can leave reality. Like they're just, they've seen it on TV so much, so they're trained to think that way. But I try to take that away from them, and I think the best way to do that is to take them to their quote edge. Okay, well, let's go to the edge of your existence, and then let's try to pop out of it, and then let's take selfies with it. They'd be like, oh, well, you can't do that. I go, yeah, exactly. You can't do that with the Earth either. So, yeah, welcome to the club.
Well, Bill Nye himself said, the Earth is a closed system. We cannot leave the Earth.
It sure is an interest from Bill Nye.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Their own priests are telling them that it's a closed system and they cannot leave.
So what about these astronauts that are supposed to have gone to the moon? It's a closed system. Matter can't exchange, right? So how did they? They're matter, aren't they?
Yeah, that was one thing that Bro said. Leon was his name. He was like, well, we brought back rocks. Okay, hold on. Because it reminded me of a lecture that I heard from Alan Watts a long time ago. He brought up this point. I'll retype it in the chat here so you guys can follow along. But he says, when a hero goes on a journey, when a hero goes on an adventure and leaves his people and is going to a strange land, he can just go away and just hide himself around the corner in an obscure house and then appear a year later and say, I've gone on a heroic journey, and tell all sorts of tales. Does that sound familiar? And they say, prove it, because they expect him to bring back something which nobody has seen before. Okay, so this is exactly what they're doing. Essentially, they're claiming to be heroes. They're claiming to go on an adventure. They quote, leave their people and go hide themselves around the corner, and then pop out later on saying, I've been on this amazing journey. And then when we ask them for proof, they give us wood.
Rocks, rocks that they could have just picked the rocks up off the ground. Nothing extraordinary about rocks.
I know, dude. That's what's so funny.
Oh, he's got a rock in his hand. He must have been in the moon.
I know, dude. That's what's so funny about it. It's like, well, okay, well, you at the end here it says, then they say, prove it. They expect him to bring back something which nobody has seen before, and then they'll believe you've been on the journey. But the problem is they give us these quote rocks that we test them, and it's just freaking wood. It's like, oops.
Well, technically it's rocks. Petrified wood, I think, is technically rocks. It's just it's in the shape of wood.
No, it's wood that has been turned to rock.
And so it's a rock.
Right.
Yeah, basically.
Let me look it up, actually. I mean, if it's petrified wood, it's still wood, right? I mean,
Well, it came from a tree. So what, did they have trees on the moon?
The reason why it's shaped like a tree is because the rock formed where the tree was.
petrified wood, also known as petrified tree, is the name given to a special type of fossilized wood.
It'd be like saying glass is sand still. Well, it's just a different form of sand.
So a fossil is the shape of something that has since disappeared, but it's not the thing itself.
This is really interesting. It says, why is petrified wood illegal? Is petrified wood a protected resource? Petrified wood is a fossil and it is legally protected in the United States. Please remember that people have gone to jail for collecting petrified wood.
Must hold the answers we're looking for. Let's go get them.
That's funny.
Because I once went through a desert that was like littered with petrified wood. It's like that remote place. Like I'm pretty sure no one would care about that stuff.
Yeah, petrification and flash freezing are interesting topics. They found a mammoth, I think, allegedly, under the Arctic permafrost that froze with food still in its mouth. Flash freezing. Allegedly.
So I just thought that was funny that bro was like, well, you know, like we asked him for evidence and he's like, well, they have rocks. No, they don't, dude. No, they don't. So, and then his other thing was pictures, right? It's like, well, that's easy to dismiss. We have pictures of Bigfoot, you know, like nobody just blindly accepts those. So why should we just blindly accept, quote, pictures from this place that you can't go? Go ahead, Central.
Oh, I just like to use Donkey Kong now as the example. The more absurd, the better.
He was like, oh, yeah, no, Donkey Kong is real. He was being funny, though, I think.
Yeah, but exactly. I mean, we can produce images of whatever. It doesn't tell you that that's a thing that exists in reality.
Yeah.
Again, it just reduces to taking it on faith. The people who presented that image to you, you just trust them that what they're presenting to you is real.
Right. Yeah, I mean, stuff, man. They don't really have much, so that's what they lean on. Oh, well, we have pictures and rocks. Really? I mean, it sounds like you have a belief. That's not.
All you have to do is ask them, can that picture be photoshopped? Well, yeah. Okay, throw it out.
Yeah, but it came from a trusted source. Like, nah, trust by who?
Who trusts them? Why?
Not me, dude.
What's this trust based on?
Yeah, faith, maybe. Daddy, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry. Like,
yeah. If it could have been made on a computer, you have no way of knowing it wasn't. And it was. I mean, they tell you that themselves. Some of them they claim are actual photographs, but still, same problem. No way to verify that. And actually, beyond that, there's a way to falsify it. Just go to the beach and see if oceans do what they're showing in that picture.
That's exactly what I was thinking, Central. Was like, the pictures don't even match reality. Go ahead, Orion.
No, they don't. Yeah.
Well, isn't it true? Correct me if I'm wrong. I forgot the details of this. Isn't it true that only one or two? I don't remember if it's one or two, but NASA only officially claims that one or two of these quote unquote photographs is an actual photograph, as opposed to splicing things together.
They got the moon landing ones, right, which they say are photographs. But there's also the Epic satellite ones, and they say those are real photographs. And the Himawari stuff, I think they say are real photographs.
Yeah, I was gonna say actually, like to lean on that Himawari, but isn't the one you're talking about, Orion, like the one that's like kind of slanted, 1972 gray? Is that the one that I'm thinking of?
The blue marble, right? Like, isn't it the? Oh wait, no, or maybe it's not the blue marble. It was another one.
No, there's actually another one. It's like the picture's kind of slanted, and it's all like bad, kind of bad quality.
I think everything up to 2012, other than the moon landing stuff, they said were composites. But in 2015, they got the Epic whatever Discover satellite. They say that that's taking live pictures of the Earth.
It's so funny.
Yeah, I remember I think it was AI Arden that went through, the actual process described. Or maybe it wasn't him, it was somebody else, but someone on here went through the process and actually read through the process, and it was clearly not an actual photograph. It's just digitally stitched together, is what it is.
Yeah, well, they're using the Blue Marble data set and then just putting like whatever weather data on top of it. But I don't know. The Globers claim the Himawari stuff as being like real photographs of the Earth all the time. Like NASA does have some stuff that they say is an actual photograph from space, but still, where's the curving oceans?
I know, right? That's the funny. Like, I know Joe Rogan even talks about. He's like, "Well, we have the Himawari. It takes pictures every 8 seconds, or whatever, 8 minutes, or however they present it." It's like, well, those pictures, quote pictures, show curved lakes and curved oceans. Well, where's that at?
Exactly.
And then you ask them for proof of curving water, and they show you a water droplet.
I know, dude. That is the that's so annoying.
That's what we were wondering about. Water droplets. Oh, finally somebody proved them. Thanks.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Talk about the ocean. No. We're talking about just a drop of water. It's like,
yeah, I've seen the error of my ways now. I'm a Glober.
But yeah, like I wouldn't use that argument though that NASA claims that they're all composites, everything that they present, because they don't. They do say that some of them are actual photographs. Discover satellite. That's as far as I know. Well, and obviously,
That's not what I was looking for either.
What's that?
Sorry, I was just trying to look for that image I was talking about, where it's kind of slanted. It's like an older picture. I can't remember what year. I remember them claiming that was one of the real ones as well. But yeah, I mean, dude, it's just so easy to slap down this argument. So easy.
Yeah.
Even the
And then
water
we also-
droplet thing, you can slap that down too.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, even the water droplet thing, you can slap that down super easy. Go ahead, Central.
Well, I mean, they have two huge problems. The thermodynamics violation of outer space as well. So they're claiming that they took a picture from a place that doesn't exist of a thing that doesn't exist.
Yeah, I know, right? Imagine trying to take a picture of reality through Narnia's closet. You can't go to a place that doesn't exist and then take selfies of reality. That's
Right.
crazy.
So it wouldn't matter if they said that they're all actual photographs. They'd still have the same problem. Prove it. Verify those.
I got a question.
Yeah,
Has
okay, go ahead.
anyone tried to take a photo from within like a vacuum chamber or anything like that?
Not me. I don't go into vacuum chambers.
No, but
where you at?
But you get what I mean, though. Like, has anyone done that?
I mean, Radwin works with vacuum chambers. I'm not sure if he goes in them, but I don't know.
wouldn't
What
need
do
to
you
go
suppose?
into it.
Like,
He's just talking about if someone taking a picture. You know, you could put a camera inside of a vacuum chamber and remotely operate it.
Put the satellite inside a vacuum chamber.
Oh, let's
Oh,
ask
yeah.
Radwin. I'll send him a message in the chat and see what he says. I know he works at a lab or whatever. He's works with vacuum chambers, so
See how the photo would come out, if it's even possible.
Well, I'm just wondering though, why would you doubt that the photo would come out? Because I mean, after all, a vacuum is the lack of anything, including air. So I
And
mean,
light.
I'm just saying, like as far as I know, a camera remotely operated would work perfectly well with a vacuum and be able to take a good picture of the wall on the other side of the vacuum chamber. So I'm just wondering where you're going with this. Is what I'm asking.
yeah. What do you suppose, bro? That's kind of what I was wondering as well.
Well, I was just curious, like, to see if it's even possible for the camera to work inside of a vacuum. That's my point.
I suppose if it's using film, maybe that would be affected by certain pressures, but
Yeah.
Right.
I wonder if the low pressure might screw it up somehow.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Are you asking if light would travel inside the vacuum?
No, he's
No,
not
no,
saying
no,
that.
no.
Oh,
He's just wondering maybe if the low pressure, if I got that right, might screw up how the equipment works.
Right.
Oh yeah, I think it would definitely screw it up. If it's
Right.
not like super sturdy, I don't think the device would be able to keep its integrity.
Yeah, probably not. That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I was
For the first time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It would just be another point to bring up if it's, you know what I mean? If it's not
I wouldn't
it
even
does
bother.
work.
I would just stick to like the curved oceans
prove that the thing that you say you took a photograph of is even real? Why can't I measure that? You're saying that's what I live on. Well, that's not what it looks like when I go to the beach. I don't measure or see that curvature drop at all. So how can that be what I'm living on?
True.
In the outer space, thermodynamics violation, right? Show me gravity containing air pressure. I would stick to those, because if you get derivative, like more derivative than that, then
it gets
you're going back and forth for
rails.
hours.
Yeah.
Nothing solved, right?
By the way, just sticking to the pressure in relation to cameras thing, I think it's worth pointing out that we have cameras that can withstand high pressure. So I'm saying it, we could probably make cameras that could withstand low pressure, because we have cameras that can go deep in the ocean with remote operated vehicles, etc. So
that's a good point. Yeah.
We need those cameras that they say that they're using in outer space. We'll test those in a vacuum chamber. See if those work. Borrow that
even if they did work in a vacuum chamber, that doesn't demonstrate that the vacuum of space is a real place.
No, it doesn't. It would just be an interesting thing.
Yeah, I was just curious. Yeah, exactly. But yeah.
The thing you have to be careful of, bro, is it's basically like a video game. When I used to play, back in the day, the original couple Call of Duties and stuff, they would hit like a DLC pack every couple months. You get a little DLC, you can get new maps and this, that, and the other. I feel like it's kind of the same thing. They can just update the DLC anytime they want. Oh yeah, we got new cameras, they work. So that's why I agree with Central Heretic at the bottom of the panel there, saying there's better ways to slice through some of the lore that they present. It's not arguing well, can a camera work in this place? They can just be like, yeah, well, we got this camera and whatever. So it just...
Yeah, how come this thing that you say you took a picture of doesn't seem to exist when I go out into the field and look for it? What's up?
Yeah. I was gonna say too is they want to fly away from the surface. They want to go away from it, and we go down to it. Right? Well, you can know it by going away from it. And we're saying,
is that what the ancient did?
Exactly.
Went to space.
Right. So we're saying you gotta come back down to the ground, bro. Test this surface. You don't fly away from it. Okay, if I have a shoe store and you roll in, you're like, hey, I want to buy some new shoes. All right, well, cool. Let's measure your foot first. We're gonna make sure we sell you the proper fitting shoe. Well, we don't check the cameras in the ceiling for measurements of your foot. We actually go down to the foot itself and then measure that. But they have such a weird logic when it comes to testing the surface. They're like, oh well, let's go way up away from this thing we need to test and take pictures. It's like, well, that's not how you do it.
I think the biggest thing you're going to run into is begging the question. It's a globe because it has to be a globe, because I was told it was a globe since age 5, if not sooner. And I am embedding. I'm going back to the first thing I was taught, which I was taught many, many times, and you aren't going to tell me any different. So you can't change somebody's mind in 30 minutes and overcome a lifetime of indoctrination. But what you can do is you can plant a seed, maybe get their name, number, email, and follow up with them and do the best you can.
That horizon has to be refracted because I know it's a globe with a geometric horizon.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what Heretic just said, there is no way that when something, if it was their fairy tale abomination, satanic abomination, like I like to call it now, there's no way that if something goes over the curve, that refraction and lose it, that refraction can bring it back. It's gone. It's bye-bye. In their fairy tale, it's bye-bye. So when Tom Coombs says that Josh Lewicki's photo of Chicago from 56 miles away 6-7 years ago, that the whole city of Chicago miraculously rose up so it looked like it was a stationary plane. It is, it was a holographic image that it brought up. See, that's what they do. And you have to realize that once it's over the curve in their fairy tale, you cannot see it in their fairy tale. Obviously, we don't live in their fairy tale.
Well, that's the number one way, pretty much, that they claim to have figured out that it's a ball in the first place. They see things. They saw ships sailing off over the horizon.
Yep.
Isn't that what Aristotle said? That goes back right to the very beginning, pretty much. That was one of the first reasons why they thought it was a globe. So now that very thing that they based all of this lore on, they're throwing away and saying, oh, well, no, not actually. That obstruction is there, but you don't actually see it, so it's not actually an obstruction. Okay, but this was like the basis of the whole idea. So now what?
What I just posted in voice text at 45 minutes after the hour. This is what is happening. You have people, God bless them, like Ruhef and things like that, that say, light bends down. So if he catches you saying yes, light bends down, then he got you. So, but this is what's actually happening. Is light is going through molecules, and it bends inside the molecule depending on where it hits the molecule, top, bottom, side, middle, whatever. And until it goes to another molecule. It is impossible for it to hit the top of the molecule almost every single time, so it bends down. It is impossible.
That's a good question. Like, why would the light be on this steady arc like that all around the surface of the Earth?
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. It can't be.
Yeah.
So, if you want to copy this GIF down, it's only 9 seconds. A lot of people already have it. This server obviously has it. Well, it's probably where I got it from. And so, so copy this down and just know that when they say light bends down because of whatever they use, say, sorry, it doesn't do that. And then if you have a chance to show them the GIF on your phone or whatever, go for it.
So how does Ruhif know that the Black Swan 10-mile horizon is actually physically at 1.2 miles?
You know what's fascinating about the Black Swan heretic is that it's not so much about the oil rigs; it's that you can see the horizon way beyond the oil rigs. 9-10 miles, maybe more.
Yeah, but that wavy rig.
See, I don't care. I don't look at the rigs. I look at what I can see beyond the rigs. And if I can see beyond the rigs, and it's supposed to be 1.22 miles at 1 feet observation height, is like, I'm sorry, I can see way too far.
Yeah, so but there's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be. So there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
Okay,
and if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
Yeah, but that rig doesn't actually look like that, does it, Jim?
Bob, not the science guy, chimes in, huh?
What a clown.
Yeah, that was last summer.
That was such an epic moment.
He said that the rig was disappearing over a hill of water. Even though the obstruction, the geometric, horizon that it would be disappearing over would have to be in front of it for it, to disappear.
Exactly. And just because of the fact that you can see what even beyond the second oil rig, it just says I'm seeing too far here, man. So take your 1.22 and take your fairy tale satanic abomination and send it back where it came from. I won't tell you where it came.
I mean, even just the statement "hill of water," it's fucking hilarious.
Well, first of all, he said, no, I've never said it was a hill of water. I've never claimed that. And then he got this clip off him where he said, not a hill of water. And then he went, yeah, that's what it is.
Bro, that was so funny. I don't think I have the other clip on me at the moment where he goes, what's that? I've never said that. It's like, bro, you just said it, like, point blank period, that, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Okay, bird brain. Gotcha.
If their ball is a lie, they have to lie to protect and defend their lie. It's just that once they get going down that lie route, they have to continue. And once you lie the first time, I'm not saying men and women do this, but once the husband lies to the wife or the wife lies to the husband, it's a lot easier to lie the second time and third time and fourth time. I'm not saying that happens all the time, but hey.
Right. I like what you said earlier about, like, it's just so embedded that they're going to go back to that first thing they learned. Like, no, I know this because I learned this when I was 5. Yeah, like, it's embedded so deeply.
I mean,
yeah, but it's lore that's been embedded. That's what people have to realize.
Yeah.
It's not like anybody ever presented any proof or evidence to you for any of this because there isn't any. It's not real. It's just lore programmed into your consciousness.
Take a basketball, and just say, hey, this is what you were taught. When you're on top of my basketball, you're staying upright. That's cool. That's cool. I can go with that. But when you're on the side of my basketball, you're still standing upright. And when you're on the bottom of my basketball, you're still standing upright. And Earth is unique. You can't show that anyplace else. And it's because everything is pulled down toward the center of mass or center of the ball. Therefore, if you're in Australia, you're staying upright. We were taught that. I kind of always question that a little bit, but you didn't want to be a flat earther, and so it was like, if you question it, then you became a flat earther and everybody made fun of you, right? And so, but once you realize that you don't care about what other people think, then you just go with it.
It's not even really up. It's more like radial and inward. Down is inward.
Yeah. Hey, there's no up or down. Give me a break, man. I like the one where here on Earth it's 1,012.5 millibars, which if you do the math, 0.0145 millibar for to start looking at PSI, and that comes out almost perfect, 14.695 PSI, almost comes out perfect, and then. And it's not our claim, it's their claim that the outer space pressure is 0.163. It's like the difference is over 76 quintillion times. Oh my goodness. It's that little spacesuit out in the ISS, their fairy tale ISS, can keep them from 76 quintillion times more pressure in their math. Oh my goodness. I'm dying. I just laugh.
The zippers hold that pressure in.
Oh, jeez.
Zipper?
I just laugh, man. Hey, the universe is ever expanding, redshifting 4 times the speed of light. But hey, the Milky Way, the Andromeda is blue shifting toward the Milky Way, and it's going to hit it in 2 billion years. But don't worry, be happy, because it's so big and so much space that nothing's going to hit each other. But that's 2 billion years from now, so don't worry about it.
And I just inherited the Brooklyn Bridge, and I've got it for sale if anybody is interested.
I hear you got lots of money.
Only if it's a curved bridge.
Well, of course, it has to be curved to cover over the surface of the water that's curved.
Yeah, I can't buy it otherwise. Not a worthwhile investment otherwise.
See, all their claims are unverifiable. So I don't care what you tell me. You can't verify any of this crap. I can see too far. Our side wins. Actually, it's God's side. But God's side wins, and I'm playing on God's side, so it's cool, man.
You said it from the start, though. All their proofs pretty much work by begging the question, right? Yeah. Like, even when it comes to bridge towers, right? Like, they don't actually have a measurement. It's not even possible to take a measurement of a bridge tower tilting 1 5/8 inches, but they just say that it does. Just assume that the surface that it was built on was curved, right? They don't show any evidence for it in the design plans. They don't show that it's actually like this or that there is a measurement for it. They just say it is because they're just presupposing the curve that they think that bridge is on.
Yeah. I heard that argument. Mark Reed on the Modern Day Debate made that as like, who in the heck measured that 635-foot tower with another 635-foot tower that was 1 5/8 inches different? Who measured that one?
Measurement, design plan, please. Let's see it, because so far it's just you saying it, and every other globe just saying it.
Jim and every other globie. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Hey, our refraction guy, John Godrockin, is here. So tell us how light bends around the ball, John.
This is a fairy tale, my friend. That is a fairy tale.
Anything's possible in fiction.
I learned my molecules and how they work with light from John. Thank you, John.
You're welcome. Yeah, anything's possible with fiction. You're absolutely right. And that's well, that's how the ball's still alive, isn't it? It's alive because it's all in their mind. It's all a big fairy tale.
Hey, India landed on the south pole of the moon a few hours ago.
Who did?
India.
Oh wow! Let's give India a hand.
They did. They clap for themselves at wherever their space center is. I want to take a moment of silence though, because the Russian lander crashed in the moon. So we need to take a second to honor the piece of junk that is on the moon right now.
Can we see the crash site? I bet it crashed in the dark side of the moon conveniently.
This stuff is so stupid. It's just ridiculous, man.
It really is.
The Russian one crashes, and the Indian one lands just fine in their cartoon.
Wow, Indians really are a superpower in 2023.
Hey, fourth country that did it, man. Fourth country. Line them up, man. Taiwan next.
Allegedly, the south pole of the moon is visible from the southern hemisphere. So if we have any Australian bros here, we would like to see the landed craft, the Indian craft on the moon.
I like these. I like these Christian. I like Stephen Myers. You know, poor guy. You know, PhD in astrophysics. You know, does a 9-part series with John Ankelberg on TV, and he literally says that God placed the Earth just perfectly as the third planet from the sun. If it was a little bit closer, it wouldn't work. It was a little bit farther away, it wouldn't work. So God's power, creation, he placed it just right, the third planet from the sun.
Jim? Now, Jim, I got some new breaking news for you all here. I just posted it in the live stream. It is the space is the ocean. The moon is a continent. This is a new video that some crazy idiot put out that claims that the moon is a continent in the ocean of space. And they're called spaceships because they're ships cruising in the ocean of space. And China has launched a big effort to go land on this new continent called the moon. Cool. All in this video. It is quite entertaining.
Cool.
I'm here to tell you.
It's so cool, man. I don't know if you've seen. This is off topic, real quick, and I'll get off of it real quick. I don't know if you saw the video of this new drug that's taking over Philadelphia, makes them look like zombies. I don't know if anybody's seen that. And but I feel bad. These people are so desperate. They they take this drug. I forget the name of it. And it makes them act like zombies. There's videos of it going on. I'll post it. I got it here on my phone.
Is it the one that makes them arch their back and act all weird, dancing around and shit? That one?
Yeah, did you see that already?
I think I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, and they gave the name for the drug, and so it's like I'm not going to go to Philadelphia to check it out, obviously, because I'm 700 miles away. But it's like, if somebody came up with a drug that can do that to people, oh my goodness, make them look like zombies. Oh my goodness.
I think it does worse than that. It makes them turn into complete, like, what's that when you change the shape of your body and you conformantist or whatever? They arch their back and it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. You're right.
Contortionist. Yeah.
Contortionist. Yeah.
There's a 57-minute video, a 57-second video, and an 18-minute video that I watched the 57. I only watched part of the 18 because after I watched the 57, I didn't want to watch the other one. It's like, no, I don't want to watch this.
That's too sad, man.
It really is.
That's pretty amazing what people will do when they see other people take it, and it makes them act like that, and more people want it. They want to try that or whatever. I mean, that's bizarre. I mean, are you kidding me?
I think some people just want to check out. I get the feeling that people just want it to end, and without necessarily killing themselves. So they take something and it does a lot worse than they ever thought it could, and they're stuck, and then they're addicted to it.
Damn!
Oh boy. Damn is right.
So how is everybody doing today, though?
Good, man. Good.
Yeah,
I'm doing all right, Beasticles. It was nice meeting you for the first time last night. I hope you're having a good day.
Yes, sir. And I am definitely going to check out those discoveries from Ryan Maxwell. I think you said his name.
Ron Wyatt.
Ron Wyatt. There you go. Yeah, and I bookmarked them. So you know what? I'm going to start watching them right now. Thanks, by the way.
Oh, you're welcome. No problem.
What's with these?
Yeah, for
boulders
people,
and
I'm
the
just going to
gradient?
elaborate on that real quickly. I know it's off topic a bit, but that there's some new discoveries that have just been made over in Saudi Arabia below what is called Mount Sinai. A guy went and located the furnaces. There's 3 kilns, big furnaces up there, a work area where they actually fabricated the Ark of the Covenant and the tabernacle. And the molds are there that they poured the melted metal into. There's 3 different kilns that they use. There's the work area. There's the area where they all live, 2 million of them, camp. I mean, it's the most amazing shit you'll ever want to see. Yeah, and it confirms all of that stuff to be absolutely true. And yeah, if you're interested, watch those videos. I put them in chill text, I think last night. Probably go find them. Yeah, it's pretty interesting shit. Anyway, enough of that. But if anybody's interested in...
I'll repost them for you in chill text.
All right.
If the mods don't want this Philadelphia video up, because it's not dealing with flat Earth, please take it down if you so choose to. But it's 57 seconds, and I went ahead and posted it. But if you don't think it's appropriate, please remove it if you want to.
Freaking sad. That Trank shit.
Yeah, I just watched that, bro. They should give it a less catchy name. Honestly, Trank sounds kind of cool, but I don't want to make light of it. I guess it seems pretty. I've definitely seen that before. It's crazy, bro.
Yeah, somebody made an 18-minute video. They were driving and they just went all over Philadelphia, different blocks, and they just took 18 minutes to put it on a video. It's like, I'm like, my goodness, this is bad stuff.
How did that combo with Pazza finish off last night? Was anybody here for the rest of that? I had to dip out, but no, we were cooking, bro, on gas pressure and some other things. So, did anybody wrap that up at a nice bow, or what happened with Pazza last night?
I don't recall exactly how it ended. I just remember you having to mute him because he just would not stop.
Yeah, I mean, we started off started off slow dancing, but yeah, it seemed like he got a little bit triggered. I know there was like a new guy that chimed in. He was like, yeah, so as a Glober or whatever, and he's like, I'm not a Glober. It's like, bro, he's talking about himself, bro. Like, calm down, man. So
It's that embedded, thing that Jim was just saying. It's just like they get, especially with the older you are, it's like the more you have to dig deep to really like. I'd say free yourself, but just someone's got a better term, like psychology wise. I don't know.
Well, that's
I
that
must
old
have been
thing,
one of
right?
the
Teaching
lucky
an
older
old dog
ones.
new tricks. Sometimes they
I must have
don't
been one of
learn.
the older guys that's lucky. I'm 67, and it took me 24 hours of watching some flat Earth stuff, and it was over. It was obvious to me right then and there, and that was about 5 years ago.
There you go.
And yeah, it took me like 24 hours, and that was it. It was so obvious that it was ridiculously obvious, and I just can't understand why other people don't. If they watch the right stuff, listen to the right information, it should be so self-evident that this is not a globe, and it's impossible to be a globe. I mean, it's just so obvious. I just don't understand why people just don't see it, don't get it. They're
There's
just so
lots of
brainwashed, I guess. That
there's lots of reasons, man. It's such a huge hill to overcome for new people, whether you're old or young or wherever. There's so many things,
Yeah.
like peer pressure. You know, there's no way this little group of people could have figured it out before all the big brains. There's just so many things that are blocking them from just really seeing the truth for what it is.
You know what you're told, CB, is when you come out and say, you know, we don't live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space and an ever-expanding universe, is when you come out and say that, then the smart people in your family who are smarter than you come out and say, well, you know more than PhDs, and what's the PhD seeing when he looks into the telescope into the sky? I mean, are you saying he's smarter than you are? Actually, I was kind of told that too.
Yep.
Nah, man, you don't understand. They're looking at the telescope with their scientific eyes. They use their science eyes to determine that the Earth is a globe.
Well, I mean, like, we literally ask the PhDs and those people who come here what they know. We ask them for their evidence, and we get the same types of answers that we get from anybody on the globe side.
Yeah, the only thing you get from the PhDs is you get some bigger words. That's all you get.
It's not like we're just hand waving whatever they have to show us. Like, we're asking them, what is it? Where are the measurements? What is the evidence? Where's the demonstration for gravity containing air pressure? They have the same thing anybody else does. Nada.
Well, you have the bending of space-time around the outer perimeter of Jupiter, and it happens to go to around the ring of Saturn and back to Pluto.
Oh my God, you
You
sound
don't
so
understand
smart.
it because you're a flirt.
Yeah, they got a claim.
Damn
Basically, just
it.
top of claim, and they're so steeped in their claims, right, that I think that a lot of them are at a point where they can't even tell the difference between claim and evidence. It's just all one thing that blurs together.
Heck, I want proof. I don't care about evidence and claims. I want proof. You know, we can prove where we live at because we see too far. Game over. If you want to go deeper than that, we'll go deeper. But if we see too far, game over. Let's go off to pizza.
Hey, God Rockin', just curious, like, you said how old you were when you started to look into it?
Well, I'm 67 now, and that was 5 years ago. So I was 62, I guess.
So what mindset did you have back then, you know, like going into it? Like, I feel like you have to be in a certain state of mind to even like accept it, you know, like you have to actually.
Well, I'll just put it to you this way. I never had a real investment in space or, you know, moon land. I knew the moon landings were fake by then already. So I just never really had an investment in any of this stuff. It's not like I was like this space cadet that just, you know, believed in all this outer space stuff and whatnot. So when I watched the 200 proofs from Eric Dubay, and then I watched all of Mark Sargent's 12 videos, and then I started following. That's really all it took was those two, and a few other ones, like listening to Robert Sano and QE a couple times. I did this all in one day, 24 hours. It was just, I don't know, it just clicked with me real easy.
Resonated.
It was just obvious to me. And so I don't really think I had any real definite mindset other than I was just open to, you know, looking at stuff. I always have been, I guess, my entire life. If there's, you know, something there that I'm interested in or curious about, I'll take a look at it, you know, and I'll take a real look at it, you know, and just open my mind and look at what's there in front of my eyes and listen to the information. And it was just really simple for me because I just had that, I guess that curiosity that I've always had.
Right.
Here's kind of what I learned, Beast, is that, if you go up about 30, 40 miles, maybe even 50 miles, you have no idea what the atmosphere, what the air is up there. So can you even at 30, 40, 50 miles push off of anything with Newton's third law of motion? So you get that high, can you even operate anything? I don't know if anything is pushed off of anything over 200,000 feet. I might be wrong, and so if you have a problem at 200,000 feet, which is like 37, 38 miles, what kind of problem are you going to have in their fairy tale outer space where, it's 76 quintillion times more pressure than it is here on Earth, or less pressure, whatever you want to say it. And so it's like, we, terrestrially, we know we can't do it at 30, 40 miles. How are you going to do it at 200 miles or 100,000 miles or 1,000,000 miles? You can't. It's just ridiculous. But people I think people love living inside of a Star Trek episode. I think everybody wants to be Spock, Kirk, McCoy, or Scotty. That's what I think.
Well, I'm a firm believer in the Kármán line. There's a point up there somewhere that nobody gets higher than. I don't really know exactly what the barrier is. I don't know exactly how high it is, but there definitely seems to be some sort of a barrier that no one can get past.
That's right.
And whatever that is, I mean, the Bible says it's the firmament. People want to say this, that, whatever, but there's definitely something there.
There's something there, yeah.
Yeah, and they spent a lot of time sending bombs up. I guess the Russians and the Americans did back in I don't know what, the late 50s or early 60s. I can't remember when it
Early
was.
60s.
Yeah, but they were obviously mapping out, I think, the barrier area. And
I agree with that for sure. Yeah,
absolutely.
So I think with that in mind, there's nobody's been past that barrier. Nobody. Even like I said the other day, said this Elon Musk did a video in 2019 where he said, I was so excited to go and become part of SpaceX. Man, I was going to go back to the moon. I was going to go to Mars. I was going to do all this cool shit. And then all of a sudden, here I am in 2019, and I find out that no one has been to orbit. And then he dropped his head, and they shut the video off. It was a really short little interview he was doing. That was just like a clip out of it, and it's since taken it off the internet. I'm never been able to find it again. And then he says to Bezos, after he sent up that rocket, there's an interview he did on there, and he said, well, Bezos, if you want to become part of the space race, he said, I just got one little hint or one little, request from you. If you really want to become part of the space race, you got to do this one thing. You got to go to orbit. And then no one's
I'm gonna
done
try
it.
and find that. I'll find that clip for you.
Yeah. So anyway, I think Musk obviously knows at this point, and he's just part of the propaganda machine now. I think there was a time when he first got involved with SpaceX. He truly believed that he was going to do these things. And then all of a sudden he realized that, shortly after he got involved, that no one has been to orbit yet. No one ever. I mean, you can't orbit a ball that's not there, for one thing. You can't get past the Kármán line, for number two. And so with those two things, in play, it's just, that's what he told Bezos. If you want to become part of the space race and actually be a real part of it, go to orbit, and no one's done it yet, so you'll be the hero.
Hey, we're gonna have a first quarter moon tomorrow night, so somebody got to the 23rd already. Cool. Yeah. Yeah, John, it's pretty amazing. Do you think Musk got asked into a room when whatever age he was, and he went, "Hey, you can't go anywhere."
Yeah, he probably had that combo at one point.
Yeah.
And it's so weird how you can see, like, for example, Buzz Aldrin, Neil Armstrong, and what's his name? Collins, the third one.
Yeah, Collins, Aldrin, and Armstrong.
Right. And you see, like, that when Buzz Aldrin first said, "We have been to the moon," and they look just so devastated for some reason. They just look. It's like the biggest accomplishment of mankind, right? And you're not even smiling or anything, and you're just fucking. It just doesn't. Something doesn't sit right, you know. And then you see that clip with Buzz Aldrin talking to that little girl, who asks, "Why haven't we been back to the moon?" And he goes, "Well, because we haven't, and that's the way it is." And it's like his conscience just could not, like, handle lying to that little girl after years of lying to the American people or to the public.
Yeah, he said we didn't go, and that's just the way it happened. I remember watching that. That was pretty amazing that he actually was honest. He just couldn't bear to lie to her at that point. You know, he kind of put his hand on his chest and he kind of looked down. He said, we didn't go. That's just the way it happened.
You know what's
You
funny
can see
about
it, the
that?
tears in his eyes. Yeah, go ahead, CB.
No, it's all good. I just think it's so funny how people. I have this role that I came up with called the Globe Whisperer. Because what'll happen is, like, Buzz will say something very plain in English, everyone can understand what he's saying. Then the Globe Whisperers come out of the dark and they're like, well, what he meant was. It's like, well, maybe what he meant is what he said. We didn't go, period. But they'll come out and be like, well, actually, technically. They try to interpret for you. It's like, well, dude, he already spoke English. We don't need you to translate it from English into your globy English. This stupid. They do this all the time.
Globe Whisperer. I love it.
Yeah, the Globe Whisperer. Yep. It's like, you guys remember, like, Caesar the Dog Whisperer?
Yeah. That's exactly what I was picturing.
Exactly.
Yeah, mic check.
Yep. Go ahead, OP.
Mic clear. My mic wire's playing up, so comes in totally screwed. I was going to say, I like the excuse that they say regarding the Apollo interviews. And they just say, oh, that's just how people were back then, you know? More like stoic. Oh, yeah, that's how they were back then, you know? Grandest achievement in human history and complete misery. That's one of my personal favorite excuses.
Yeah, no, that's another one. I had a friend that did this with I know we don't really talk about it, but the hooky sand. If you guys are catching my drift, there's that guy. He goes up and he's like, "Oh, yeah. So my daughter, you know, like you can clearly see the guy comes in laughing, smiling. I'm a big into body language. You know, I don't know if that there's much to take away from body language, but I appreciate it. I enjoy it. I think so. So yeah, it's the same thing with Buzz. It's the same thing with the guys in the press conference looking like they all just like murdered somebody. It's like, what? The excuses come out of the woodwork.
Yeah, the Globers are constantly gaslighting us. Like, all the rules of body language that are commonly understood just suddenly go out the window when it comes to these guys.
Yeah.
You know?
So funny.
Oh, no, that you know, sunken shoulders, kind of, posture, miserable. That doesn't mean what it means, you know?
Right.
That actually means they're overjoyed and completely
Are you a body
telling
language
the truth,
expert?
you know?
Are you an expert? Oh.
Right. Yeah, dude, that's what they said about the guy with the daughter. They were like, "Oh, well, he's just coping by smiling and laughing." It's like, I don't think so.
Oh, I didn't catch your drift originally, but now I get what you're talking about.
You see that guy?
Yeah, you see that a lot on a lot of the events.
I just think laugh tells are so easy to see, right? And if you just go back, if you go back to see any interview with any NASA scientist, like for example, Don Pettit, when he's just like, we lost, I would go back to the moon in a heartbeat, but we destroyed the technology. It's just like, it's so stupid.
CB, I question just the mere fact that they can do a day 1 or day 2 interview after such events. Such tragedies supposedly falling upon them, you know?
Right. Most people would they would need some time.
These people are right out of the gates, like camera in their face, microphone, you know, keeping some kind of you can't do that when you've just a massive trauma has just befallen you. You just like, everybody just get the fuck away from me. Get the fuck away, you know what I mean? And these are not like small media events. This is like when you've got 40 different news stations outside begging for an interview, you know?
World news, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're crying, it's like any authentic crying, you're like fighting the tears. You know what I mean? You're trying not to cry, type of thing. You know, especially when you're speaking and you're trying to do a little speech and you're crying. You're like fighting back the tears. You don't just like. Just such a devastating. You know, you don't flip emotions like that. It's crazy. You know, so.
That's just how they grieve. They just laugh.
Yeah, dude, I've heard that before. They're like, oh, he's just coping. Like, no, dude, that's when you're crying, you're like literally fighting the tears away, type of thing. So, I'm not buying.
He's hilarious.
Michelle Dollar, yeah, Miss Rockhead.
Also, if you watch somebody like William Shatner drop down from that capsule, it like hits the ground with a huge cloud of dust. He just walks out, does an interview right away. Are you serious?
Yeah, that was funny. People eat that stuff up so quickly, though, bro. Like, they're so comforted by that type of stuff. They're just telling them what they want to hear.
Notice how they use an actor for that.
Right.
I mean, I still question, like, who the hell filmed the landing on the moon? You know? Like, who was the camera guy?
The studio guy.
You're asking too many questions.
It's like, wasn't that guy the first guy on the moon then? Or girl? But yeah, you know what I mean?
Wow, Michelle Trawler, the complicated rock. Isn't she just so cool?
Well, that's how easy it is to slice through things, Beast. It's like, all you have to do is ask questions. So who took that picture? You know?
Right.
It's so easy. I noticed right away that
I thank God my dad told me.
Okay,
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I lagged out a bit. No, I was just gonna say I thank God my dad taught me to always ask questions. He's like, don't be afraid to look dumb. It's like the person that asks the most questions in class, they're the ones that are gonna get ahead. Fucking love my dad.
Yeah, W dad right there. No, I was just saying that I noticed, you know, just my immediate. When I was presented with FE back in like 2017, I was just asking people questions. I worked with a guy who was like training to be a pilot, so I'd go ask him about certain things. And I noticed right away I was getting kicked out of the, the Globe camp just for asking questions. So it's a powerful thing to do, man.
It really is. I mean, if you just use any type of deductive reasoning, it's just like, okay, we've been going through, all of us, and all of the information that, interest us, that, the powers that be don't want you to have access to, or shadow ban or whatever. It's just like, the question that I asked is like, why the hell is Flat Earth so, like, censored? That's what drove me to keep looking into it more, too. It's like, I don't know. It's just so weird.
Yeah, man. That should be a red flag for people. If you have any inkling of just a brain, you should be seeing those text boxes underneath and going, there's something off about this.
Right.
That should be a red flag, so. But
how dare you post misinformation?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
goodness.
I think for a lot of people, it's a comforting thing. It's like a dual effect. Most people will. It's a gate. They'll be kept at that gate. They're comfortable hearing, "Oh, text box says this. I'm just gonna go with that." But then I think folks like people in this panel, they see that and they go, "Nah, that's cap. I'm gonna look into this a little bit more."
Wikipedia says it's an archaic and scientifically disproven concept. It's not even scientific, it's geometric, you fucking retards.
It's just, but like what you said, it's like a dual kind of mentality. It's like the more they lie or hide the truth, it's like you have two options, right? If you're a critical thinker, you're gonna dig more into it. If you're not, you're gonna leave it alone.
Yeah, it like magnetizes the NPCs and repels, the truthers. Truthers gonna see
Great way
that
to
text
put
box
it.
and be like, "I'm out." That's cap. Like
That's exactly right. Yep.
Whoever posted that, Michelle Fowler, I started watching and she was telling me what an electron is. Has any electron microscope ever seen an electron? I don't know.
I was going to say they understand the basic, the psychology of basic people is that as soon as they're faced with something painful to the worldview, something contrary to it that's going to cause pain, mental pain, anguish, they just need the quickest out possible. So that's why that Wikipedia like context box is there.
And honestly, it like got ramped up recently even more, like during the Coco. Like you'd be on Instagram, people posting stories on Instagram, and you'd see like a little like, well, actually,
Yeah, somebody fact checking somebody's first-hand experience.
It's so crazy. But yeah, like you said, it just like reinforces our, journey in terms of critical thinking and like looking more into it or knowing what to avoid,
Yep.
And yeah, that's a great way to look at it. If to the person that wants to stay in the illusion, it's the quickest out. That's why it's right there. Yeah, it makes so much sense.
Yeah,
well, that's it. I mean, it takes a lot of grit to push through and research what you need to research and get the understanding you need to have to understand this whole thing. And most people aren't, they don't even put that type of effort into things that are within the norm in their life,
Right.
They're not going to do it for something that's going to completely ostracize them from all of the world.
Oh, dude, I have a clip that's basically just exactly what you were saying, and I couldn't agree more. Why don't we just take a quick listen to the clip and we can react to it afterwards? It's only like a minute long.
Because of probably, I will say, 1,000 anti-establishment people in the last 270 years in America. That's why. And those 1,000 anti-establishment guys fought for you and I, and they've never met you. You'll never meet them. You don't even know what they went through. You don't know how they targeted their families, all this other stuff. You and I are able to have this conversation because the world still has few anti-establishment guys that can't be bought and can be bullied. Power to those guys that are not afraid to fight.
Yeah.
Power. By the way, do you know what is the ultimate riskiest job in the world? You know what's the riskiest job in the world? Position.
The truth.
What is the riskiest position in the world?
Very good question.
It's not a president.
Politician?
Anybody that's loud, vocal, fighting against the establishment.
Oh, yeah.
It's the riskiest job in the world.
Of course, they'll cancel you.
Period.
Yeah.
We've seen it.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate.
Yeah. Andrew Tate, Ryan Dawson.
Yeah.
Like if you talk about anything that challenges the establishment and you have a big enough platform,
Yeah.
or you talk about certain taboo subjects, they're going to cancel you. So, yeah.
Yeah, so you were saying, Opie, is like a lot of people don't want to be ostracized. And he's in the clip you hear, it's like power to those who ask questions. That's you, me, everyone in this panel. He's talking about those anti-establishment guys. That's us. So it's a risky position because you guys have probably experienced it. You probably lost friends, sponsors, jobs, family, whatever. There's not much to gain. There's a lot to lose. But what are you gonna do? Are you gonna cuck or are you gonna tell the truth? So options.
Who are those two people talking, CB?
That was PBD, Patrick Bet David, and they were on. he does a show called Valuetainment with a guy named Adam Sosnick, and then they were on Fresh and Fit. So this was PBD and Adam on Fresh and Fit.
It's the Fresh and Fit with the babes, huh?
Well, this is their day show where they have on like truthers and talk about, certain subjects and whatnot. So no, it just reminds me of us. Yeah, go ahead.
No,
It
you
was a
said
good clip though, CB.
Yeah, it was definitely a good clip. But you said we have nothing to gain, but I don't think that's true. I think what we gain is inner peace, knowing that this is the truth, and I'd rather be, I would rather have inner peace than $1 billion.
Yeah, dude, that's a good question. I'm honestly, I've asked that before. Is like, okay, is there a financial amount where you would go against everything you've learned here? You can never talk about it again. You have to go on and actively teach, the globe and everything back again to people. Would you do that for financial gain? I would challenge that. I doubt a lot of people here would do that. And if you would, what's that dollar amount? Like, what would it take? Is it millions, like billions? Then you'll shut up, or like, does anybody got a dollar amount? Because I don't know. Do it.
I wouldn't be
have
able
like
to.
$500 million and just say half the truth. Like, I would be okay with that.
For half the truth? No, dude. It's like you get $500 million and you can never tell the truth again. You have to be like Cypher in the Matrix. You have to go back.
No, it'd be like Buzz Aldrin.
Can I just
That's to hold it in.
hint the truth?
No, not now, dude. You're not allowed.
You can if you want to wind up dead.
Yeah, exactly.
The one thing though, like I've even talked to my dad about it. It's like my dad has the same kind of resolve as I do. It's just like you only have your integrity. Once you lose your integrity, you don't have anything. That's it. It's like
that's what it's about for me, basically. Like we talk about what is there to gain. It's not really a matter of anything to gain. It's that there is no choice for me.
Right. I'm with
See
you.
lies, have to fight them.
Well said, OB. I'm with you all the way on that one, brother. Like,
It's just no
there's no other
choice. I just couldn't. I couldn't tuck my head down, know what I know, and just try to eke out an existence without ruffling any feathers or because I obviously wouldn't cuck to the establishment. I wouldn't be spewing their narratives, but the closest to it you could say that I would maybe do is just shutting the fuck up and getting on with my own life.
Right.
But even that I wouldn't do. I couldn't live myself living like that. So there is no choice for me personally.
Yeah, you have to sympathise with those who have, like Brian Mullen's a good example. So if someone does want to keep quiet because they've got a lot to lose, I wouldn't hold that against them.
Oh
personally.
yeah, I agree with that
Everyone's
actually.
I'm with you too. Yeah.
I
Sorry,
think
go
people fall into like you have a couple different camps. You have the camp that's going to be loud, vocal, don't care. We're going to say it no matter what. I think that's a lot of us. And then you have the group that's like kind of quiet about it. Their position isn't necessarily, they haven't taken a stake and planted it in the ground, but maybe they'll hint at it like someone suggested earlier. But then you have the other group that's completely against it. So, I can give an
Number
example
one,
of someone in that middle group. Go ahead, Wave Mixer.
number one rule of Flat Club: don't mention Flat Club.
Honestly, it's a decent rule, man. It's not bad.
I have some consideration for people that built their platforms and livings prior to coming to these truths, but I still think they should slowly but surely try to maneuver whatever they're doing as best possible into sharing that truth with people. Yeah, else you're just part of the problem at the end of the day. Oh yeah, you've got so much to lose. Yeah, that's pretty much like the main motivator for why anybody lies or continues with the mainstream narratives, because there's something to lose. So
Yeah.
no shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's do you have the balls to lose what you're gonna lose
That's it. Because
Right.
there's not
for the
much.
sake of truth?
And I agree with what B said. Like you do gain certain things like peace of mind or whatever, but the incentive is not there because, like I said, you'll lose followers, you lose sponsors, friends, family, etc. There's a lot to lose when you put your stake in the ground and go against the establishment, like we listened to in that last clip.
there's a perfect example of someone that's gotten to the higher echelons of, success. Was an A-list rapper, B.O.B. If you guys remember or ever heard of him.
Yeah.
And yeah, he basically told the truth, said the earth was flat, and then just got annihilated by TMZ. You just saw him get destroyed. And then like 6 years later, he finally was able to kind of build his own way back up just because of, his following back then. So, I mean, you can lose everything, but like people recognize that, they empathize with the fact that you threw away everything to tell the truth. I mean, not saying anything one way or the other, but just it's the idea of truth, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like rooting for the underdog. It's like, so you're not really losing much in terms of, I don't know. It's like, I want to be on this side of the battle no matter what.
Yeah. It takes an iron backbone. You got to have a steel rod to be able to, stand up and be on this side of the fence. Like I said, there's three. I feel like there's three different groups. Like I said, there's the vocal group, that's us. Then there's like the kind of the hinting group. Their position isn't well known, but maybe they'll hint at it a little bit. I do have a clip about that we could possibly listen to if you guys are interested. I'll just go ahead and throw it in now, I guess. Let's take a listen. This is somebody in the middle group where they're like not as vocal as we are, but they're willing to maybe throw some hints out there, and you can decide where they stand, perhaps.
The Earth is flat, Luke. I follow all the flat Earth pages.
Yeah, so, okay. I mean, it's not flat.
You're a globetard. You're a globetard. You think this isn't flat.
It's not.
Is the world round?
Yes, it's a globe.
Globetard.
Alright, so how's it flat then? Prove to me it's flat.
Look outside.
I see the curve.
He don't see shit.
I do, I see the curve.
Tell him more proof that the world's flat. More proof. Did you know that not once in the history of space travel ever has any astronaut panned his camera around 360 degrees? Not once.
That's a ridiculous argument, actually.
What do you mean?
It's all fake, it's all manipulated.
It is,
Yeah, you're a globetard. Your name should be Luke the Duke, but instead your name is Leek. The Geek. I'm gonna start calling him Lurd. Lork. Lork. Lork the Globetard.
This is stupid. I'm not a globetard.
You're in a spacesuit. You can go up there and see it's flat, but you ain't fucking going.
It's not flat.
That's why you're Lork the Globetard.
So is space fake? Is there even space?
Space is fake. You're Lork. You can't drink your water.
So it's a dome?
Space is CGI. Yeah, it's a solid dome.
Okay, so obviously there's a lot of joking going around, but this is someone with a big following that's not necessarily planting their stake in the ground like we have, but they're willing to at least put it out there to some degree, and it's up to you to maybe decide like what their stance is. They're not as vocal as we are. So obviously some of the things they said, Jimsy, was ridiculous, of course. But
Well,
honestly,
they made like three arguments, right? They said, oh, so what is it? He said, oh, space is fake. You see, like what space. It has a definition. Words have meanings. Space. There's a space between you and I. The space we occupy. There's something we can relate to. But if you're being specific about the topic, the claim of the vacuum of space and the outer spaces, there's more specifics about that we are looking to relate to reality. And can you prove that? Can you show me that that you claim, right? But then they're throwing this. Do you know in history? No one has panned the camera around the fourth wall with this topic. I heard this topic before. But that doesn't necessarily is gonna prove anything, right? So that's one of the arguments they're gonna throw out there and say, "Oh, this is kind of silly, right? That's kind of silly. It's just not gonna prove anything from any side." It's kind of cool to talk about it,
but I think it's what they're doing is subtle. Like who is somebody that is truly a believer and uses the word globetard?
Yeah.
So it's subtly impressive what they did there. Obviously, what they were saying was just you're joking around, mocking type of thing. But I think it's kind of smart because they have a way bigger following than I do. and they're willing to at least put it out there, and you have to decide where they really stand. If it's up to me, it seems like they're closer to our side than not.
Well, it seems they ganged up. You know, the people who believe they live on a flat Earth ganged up on the one that didn't, and so obviously we don't like to be ganged up on by people who believe in a globe Earth, and so they actually kind of ganged up on them, and I don't think that's a really good look, and I think their examples they used, like Jemsy said, wasn't good at all. If I talk to somebody. I say, do you ever experience, movement of the earth, beneath your feet ever? Do you ever? And then I tell them about h per mile squared drop over distance. I said, do you ever see that anywhere? And I'll throw some numbers out to them, and they go, no. And then if we get, if they haven't left me by then, then I get into Newton's third law, inverse, and a second law of thermodynamics, and then I get into water, especially if I'm by water. I get into water. So, but I'm always respectful to them. I don't want to make them feel like, like they're dumb. Like they probably think I'm dumb, but that's okay. But it's just a subtle way of doing things to start a conversation.
Like, let's look at the difference between like that and like B.O.B., for example. Like B.O.B., we were just talking about him. He got canceled, right?
Right.
So there's ways to tap dance around it without getting canceled, where you can kind of joke and throw the ideas out there, say the word globetard. I mean, who?
The thing is, though,
I think Andrew Tate's a false martyr, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
But see,
His
that's the
dad
thing,
was CIA and stuff.
regardless of all that, like that's just the point, is that there's people in the middle who are willing to maybe,
Right.
like I said, kind of throw a hint at it a little bit. And yeah, so it's just an example of that. It's not to say like, oh, this person, you need to listen to this person or whatever. There's nothing to do with that.
What's the third person you were saying?
The person that's like, oh, actually, I think there's 4 groups. I need to add an extra one. There's the silent group, doesn't speak. Maybe they know, they're just quiet about it. You know what I'm saying? Then the 4th group would be the people that go against it. Like we all experience that.
Yeah,
So
the quiet group CB is the one that wants to keep their job.
Yeah, look what Secret Asian Man typed in text. He's spot on there.
But again, like it's up to you as an individual to have discernment.
That's a good point. But yeah,
we don't. You guys should know better. We don't have a daddy. There's no leader of this group. We're all individuals on our own journey. So, so
I know what you mean. But like the thing is, if you were watching that video, right? And you were, taking it in objectively, it's just like, why are they picking on that guy in a sense? Like, you know what I mean? It would kind of
they're all family. They're just joking around all together.
Okay.
It wasn't
Gotcha.
an actual argument.
Yeah,
They were just having
that's
fun.
that's what the thing was about. I mean, it's like, don't get offended. It was just like globetard. It's just like take it as it was intended. That's why I like that clip. That's like 2 years old, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So just take it as it was intended. It's
Like
globetard.
They didn't have to bring it up even a little bit. That's what I find interesting. It's like that's that second group. They're like, oh, we'll throw it out there, and you decide what our position is. We're just going to say it. We're going to put our
Yeah,
statement
there's a
around.
lot of
This is
people.
where we stand, no matter what.
All the people that are taking it wrong, you're just taking it wrong because they're just joking with each other. A bunch of joking guys are just going, "Hey, globetard." But there was some good points brought up in that too. So you're saying outer space isn't real? It's like globetard. It's just like, fuck yeah, outer space ain't real. Anyway, that's I like that clip. I think it's about 2 years old. Yeah, I like it. It's good stuff.
I wouldn't take it too serious. Again, the arguments are kind of silly and all that stuff. But again, they're not taking.
They're not arguing flat versus globe. They're just talking about it as a subject because it's already a subject. You can't avoid this. We've been, people are talking about flat Earth. It's going to come up, especially in when it comes to social media, platforms. It's going to come up. It has to.
Yeah, Eratosthenes posted another clip there. Cuddy, I'll see if it'll play through the bot. Let's take a listen.
Earth is flat and space is fake.
Elon wouldn't lie to me.
Did Elon say it's a circle?
Well,
Whatever.
yeah, Elon wouldn't lie. I believed the Earth was flat and space was fake until Elon started doing space. Can't trust NASA. It's run by Nazis. Alex Jones was right.
I have no legs.
It is
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, to some degree, I can appreciate the fact that they're at least willing to throw it out there. I can think of so many people that are not willing. Dude, there was a guy that came in here. He said he had 50 Twitch followers, and he was agreeing with a lot of the things we were saying. He's like, you guys are on point, but I don't want my Twitch followers to know, so I'm going to keep it a secret. So that's that. That's that group. That's that other group. Yeah, that's that
50
third group.
followers, proper clout, man.
Yeah. So that's that third group that's like, well, I'm going to keep quiet about this. So I do appreciate anyone that's willing to, regardless of whether they're going to take a stance and let it be known, like a BOB or something like in this panel. I can appreciate someone that's willing to throw it out there and let you decide. So whether that's from Tate or whoever.
Yeah,
I can
and
appreciate
shout out to Bob, but he'll bring it up on his show when he feels like he has a podcast, he has his music and stuff, and if it comes up, he's not afraid to address it. So shout out to Bob.
If it comes up, like I don't go out there with it, I let them come to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, because that's the only way it's going to happen, for
Yeah.
them. Yeah.
I'm not going to force that conversation on someone who has no interest in it, but if they come to me with it, then yeah, I'll have it.
Hey, and guess what happens every day in this server? They come to us.
That's it, bro. Yeah, there's this weird misconception. People in the chat in the last couple of days have been like, "Well, you guys aren't, collecting the ears that you." It's like, wait a minute, dude. We don't go door to door. They come here, right? I used the example of like a guru in the jungle. The guru's not going to find you. You go to him.
Well, that's like Pazza talking about how like we're never going to convince everybody. It's like, well, dude, you came here. Like we're not going out there trying to convince everybody. You're here.
Right. We're not
Came
door
to
to door salesmen. So yeah, we're not here to try to convince people. Like I kind of look at it also like a fort in the middle of a big war. If you need to seek shelter, some protection, whatever, reload, whatever, that's what this place is. You can come and, seek whatever you need in the fort. We're not going out and, like trying to recruit people. Hey, we need you on our team. We're good. We don't need backup.
Yeah. We're not going out trying to get converts. You guys all came to us, so clearly you're struggling with convincing yourself of something.
Right.
I am guilty. When I go to the beach and I have my camera out, when somebody comes by and says something to me, it's like, okay, now we're going to talk. You know what was fun last night? I went there, and the 22nd of August is when the sun moves away behind the Sears Tower, across Lake Michigan, and so the camera club from around here was all out there. 15 people. It was unbelievable. And the one guy I said hi to, he was the head of it, and he gave me his business card, and he said, come to our meetings. We have a meeting once a month. And I said, this is cool. And then I left. When I was leaving, I said, thanks for your business card, and I have an offer for you. When you have your monthly meeting, like 15 people or 20 people, can we talk about cosmology? And he looked at me, he's like, oh, okay. I didn't bring it up what I was, but it's like I'm gonna hit it when I go. 'Cause I'm gonna start going to their meetings, and so it was kind of fun. So instead of getting in front of 1 or 2 people, I might get in front of 15 people. So I'm looking forward to that one. I just don't want to be hit by anybody. That's all. Don't hit me.
You know what's interesting about you saying that in front of more people? If you think about it, right? Let's say you have 15 people in front of you and you're telling people about this stuff. I feel like they would listen more for some reason. I just feel like they wouldn't attack it as like there'd probably be one person who's just like speaking up for the crowd, but like I feel like the rest of the people that would be listening would be actually listening because you're in a group environment. It's weird.
Can you imagine possibly all the questions you might get? If you got like 15 people out there and you're one, and you bring up these things, we can see too far, ages per mile drop over distance, second law of thermodynamics, spin of the earth, and all that stuff, and people start going, Well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? It's gonna be so cool.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
Yeah, whenever I talk about it at work, there's usually like 5 or 6 people standing around because we're not doing
My
anything at
internet
the
sucks
moment.
here. Is it just me or is everybody else robotic? I'm trying to figure this out.
Just you, Helio, I think.
And
It's
Go
got to
ahead,
be
Jim.
me.
Or Kiko, or whoever that was.
Kiko, you sound good.
Okay. Well, whenever I would talk about it at work, there'd be like 4 or 5, 6 people standing around, and we're waiting on the new work to give them to us. So we talk about it, and then there is 1 or 2 people actually engaging, and then the rest are standing around, and they either have their head shakes or they'll go to say something, and then the 2 common loudmouths will jump in and overspeak them, and they don't get their mouth out, and then I gotta stop and ask them what are they gonna say, and
Yeah, it's just, you know what I do love about this place where you can talk? It's like people have learned the value of like listening and waiting for the
Yeah,
other person
I
to
was gonna
speak.
say, yeah, you don't have to. Yeah, Kiko, was it Kiko that was just
Yeah.
Kiko? Yeah, I mean, you don't have to do anything. You just let people just let the shit come out of their mouth, and you'll notice who they are right away.
Yeah, we talked about that
Well, when
yesterday. It's facts.
you let them do it enough, and they'll usually
I don't know,
collapse.
man. That's kind of rude, but at the same time, it's just like I want to say something, and then you got 3 or 4 people shouting over you. It's just like I've been to room.
Who we cutting out there?
Here, I mean, how the fuck are you not going to let me even get 2 words out before you start screaming over me?
Well,
Bunch
the
of
thing
assholes.
with Globers is, or well, anybody who's making some sort of fallacious argument, I guess, is you just let them speak long enough, and the contradictions will just collapse their own claim.
Right.
And that and what CB was saying, yes, that's why this place is so badass. Because we actually for the most part let people speak their mind.
Yeah. You don't have
Where
to do
when
anything. Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying when you go to other Discord servers and they have their own. It's just like a testosterone fucking filled place, and they just it's like, oh, you're not even allowed. You can't even get 2 words out, and it's like, oh, especially if you're a flat earther, they'll fucking they don't even let you say 1 word.
Yeah, the spiral is real.
Oh, excuse me. I mean, even if you think about it, Helio, like just talking about fucking, any other subject, like you can't even get a word out because it's the
That's
fact
true
that
too. Yeah,
it's the fact that we're not in person. We're not in front of each other right now. We're online. So people that are, fighting the ego death that they're supposed to be, having when addressing this kind of information, they double down because there's no one in front of them as well,
What? This ain't no fucking street party, right?
Yeah. It'd be different. It'd be a lot different if it was in
It
person.
would be a lot different if I was right in front of your face.
Seems like
Give
you
you
say
fix your
something?
internet, bro.
Yeah, no, I think I have Bluetooth headphones. I think they're probably bleeding through. Sorry about that, guys. Let me turn it off.
So I was just thinking too, like that silent group. I've constantly wondered, like, what percentage of people that is. Is it a silent minority or a silent majority? Clearly, we're the vocal minority. There's not too many people really standing up and from the rooftops exclaiming what our position is. So the people that are more quiet about it, I wonder what percentage that is. It could be quite big, but it also could be kind of small too. But who knows? I'm curious.
Me too.
I think that percentage is getting quite larger.
I agree.
Yeah,
As we're getting larger over
the
the years.
silent majority, right? The silent
You
majority.
could definitely be a majority for sure, but who knows? You know.
I mean, flat Earth has gained a lot of traction over the years, especially recently. I believe.
I think the anti guys, the ones that we bump into, the Pazas, those goofballs, I think they're a minority for sure. I don't think
Yeah,
your
they're definitely-
neighbors
Well,
are like
but
those
they fantasize themselves. Oh, we have 500 viewers when we do a live stream, and all the flat earthers have like 30 to 100 viewers, and so that proves that we're right and they're wrong. No, it doesn't.
It's not a popularity contest for
No.
sure. But
Fuck
I mean,
no.
again, those guys, they're not like your neighbors. If you went, like we talked about going door to door, but if you actually went to your neighbor and like knocked on their door and tried to present to them the things that like Andy Effie says, they'd be like, "Bro, get out of here! Like you're weird, you're crazy." Like
Those guys are the Globe zealots.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's okay. I accept that. I mean, just like even we were talking about religion earlier. If you're a Christian in a Christian church and you go through creation story, like people accuse us, like every flat earther is a Bible believer,
Right.
which is not true, and that's been proven, multiple times over and over. And but it's important to understand the Bible because we live in America and Europe or wherever. Most people are familiar with the Bible, traditions, and all that kind of stuff. You need to understand something about the Bible to really grasp creation, the creation story altogether.
Yeah, but he was
Because,
talking about Globe zealots.
Yeah. I think they're
Yeah,
a
but
way
this is
smaller minority than
they're
even we are.
atheists. Yeah, they're atheists. Which is there's no such thing. Just like meme often comes on here, and there's no such thing as an atheist.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Central. Go ahead, brother.
yeah, no, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, I think they're an even smaller group than we are. I mean,
They are.
Yeah,
I don't think we're that small, to be honest. They talk about there's
that's
like
what I'm
11
saying.
million Brazilians.
That's why they prop themselves up every time they do a live stream.
It's like a minority that spawned off of a minority, us.
Yeah. Well, think about like the I'm gonna say trains, if you guys know what I mean. Can't say the word, but the T's, the trains. That agenda. That's such a small group, but listen, look at how vocal they are, right? This is kind of like the NTFE as well. They're very, very small, but very, very vocal. So
Yeah, those are the Globe zealots. Those are the ones who care enough to come here and fight us. Most people don't think about the Globe and their day-to-day experience and just
Right.
don't really care about this topic that much. They're not invested in it, but those guys are fanatics, and they are.
Right.
And that's
Yes, they are. They're fucking atheist Globe fanatics.
and honestly,
Yeah.
I don't think even like I said, like
Well,
your
even
neighbors
Christian Globe
necessarily
fanatics are just as vitriolic against us as well. So we can recognize that shit too, right? The Christian Globe fanatics, like freaking Stephen. What the fuck is it? Stephen Stephen
Myers.
Some preacher. No, it's not Stephen Myers. It's there's I can't remember his last name.
I mean, my dad's like
anyway,
that, Helio,
also
so,
like
yeah.
Kurt.
I know what you mean.
What city, Helio? What city does he preach out of?
Anyway, go ahead.
City and
It's
state,
gonna hit me in a minute.
In the streets.
She belongs to the streets.
These names are gonna hit me in a minute.
He's a street globe preacher.
You guys
Okay,
continue.
cool, man.
But they're freaking. Well, I mean, of course, Danny 57. He's in here all the time. He belongs to the streets of his freaking Kentucky fucking Noah's Ark thing.
She belongs to the
museum
streets.
over there.
Is he part of the Noah's Ark thing?
And he's like, hey, you guys come over here and visit our museum, and it's just like those people that promote that museum, that Christian museum in Kentucky, are Globe zealots, but they're Christians.
So Danny Faulkner is part of that $40 visit to the Ark.
Oh, dude, we could get together and we can go meet Danny, and he will take us on a free visit through the entire museum. I've already talked to him about it. So yeah.
So
that's cool.
So God flooded the round Earth. Huh?
I actually want to do that. Do you guys want to do it? Anybody want to do it with me? I actually want to do that. That'd be fun.
I think I get into too much discussion with Danny.
Well, I'm not gonna punch him in the face or anything. I'm just
No,
like, man,
I wouldn't
this
do
is pretty
that.
badass.
Be like, hey, Danny.
No, I was just like, I could actually just walk through the museum with him, and he knows, what I'm about, and he, and just I wouldn't, I wouldn't
Danny
bring
isn't really
fun of-
very confrontational.
No,
I
he's
don't think
not.
much of
He's
it.
not.
No, he's not. He's not. That's but he also invited me. He said, "I'll give you a free tour." I mean,
That's cool.
I messaged him privately, and so he's like, "Yeah, I'll give you a free tour." But I think we could actually go as a group. If we're calm, he could take us on a tour of the museum.
If we're calm. Hey, I'm not too far from. I'm probably about the same distance from that arc that you are. You're going east? I'd be going south.
Yeah, I'm in Little Rock, so
yeah. No, we're not
That'd
that
be
far.
fun.
I know.
That'd be
I
fun
know
as
where
hell.
it's at. Yeah, I know where it's at.
Yeah, that's right. It's almost. It's just right outside of Louisville.
Yeah, very easy
Yeah.
to get to. Very easy.
Yeah.
Because
Dude,
So
we need
what
to
is
fucking do it.
Helio?
I want to do it. I mean, we could have a bunch. Danny would take us on a tour with a group of flat earthers. I can set it up if you want to.
So Helio, what is this
He's
museum?
here all the
What
time.
does it
He
show?
doesn't speak much. No, they have.
What does the museum have in it, Helio? What is it about?
it has every animal in the world.
Are you familiar? No, it does.
I know.
You already know. I mean, you're familiar with AIG, right? Answers in Genesis.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right. Well, that's it. That's their museum.
I guess it's supposed to be the same size as the original Ark. I guess.
Well, the Ark. There's a museum, and then the Ark Monument that they built. They're two different sites.
Yeah.
So there's two different tours that you have to take. One for the museum and one for the Ark. So
That's why take a little bit of money with you, because I think it's like $40
Yeah.
per tour.
Yeah, but
more.
Danny said, if everybody can be cool, Danny will take us on a tour, like a guided tour, like with one of the curators for free. So if you're cool enough, let's just fucking go do it.
Is Danny on the board of directors or something like that, Helio?
Yes.
Dude, they'll literally do anything but actually make a case for their worldview. They'll go they'll take the long route. Guys, I'll book you a trip to this museum. How about just some curvature measurements or something?
He already knows what we're about. I mean, it's just like, as long as nobody just. People tour through it every day. I mean, like Christians, that's what I'm saying. There's Christian Globers, and that's what they do all day long is to fucking tour through Danny's museum.
So what
it's fucking, whatever that is. It's just like, if we could be calm enough to tour through Danny's museum and not fucking lose our shit while we're there.
It's what CB said. If you got like 30 people in the group, you go, just a second. I got to ask the group something. Where have you ever seen an inch per mile square drop over distance? Can you imagine doing that?
It's really more about Dinosaur World too. It's just like it's young Earth. It's like what young Earth creationism.
Hey guys,
personified basically. It is, but that's what Danny's going to show us. If anyone really has like the spirit to do it, I would like to do it if somebody would want to go with me.
It's so funny. Hey, folks, we can see too far to be on a ball.
Anyway. Damn, he's never going to invite us again or invite me again. I'll go by myself. Fuck it.
You know, if you get some of us to go with you, Helio, we're not going to be able to
I know
stop
it's going to be
ourselves.
fucked. Yeah, you can't help yourself. I already know.
Helio, I'd go with you if you weren't so far away.
I bet me and Larry could do it. We could get there. We could get there, go through the whole museum, and not lose our shit. Danny already knows what we're about. Me and Larry. Let me think of somebody else that might be able to do it. That's
Somebody keep their mouth shut, right?
Yeah. It's like me, Larry. I'm talking about. Used to be Hank Hill. He's Larry now. He's from Texas. Let me think.
Yeah, he's not far from you.
Yeah, he's not far.
Yeah, he's in Dallas or around Dallas. He's actually.
I'm not going to out
Eastern.
him.
He's in Eastern Texas. Yeah, he's in Eastern Texas.
Yeah.
But anyway,
I'm out, Helio. I'm out.
Trying to think.
don't put
I don't think you can keep your fucking mouth shut.
No, you're probably right.
Hey, John would probably, Godrock would probably say, "Hey, folks, I know there's 30 of you here, but you know that light can't bend around a ball." That's what John would say.
Dude, I think Godrock could go through the museum with me because I mean he's in Utah, so that's a long way away.
Just wondering how long we're going to talk about this museum, bro. Holy.
All right, I'll shut the fuck up about it. But Danny made me an offer. He said,
And since I ate all that food, I drank a beer. I drank another beer. 3 beers. 4 beers. Oh no. 5 beers. Oh no. 6 beers. 7 beers. 8 beers.
99 on the wall. 99 bottles of beer. One down.
99 bottles of
99 bottles of beer on the wall.
I'm just telling you that offer is out there from Danny. He'll give us a free tour of the museum. Anyway, other than that, boom.
I just want to drink a beer, man. That's Inception.
But Bob, the science guy, got a hold of me. We were on a voice chat together a few months back. He goes, "Hey, why don't we get hold of Josh Lewicki, who took that picture from Muir State Park, a few years ago?" Because I guess Bob, not the science guy, lives pretty close around here. So it's like, why don't all 3 of us get there and and look at it and talk about it? It's like, no, I'm not coming within 10 miles of you, Bob. I'm sorry. He took it personally too.
You should take it personally because he is not a good dude. He's a piece of shit.
Yeah, it's like when he suggested that, it's
Don't
like,
have
no,
anything to do with that
that's
fucking
right.
asshole.
Yeah, I told him I'm not coming within 10 miles of you, Bob.
He's a piece of shit. Don't even fuck with that dude at all.
They'll do anything but make a case for their worldview, bro. They'll
Don't do anything but ignore that fucking piece of shit.
I agree. Yeah, there's like 5 people I don't want anything to do with. Maybe more, but at least 5.
Oh, go ahead and name them, bro.
McToon.
Who the fuck is that guy?
McToon.
Who the fuck is that?
Not Professor Dave, Craig,
Who the fuck is that guy?
Professor Phil, and Bob.
Sorry, bro. Had to.
Yeah, so
I can name a few more, but there's no reason to. That's why you know how to torture a narcissist.
How's that?
Fucking ignore them.
100%.
That's hilarious. Just ignore him.
I think that's like the one main thing for Globies that come in and when they get muted, they flip the fuck out. They flip out. It's like, no, we had to mute you because you're talking over people. And I just imagine them just like throwing their keyboards everywhere. Just like, what the hell? Oh, CC, oh, this is how it is. Oh. It just kind of proves it in itself. But question though, you keep saying Danny and the AIG museum and stuff. Where is it?
Yeah, it's in northern Kentucky, outside of Cincinnati.
Oh, okay.
And near Paducah and Cincinnati. It's right in that area. Yeah, you can find it. I mean, there's a website for it.
No, I
know. Creation Museum.
And you can prepay for your tickets.
AIG is the Answers in Genesis is the name of the.
Did you know that God opened the floodgates of heaven and flooded the ball about 4,500 years ago? Did you know that? He flooded the ball.
Oh my God. Oh, where does the water even come from in their model?
Space. Duh.
They'll say comets.
Well, hold on. I mean, no, there are certain aspects of what they say about creation I agree with it. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? So who can disagree with that?
I mean, the first 10 words were good.
Other than there's another creation story that we were fed when we were growing up. everything came from nothing, which is complete bullshit.
I dispute that because I opened up my my late mail from
rather than
40
everything
years ago.
came from nothing story.
Yeah, I opened up my mail from 40 years ago, and it was a letter from Miss Piggy. So I dispute that. So hey, no problem.
Oh, I think he lost connection.
Yeah, I tried to tell a joke and it didn't go over very well.
That's okay.
Or whatever. But it's
Get
just,
your day job.
then they'll give you the story of they'll give you their creation story. It's like, well, so everything came from nothing. They're like, yeah, and I'm like, oh, so that's your creation story? No, it's not a creation story. It's just like shit just came out.
It's a
Here's how they
manifestation
creation
fabrication.
story. They got a creation story and no creation to
And
go with.
Yes, you fucking dip.
Oh, you're cutting out bad, Helio.
Oh yes, that's my Wi-Fi. Sorry about that, guys.
No, you're good.
I can't forgive you.
Just put a fucking Pringles can or something on the antenna or tinfoil, man. You can make.
Wait,
He's wearing the tinfoil for a hat, though.
You're wearing my tinfoil hat? I was looking for it.
Wait,
Helio,
we
the
need to actually. That could be a good business model. Never mind.
Hey,
We're
don't
gonna
steal my
actually
business
make a-
ideas now.
yeah,
You're like,
no,
never
fuck.
mind, because you're gonna do it. You don't want other
Yeah.
people copying you.
No,
You're gonna
hey,
start
you guys.
selling tinfoil hats. on
Like
eBay or something.
actually, like made out of not aluminum but tin.
No, I'm way
Yeah,
You know
real
what I
tin.
mean? Yeah, fuck. Oh, fuck. Everybody's it's all out there now.
Okay,
Fuck.
I'm 3D printing one right now. Like I'm gonna sell some.
I'm gonna have
I
to sue
can't
you
3D
guys.
print tin.
What'd you say?
I'm way ahead of you guys. I'm gonna have to sue you guys
But
because
you
I've
can
already
3D
got a
print-
copyright for my space junk helmet. I'm marketing to the the Globers.
Oh, it didn't do what it do, don't it?
It'll be amazing.
Don't
to see
steal
them
my
walk around the
tinfoil
park.
lined underwear idea.
Dude.
Don't steal that, please.
Dude, I'm gonna fucking I'm gonna make all of my fucking clothes out of tin.
I'm on my way to the office.
You know it's funny. I don't know
I'll
why
just
I
walk
thought about
around
it.
in tin. I'm gonna walk around in tin, and nobody's gonna be like, everybody's
like,
gonna be like,
tin-
"What
tin
the fuck?
melts
Why are you
really
wearing
easily, right?
tin? Why are you wearing
You-
tin?"
Tin is like easily melts, right? Or am I wrong? Well, can I just mold some of it? Like make some molds for tin hats?
Well, you have to get the right for tin. Oh, hold on. Let's look up tin. What?
So
You have to have certain
I
metals.
think
though.
it's around
aluminum's
400
involved.
Celsius. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm
It's like
wrong.
6
Well,
o'clock. Helio already drunk. You making it awkward, bro.
CB, I miss you in here more often, man. Everybody's slacking on the sound bar, bro. I used to hate that fucking sound bar too, but now I love it and I miss it when you're not around.
Yeah,
that shit
man.
makes sense when I'm talking too much shit. So yeah, I got you. That's
The
a
dude
trigger.
has
That
a
means
finger on the button.
Shut up, Helio. That's a shut up, Helio button.
It doesn't fucking work though, does it?
No, it never does.
Sometimes it does.
That
Sometimes
made
it
me
does.
laugh out loud here at work. Everybody looked at me to see what I was laughing at.
You know what you were saying, Creation Bear, about like the stupid astronaut helmet, right? It had me thinking, like, you know how they're supposedly, shitting, pissing in the astronaut suit, right? Where would they? So, like, when they're in the space station, do they like clean it out? How do they clean it out? Like, do they have more like, you know what I mean? It's another fucking illogic thing to think about.
Let me clarify. What I actually
somebody was. Go ahead, CB.
Just real quick, wave picture. Just what I meant was, if we rewind the tape, the last 3 years, people were convinced to wear something covering their mouth, protect themselves from incoming debris. Let's just call it that.
Mhm.
What I'm proposing is, well, why don't we just slide it up from the mouth to the head? right? And you need to protect yourself from incoming space junk. So I'm going to be marketing.
You said that like a week ago.
Yeah.
That's a good business plan. I
dude,
remember
honestly.
that. I would buy one.
Incoming debris. That's hilarious, CB. I never thought incoming debris. Like that's hilarious. That is really politically correct. You did good.
It's like, dude, obviously none of us are going to fall for something like that, but they would. They'd be like, oh, yeah, that's a good idea. I need to protect myself. So imagine a bunch of globe heads walking around with a helmet on to protect themselves from space junk.
Okay, you got to hit us with a commercial now.
Hey,
you got to hit us with a commercial, bro.
This may have been addressed earlier. I just want to get this out of the way. CB, you're talking in whispers. Is it because you don't want to wake up your family or something?
I'm at the library. Sorry.
Sit down, Julio.
I'm at the fucking library. I can
Doesn't
fucking
wanna
talk
piss
in
the
whispers
librarian
too. I'm so, dude. I can be
Sounds
so.
sexy.
Julio,
It's a lower-
are you
lower
talking like a
pitch,
drunk ass because you're drunk, because you want to be drunk, or because someone
I'm
made
just
you be
wondering
drunk?
why for the past hour CB's been talking like this.
It's been like
For the past 30 minutes, you'll be drunking like a drunk.
He's here having love. He's making love to the GF, and he's
Hey, I
just
told
like,
you it was going to be the last thing I said, and so I was just asking.
No,
CB
no, it's been like
directly,
20
not you
minutes since
fucking
you said you were
asshole.
gonna mute, and you're still talking.
And since I ate all that food, I drank a beer. I drank another beer. 3 beers.
I was just wondering why
4
CB's
beers.
talking like that.
5 beers.
Because he can.
6
Because he
beers.
can.
7 beers.
He's allowed to.
8 beers.
It's like you're
I
allowed
don't
to be
care
drunk
either.
and talk on the mic.
I think CB's awesome, and I think you're awesome.
I think he's
Gen Z.
awesome.
I do too.
I still have a question about yesterday. They were talking about astronauts and how they had to have one astronaut help the other astronaut when he made a number 2. That didn't cover the area for making a number 1. Okay, so that's the 2 guys down on the moon. They had to help each other. What happened to the guy that was up in the spaceship up above the moon a couple of days while they were down there? Who helped him go poo?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Stinky.
That's a serious philosophical question.
It's the cameraman. The cameraman on the moon took off
logistics.
and helped them out. Yep.
Hey, but do they just dump it in space, like
aliens,
or does it freeze like in the movies?
Did you see Apollo 13 with Tom Hanks? That's how they did it.
I can't
They
remember.
just grow Mars potatoes.
That too. The first botanist on Mars was Matt Damon.
A bottomist.
Don't go there.
So, yeah, that's another thing to kind of think about, the ISS, quote unquote. Like, do they have any other clothes? Do they have a washer and dryer? Do they just fucking smell the whole time up there? Like, you know what I mean? Just thinking about that shit.
They just go for a spacewalk and the smell dissipates in the vacuum.
Oh, got
I
it.
was
Got it.
thinking that. I was like, oh, well, the vacuum sucks all the smell off. So
And
that's fine.
they only flush when they're above certain countries. So the shit asteroids fall into specific countries. You know?
Asteroids.
Oh, dear.
They grow space lettuce with it.
Oh my
Hey,
god.
Is it possible? Is it possible the asteroids are racist?
Okay. Hey,
Well, maybe not the asteroids, but the ISS pooping mechanism certainly maybe just, you know.
I wouldn't be surprised
they
if
always-
that comes out. Oh, go ahead.
They
Frank.
have a whole
Yeah,
napkin
they also
full
always
of
eat paste,
equations.
so I assume it's always diarrhea, right? If you're always eating paste, it's always diarrhea. There's no other way about
it's
it.
dehydrated food. They're constipated all the time. That's why they shit like bricks and you know.
All right, it's time to elevate the conversation.
More than this, how much more you can elevate this?
We're having some technical difficulties, so just hold right there.
Stay tuned.
hey, Gemsy.
What?
Gemsy.
What?
Gemsy. Did your pet parasite see curvature of the Earth?
The who?
your pet parasite, did it see age per mile
Oh, the
squared
cat?
top over distance? Did it?
Yeah, cats love balls. Yes.
Oh, so your pet cat, not your pet parasite. Okay, I get it.
He's a parasite. He eats my food. He takes energy
No, you know
from
about
me.
this parasite that lives in
Wait,
cats.
wait,
that
wait, wait,
makes,
wait. We're talking
makes
about
the
cats.
mice.
We're talking about cats, not parasites. Okay, we're talking about a cat, and he likes
Yeah, but
balls.
they have a
because of the
parasite
top
that,
of the-
that brainwashes you to like cats, just like they have this parasite that reproduces by being eaten by cats. So mice, when they're infected, they start liking cats. It's like
You
the
know what?
fungus thing with the ants.
You know what? Now that I think about it, cats like balls, right? So if the cat infects you to like cats, therefore you're gonna like balls. You turn into a Glober.
Oh yeah, I think my girlfriend was infected.
Oh my goodness.
Is it possible that the globe thing is like a parasitic infection that is causing people just to want to live in a ball?
Well, we're debating if it's a earthly parasite or a psychic parasite, but maybe it has some.
Maybe both, because they also want your money, right? Hey, you want to know more about the ball? Give us your money.
I bet the government will pay for that study. No problem.
Talking about parasites and you say government. Ha! Ironic.
Like a Doberman dog, but it's a Globerman dog.
Hey, where'd Helio go?
Who the
His
fuck
wife,
is
I
that
ate
guy?
him.
Who the fuck is that?
Well, I was just going to tell him it reminded me of
Yo,
once.
yo.
I had a cop pull me over, and she asked me, if I'd been drinking. And I said, "No, sir, Ossifer, I'm not under the affluence of alcohol." She goes, "Well, I think you are." And I said, "Well, sis on you, Pister, you're not so mucking fudge."
You should say that slower because people don't get the nuance of the misspelling.
What's up, Elijah?
Elijah's here now, so he's left.
No, he just left. I was gonna say hi, Dan.
We
He's
scared
just
him
making
away.
fat stacks on the crypto.
I scared him away because he was giving shit to someone in here.
So, oh wait, Heretic's not here. I was like, we should elevate this conversation. I thought something was about to bring something up.
I think it's time for a globe believer to come in, so we could ask him some questions because that's always fun.
It's coming.
Nah, we don't want Glovers in here. Then Flat Earthers get triggered, start yelling on the mic, and then I have to put this in on my Bluetooth. I have no battery because I can't have you guys yelling profanities into the mic, and then my daughters will hear you.
Oh, we'll never do that.
So just
The
stick to the
Glovers
Flat
mic.
Earthers, so nobody's triggered, and we can just talk about.
We're
Nobody's
safe. Kiwi is on vacations or something today.
Oh, Q's on vacation. All right, bring the Glovers.
So, Creation Bear, do you work in a library? Or you? Okay.
No, dude. My MacBook from like 2012 finally kicked the can recently, so
Oh
I've
man.
been wanting to come and check in with you guys every now and again. So I've just been hanging out at the library, just goofing off.
And he does
Dedication
some of
right there.
I have a
does
spare
most of
half-broken
the work there,
motherboard for your laptop.
Went to the
Trying
Apple
to fix
store.
that laptop for
Oh,
many
yeah.
years.
They patted me on the
2012
back.
MacBook Pro.
They're like, "You need a new hard drive." I'm like, "Oh, well, great."
You know what I like CB about the library is they have a nonfiction section of the library that has books on Mars and Saturn and Jupiter and astronomy and all that stuff. I really like that part of the library, nonfiction, and it has fiction in it. Cool.
Well, I actually took them all off the shelves and put them in the fiction section. So
You should. Did you really?
You're doing God's work.